Yes, bro. Today is the final day, bro. Nappy, hi, bro. यार ये क्या टट्टी है ये? What is this, bro?
Ray Ray. But looking now at the teams who are in second place of their groups, right? The Indian teams of Orangutan and also Godlike. One big question I do have today, Kalaris, is that they do not have the Smash ruling in their home region. So if they do get into a point where they can contend for that #1 spot in day 3, how are they going to be reacting to that Smash ruling?
It's a good question, and for a long time, an infinite amount of time, in fact, they've never really truly been in a lobby quite this powerful. The chips are all down here at PMWC, so we'll see how they're going to be able to work that out. However, I think that some of their consistent play style, really locking down areas and then eventually being able to adapt as time goes on, hopefully they've had enough time to be able to even tweak some of those kind of results and kind of tweak some of those tactics to be able to push themselves all the way up to the top.
Let's talk about the survival stage, though, because we had a wild survival stage. What do you think of the results?
I mean, Tiago really winning that one. I was a little bit upset by their performance in the group stage, but you know what? They brought it back in that survival stage. QTT doing QTT things, putting up big numbers, but Milu, I wanted to see a player perform on the same level as QTT on the international stage. Milu, a 1v4 versus RRQ, putting them down in that elimination stage, and then to actually become the MVP of survival stage. I'm very impressed, but I feel like one of the biggest storylines were in the last few games, Kalaris, the teams were able to barely make it back up, and that has to bring up the conversation about both.
Yeah, it really does. That last game, getting them over the finish line, and you could see the emotion and kind of the relief on their faces when they were able to get that victory. This is a team, all of course, that arguably coming in, a lot of pundits, a lot of experts have them in their top 5, if not trying to challenge for the championship as a whole. So then to squeak in towards the end of the survival stage, it feels like some vindication has been done here for Ulf, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Every single player doing great. I mean, Aaron and Ketch doing great. But you know what? The player that I would say was the MVP of both was Scarface.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, he came out of nowhere and said, you know what, guys, I got this one. I'll do it myself and qualifies into the grand final. So Ulf, right now, it's got that glimmer of hope, just like we had at PMGC last year, or even PMG of Season 1 this year in Jakarta, that they can be on the podium and maybe break that second place curse.
And that's just a few of the world-class teams that are going to be representing here in the final PMWC at EWC 26. You want to stay tuned. You want to see all of these teams fight for that grand prize pool.
Thank you, Special Reporter Kalaris, coming in with the information now. Let's talk about the Club Championship. AGAL got eliminated.
They did?
They
What?
no longer in
Don't forget that we still have Vitality, and we still have Aurora, that if they finish in the top 8, or if they end up winning, I mean, they'll get a cool 1,000 points from that CC.
Never interrupting again, Seven. But that's fine. Cleared up with our CC update. Is going to interrupt and on standby to bring us the Club Championship update. As we head into finals for PUBG Mobile, and as we prepare for the penultimate championship weekend here at EWC, as is tradition, it's time for another Club Championship update. Because this is what all of our clubs are fighting for. The title, the honor, the ability to etch their names in the history books of the EWC. So let's talk about what that means for this weekend. Over on the Allianz Vault, we have the likes of Liquid, Falcons, AGAL, all fighting for points in their respective games, and honestly, they're going in semifinals today. Whittling it down to top 4, it's going to be a big one. Then, at the STC Arena, a little bit of a repeat here because we also have Falcons in the running, and we're also keeping our eyes on Vitality, which could be a big one, as Vitality is in 4th overall in our CC leaderboard. But as we take a look towards our stage at PUBG Mobile, we get Vitality yet again. They are one of our big teams expected to do well. But the real question is, will the likes of Fourth Drives, Orangutan, or even Tiamba take those points away from them? Will Vitality be able to usurp Falcons or AGAL? This is the perfect week and opportunity for them to do so. We're going to have a lot of updates coming your way over the next couple of days. And as we know more, of course, we'll make sure to let you know.
Thank you to our special reporter being able to cut class and just do that CC out there. Thank you, Litter. But we're gonna talk about some story of the day here, because this is the finals, and there's some teams, ladies, that have just been outperforming like crazy. Vitality being one of those.
Of course, Vitality, they were able to get the exact same score that Fourth did over 2 days. So if you don't understand how much of a juggernaut team this is, well, then you better wait and lock in.
Yeah, another one we saw there as well is Godlike. I personally have Godlike finishing in the top 5. This team, for a first international event from India, they have been performing so well. Is that Snacks Gaming that I see by? Turn left. Can I see all by?
Maybe we'll get a chance to talk to him later on. But we do have some more special reporters. None other than Maxman and Ventura. Let's see what they're up to. And here we have it. We are here at the Analyst Corner for some good old PUBG 2026 as EWC 2026 breakdown. And I'm going to be joined by some co-analysts here to break down everything that might be happening this following weekend. First of all, we've got Michael, Ventura, Jackson right here at the stage. How are you, Ventura?
Very well indeed. I'm not going to do what you wanted me to do. I'll save that for later. I'll save that for later, but for now, yeah, we're looking very good, excited for the finals. We all dressed up for the occasion, we are ready to go.
Yeah, with that said, we're going to have the teams I know that intro you really want to jump in on Godlike because this team came out of nowhere in Group B and made it straight into the finals.
I mean, out of nowhere is a pretty good description of it. I mean, we're not expecting too much simply because of the lack of experience compared to the other groups, right? The other players, the other teams, but they performed very, very well. I mean, we had them coming in second in the groups overall, only by 1 point ahead of Aurora, a few points behind Force Rise, had a big group stage, and the back-to-back wins on Miramar Rondo over to the span of both days was just really, really nice. I really enjoyed how they're been playing more compact and looked at the positions, and in a lobby like this is working out very well. So yeah, I'm excited to see what they got today.
I feel like a lot of people, especially when it comes to Godlike, are highlighting, they're looking at S-Power, they're looking at, I would say Somic in particular has been doing absolutely fantastic for the entirety of Godlike. You can see a lot of the B shot there. They're getting ready for this event. You know what? Godlike is one of the main teams that are going to be here trying to compete for that trophy this weekend. You know what? I feel like we need an extra analyst possible to join the desk right here. We have to summon it. In a trophy. 3, 2, 1. Vitality. Oh no, okay, wait, Vitality, okay, wait, we're gonna do it one more time, yeah? Vitality! So Vitality, hi there, my name's Black Special.
Ya la la la.
Vitality so far doing incredibly well. Razy and Razak, my boy, Ray as well as Federales and
Salah ka David boy.
fantastic at the moment. I think Axel's been in a huge amount of work, as has Federales. Oh, we have a completely new style of shotgun play, which looks completely ridiculous in Game 2. But that's my special report for Vitality. Oh, thanks for the insight. Also, Axel, by the way, he actually has been doing some big numbers, especially that one game against Aurora on the beaches west of Georgetown. So this team, with how impressive they were the opening day of their respective group, which was Group B, right, Ninja and Black, can we see something similar going into this one, Black, Mr. Vitality? Ooh, Mr. Vitality. Yeah, I do think that Vitality is going to do very well here. The spiritual successors, of course, but I do think they're going to do very, very well. I think that there's another player on that team that doesn't look incredibly good at the moment. And the funny thing for me right now, Neto, is that Razy and Razak aren't particularly the guys that are stepping up the heat, despite so much talk about them. Axel and Federales have come in looking very hot, and I think that's the most promising thing.
Absolutely, I think if you look at any of the stronger teams in globally, just the global circuit, you're going to see players that all have very, very aggressive gunplay skill despite their various roles, right? You don't have just one or two. It's very, very nice to see that come through for them. So, yeah, it's very, very strong looking. And also the fact that they can get so many wins, we were talking about that in the group stage, right? We get so many of those wins, it makes it interesting for that smash rule that we actually could have a lot of hope for this team to actually come through the pressure and get that win.
Yeah, it's very nice that like Fort Rice can actually get wins because they do get in contention for the smash ruling and the trophy actually that put them in a really good contention to be crowned with PUBG 2026 champions. Now, we already talked about one of the Indian teams. I think it's time to focus on the other Indian team, which is going to be Orangutan, Natura. We already talked about them, so blank. Orangutan, what are we thinking today?
I think Orangutan, for them, I think right now they're looking very, very good. I think a lot of the emphasis, though, has to be on Aru, though. I got to talk to him a few times today. Lovely guy, by the way. Really, really lovely guy. Great chatter. I mean, I talk a lot. You see. And I think that's sometimes the problem for other people. But Aru, good admit, I could just sit there and listen to him all day. But he's bringing a lot of the eliminations. He's also bringing a lot of guidance to the squad. Now, there were a couple of moments. I think we're actually seeing on screen now one of those moments, which is a little bit difficult right now. But Orangutan, they moved up on this one versus Splash, and they struggled a little bit on the gunfight. However, they ended up winning that game. It looked a little bit shaky. I think that they solved a lot of the issues coming after that. But yeah, I do think the rest of the team needs to develop around that, essentially.
Yeah, I think Garo's got some great ideas and he's got some great direction. It's just that synergy that has to come through. I think probably there's a little bit, I don't want to say the word panic, that's a very strong word, but when you have already a high pressure situation, it's your first PMWC, whatever, you are going to go, oh my god, they're everywhere. And you're going to have a little bit of a freak out, and they really worked on that. So much for that. And so, yeah, it is looking really, really nice for them. So, very, very hopeful for this squad to actually do big things here.
Yeah, very hopeful. We'll see how high they can actually rank up in the finals. But with that said, a final team I'd like to talk about here, which actually the team I predicted to be the champion. So, I'm sorry guys, but I'm going to go for Team Flash. Team Flash, I think, is a team that has been getting better and better and better every time we see them play. And I feel like now they're level up with maybe the trophies in the cards for all these guys.
Yeah.
Wait. Sorry. So they're going to be in 16th place.
Probably. To be fair though, for Flash, I think that they did quite well, all things considered, because last time I saw them this year, they looked fairly unconvincing. They looked scared, they looked like they didn't have it in them from what was basically a rookie upstart squad. They were testing a lot of other squads, right? Poking at them, nipping at them. From that aggression coming back now, and that's good news going towards finals.
No, I agree. I want to see more from them, though. I think in the group stage, you know, they've been heralded as a very, very aggressive, forward-playing team, and I think in the group stages, we didn't see that as much as I was expecting to. I would like to see more of that in the final, but you know what? It could be just a simple thing of, like a lot of teams do, they're saving it for the finals. And so I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to hold that against them. I want to see what they got here today.
They just kind of remind me of Paul Price in the sense that every player has that clutch factor, and it's especially interesting when they go from PUBG last year to qualifying because of an airdrop on Miramar, barely able to squeak their way into the finals. So now, actually being a team that consistently aims to qualify straight to the finals of these big international events. So Flash, I feel like could be a big surprise, especially if they picked up the mantle of Xavier.
Also, last thing, chicken.
Whoa, chicken right there. There you go. Check him out. He's very cool. Check out the groups right here at EWC 2026. With that said, thanks so much for joining. The analyst corner here for PUBG 2026 will throw it right back to Lace and 7WG.
Yes, thank you so much to our special reporters, Max and Neptura. I don't know where we got the budget to fit Blank in there. I thought we spent it on him saying Vitality 100 times. However, our players are now arriving and getting ready for the show. 7. I do believe we are missing one caster.
Not again. Not again. He ended up missing last year on the final day of PMGC. We cannot have that happen again. Let's send our special reporter, Polaris, who's going to be looking for none other than John Allen.
Zero on PUBG Mobile here at the PWC. A major problem has occurred. It seems we've let one of our commentators out in the wild here, and we've got to actually wrangle him and get him back in. So it looks like maybe a little bit of movement's going on here, actually. I don't know if they're actually going to be able to capture him. This is the problem with commentators. A lot of the time, they just go wild. They somehow get... He's on the move! He's on the move! Okay, now we're actually going to be able to try and find him as quickly as possible here. He seems to be hiding. I'm not exactly sure if we're going to be able to capture him. John Specimen, in fact, actually has a microphone already. You can see he's dangerous. He's very dangerous. He has a microphone already. That means he's actually right for the commentators already. They might be able to actually capture him here. They've cornered a little bit. I don't think he's very interested in it, but he might take to it. Let's see if we can place down some bait. Something like that. Some bait actually might be able to work. Usually chicken dinners are the prime meal of a commentator here for PUBG Mobile. Will they be able to make it happen? This is a tense moment. John Allen? It looks... I think they might actually have it. They might have it. They might have it, John Allen. It looks like... Oh! Did you see that? Get closer with that. Get closer with that. I think they've got him. Unbelievable things here at EWC. Oh, that was close.
As an Australian, I would have caught him a lot faster.
I'm just glad we caught him. Okay, this man was on the loose. We weren't able to find him yesterday during the day off, and I'm just glad we're able to set some bait to actually find him.
Absolutely, he needs to lock in just as much as our players, 7.
They really do, because there is an alert right now going on, and that's that the players are ready. We are ready to rock and roll here at PMWC at EWC 26. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the finals, baby. I'm ready.
Months of preparation, thousands of hours played, and sacrifices have led to this point. Life-changing money sits on the horizon, and a legacy that dreams are made of.
We saw it in the group stage, we saw it in the survival stage. These teams are here for a reason, and every single one of them can actually clutch it all and become our PMWC champion.
Today marks the beginning of a 3-day gauntlet that each of our teams have to navigate, each day more intense than the last.
But yeah, see, we don't have to wait. The players look really ready, and it is time for us to welcome our finalists on the EWC grid, starting with
Esports.
आगे 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 आगे
Team Flash.
Godlike Esports.
Aurora Gaming.
Team Vitality.
तेरे बिना aha what's that? This one the World Cup final, you don't know? It's a PUBG Mobile World Cup final. Why you don't know? You should take a much time from your boyfriend so you can take care and look to other things, you know. Not watching.
Players from all corners of the world laser focused on one thing, the title of PMWC champion. Fight smarter, adapt faster, and deliver when the pressure is at its peak. That is what it takes to keep this dream alive.
So welcome to the PMWC at EWC 2026.
Battle? Yeah. It's a tournament, you know. Same like rooms. It's a World Cup.
With the nade, turning the tables, and he's doing this all by himself. It's the squad wipe 1v4 from Milu.
Let's put the elephant on the board. Look at TZ to the self-denial it might be. Get to double digits on the year and burn yourself down to the ground. What a shutdown. 108 points in 6 matches. Next misses, duck in peace. That's not touching. Good shot. Follow up there. HG takes it away. It's turning Ken falls. Mormon closes the gap in the corner. But will he win it? No!
Are you kidding me? What a finish! It's Ida!
tower is just insane. He's been throwing heat-seeking missiles all game long and opening the fight for his team. A full 4v4. S2G trying to catch a couple other players off guard, but it's S-Power, baby. You can't shut him down that easy.
You can't stop S power, and you cannot silence Godlike in this moment. For the closing play, and Godlike take this chicken dinner with ease.
That is how you do it here, folks. And you can see the look on their faces. Say, getting some noise, Barrett. It's Godlike time to shine.
You see on Rondo, it is madness in the eyes. A big name, threaded on up and explaining 1 and 2. Black judges on board, and they cut the rosters in half. Another one, right up in his face. They go wide. Top moving around the side. Aurora, a difficult beast to handle. The run down through from India, but it's not happening. They will not be silenced. They will not be shut up here. Aru's still going strong. A tanky underneath, looking to get the shots in. But Flash moves around the side. He's hitting the shots, unfortunately. But finally, they will hit the last shot. India grabs the back-to-back. From day 1 to day 2, this team looks clean.
It's time to crush some dreams of 10 teams. Can I get you to press this button and open up the heart? Oh, with a figure. I like it. I'd like you to pull on this in 3, 2, 1. Send them home. Let's go, let it go.
I don't think we could have set the stage better ourselves. So it's ironic that we were featured in that like selection of plays there, like an incredible way to give you a glimpse into what's gone on over the past couple days. But it's going to get even more climactic here. The best of the best return to the lobby, and this is where dreams truly do become reality. I'm slouching, but hopefully the players are, because this is a day. Day 1 always gives you the most freedom, the most chance to get a big buffer online without that stress. Because we saw that come through in the survival stage. Yeah, teams were sweating, teams were shaking in their boots. It's time to get boots on the ground over on Rondo very, very soon for our first match of the day. Who's going to grab that gargantuan point total? Can someone try and repeat something similar to the arena? Maybe not the same, because that's once in a lifetime type of idea. Well, if there was a time to pull it out, try and elevate the world record even further, and there's no better stage for it, no better crowd, no more excitement and anticipation than right here, right now, live from the DS City grid of EWC. EWC 2026. 3 years of intense competition, twice we've had brand new champions crowned, and this year we'll get another one. Never going to be the same year at this rate. With Yangon being Yangon, it is time to crown a new victor. Who's going to be the defending champion? Will they be able to defend it next time? But right now, all that matters is getting those points online. Play back is in the air for day 1 of finals. Match 1, Rondo. Let's get it started. Energy in the arena already. It's good to hear you, Paris. Let's keep that energy going throughout the day. We'll set the stage for you as we get our play platform board for this one. We've had some pretty good games with Rondo, and you touched on the arena there. That was something to be remembered. The consistency and the level of aggression we've seen from these teams back in their respective groups was intense. Now we put that all together, a big hodgepodge of talent, they're going to be stepping over each other like this.
Oh.
I mean, they will have to, because it's going to be shortly. Soon as these players start dropping in. Here though, teams do need to be worried. They've been taking this little odd stadium drop where they've been searching out players from different teams on their speaking positions.
Yes. But yes.
Just the other day, last day 2, they had a real tough time with it. They were able to hold out, but the arena made their lives extremely difficult. It wasn't just them.
Yes.
Res beacons off towards the northwest side with this plane path as the fights do open up towards Yulin.
just how hot are these drops going to be and how much aggression is going to come out instantly. We see that opening knock from the side of 4-5s as Razy on Vitality starts to let some bullets fly. 2 players on Orangutan instantly being knocked off their feet as well. That's 3 points achieved for Tiamba in a matter of seconds here.
QCZ already hitting the knocks left, right, and center. Milu up to 4. QCZ on 2. 6 eliminations in 1 minute 47. That is an incredible result already.
आज 40 का कौन गया?
Most of the teams in that position.
Yeah, that's an unbelievable start for Tiamba. A powerhouse in the survival stage again, delivering early to Orangutan being forced out as well as Aura look to try and claim a few more points for themselves. 3 points for Aura, 3 in the back pocket for non-ship Red Force, and that big 6 total for Tiamba already.
Just come through.
अरे यार
He pretty much cut through the entirety of 4 thrives there, left them in ribbons by the end of it. I'm pretty sure he's up against guns as well, but he just brought the knife close quarters outside the pagoda. Real samurai here on Rondo.
Start as you need to proceed, it seems there for Tiamba on today's games. Sleepy taking the clash back over to see that non-ship. Going to be able to force him out early. Nice.
और रिकॉल भी है इसमें.
Coming swiftly in with that one to X2G.
Okay. Okay.
They were saying that they have the aggression, and that's what they're bringing here in the finals. It's what both kind of lacked a little bit of. But for their Turkish team, they were looking to bring that aggression over in the group stages. They're looking to bring it again here. They had a lot of time to study those teams, got lots of moves up and all these down.
40 टीम पूरी हो चुकी है. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह.
The man went all to give, one nade, one dream.
Ooh, down. Yeah, it's nice bit of chip damage on the P. Oh, wow.
वो हैवी.
To lean into it, but the pre-fire back.
किल कंफर्म किया जाता है उसको.
Will at least secure that one. Ralph goes in aggro though with a shotty and absolutely pumps him full of buckshot.
Aura cake already down.
That's okay, at least. Now Distance is able to recall the team back into action. We do have a Western circle. Didn't get to talk about too much. Flash already has tops in that region, so Jouting over that place can hold a lot of teams late game. Aaron now coming against Wit.
अरे ये वाला.
Distance in Milu. Once again, Tiamba up to 8 probably after this.
OG की भी पूरी टीम रिकॉर्ड हो चुकी है भाई. गोल्ड लाइन पूरे के पूरे अभी भी अलाइव हैं.
6 individual eliminations alone, mate. He was just popping off back in the games we've seen previously. If he feeds the hot hand and keep this going throughout the whole day, oh, good luck.
It's the buffer that we were talking about. And there's no luck involved, but there is luck involved over on the Lucky Spin, which you can join in with us in-game right now for the 2026 EWC, the exclusive 2026 EWC tournament set, which you can see on screen regularly in-game. Make sure to try your chances just like QZC and right down with the S12K. We are looking at 2 eliminations per minute.
Unreal reactions as well. Coming out swinging today. We know mechanically they're very gifted as individuals, but they're putting it all on the line. That's the way to do it, right? We were touching on the fact you can have a huge pop-off game on Rondo, an extra buffer of points from the sheer quantity of additional eliminations you can garner from this battleground. It's worth its weight in gold, especially in a 3-day finals environment like this. You gotta get in there and get stuck into the thick of it. Tiamba are doing just that.
Again, for Tiamba, their biggest success in the survival stage was the fact that they started out so incredibly hot, where it felt like all the weight was off them a lot of times. Milu making that 1v4 look real easy. I think that came from the fact that they had nothing to lose at that point. They were already in. They're just pushing a little bit further there. We haven't talked about it too much so far in the cast, but we do have Smash ruling this event. And not only does that mean that yes, you can win technically, game 2, but it also means the further you are ahead, the harder it is for teams to catch up to you to also get that Smash ruling. So we are looking for
बंदे रिकॉल भी हो रहे हैं.
IQ set themselves ahead in those rankings to make it difficult for any team to catch up to really engage that Smash ruling on the final day.
might be coming down to match 6, honestly.
It will be a fun little storyline to see how that affects things going into the last day of competition. How big of a barrier that will be. Really, if other teams will have to rise up to the occasion for it to even be a potential pipeline for them. That's one for the future, though, but now it's in the back of your mind. You have that context with just how much these early points matter for some of our squads. Two sides that touched on there, though, of course, being Vitality and 4 Fries. They were dominant in both of their respective.
एफएल के 2 प्लेयर जा चुके हैं, I think इनका रिकॉल अभी नहीं मिला या क्या सीन है?
Consistent they looked and how aggressive they were. You know, Vitality even kind of completely blowing away what we thought was the upper limit.
More like already एक किल निकाल चुके हैं, ओजी अभी 0-0 पे घूम रही है.
But even that whole point is a hard point to squeeze out in such a short amount of games. For Tiamba, it's a little less impressive, I would say, just because you are playing with the dregs come through from the group stage. We already did send what we assume to be our best 10 teams forward there. Even so, Tiamba still looked very strong, and for them it was more a case of switching it on in those moments. And they've done exactly that. It looks like all the lights are on at home right now for Tiamba. They are burning the midnight fuel. It's crazy. Absolutely wild. The speed at which she was like. Was that 1v4 again, actually? Now I'm thinking about it.
3-4 IQ.
It looks like it is, especially when you then factor in, like, we had the one clean 1v4 we won, and then had a 1v4 attempt towards the end of survival stage that resulted in a...
टाइटन 9 पॉइंट लिए हैं, पूरा के 6 पॉइंट आ गए.
Yeah, like, the conversion rate we've had on raw 1v4s from him is actually been unbelievable.
I think we're more astonished that that might be a 1v4. I mean, we didn't even clock it because it's like, is he just doing this repeatedly now?
Just full-on butcher blade coming out from English, tearing everyone to bits. Crazy.
Love to see it. So goes over towards that northern side. A bit of an awkward red beacon on this one as well, down towards the lake. Definitely possible to go for, but you get caught out on the bridges coming out from that area a fair few times here, Jackie. And also, there will be teams playing around that spot, trying to hold teams out. Orangutan, though, nice rotate on the north side. Will be able to get them further into the circle. Tiamba Vitality on the back foot here as well as Wolf. Aurora holding a 2-2 split. I think they've realised because they're so far down towards the south, likely better to try and clear their back angles and then look for maybe a major rotate on the west or east side later on.
Shades of staying in for the arena, a position they love to play towards in a fight circle. Let's see if they can win out versus the Orangutans.
ये ले पुश कर दिया.
And it's easy to clean up on the opening 2 players.
ओजी गई, ओजी के 2 प्लेयर गए, ओजी के हैवी. ओजी का एक और भी गया. ओजी का लास्ट प्लेयर बचा है अभी.
Just on one singular player, AKOP, is sending for a red beacon. I think he might go far by Lee on this.
ओजी पे क्या हुआ?
Early over toward the lake, like I said before, you get a red dot there, you know what's happening there.
ओजी के साथ तो प्रैंक हो गया, प्रैंक.
He is forced to go for the long rotate. But honestly, for Orangutans, it's not terrible, because they can just swing back in from that northern side. And it's fairly free with where most of the teams dropped off down towards the south.
Thankfully, he's got just enough time. Pulls that further out as well, because his best he goes up towards the top of the north side, going to get that recall in. See Vitality on screen here as well. Just the one he left to start the top with Frenzy.
Vitality.
He said himself, mate, doing a special report on Vitality. Reza could raise it. That's
14 ऑलरेडी एक एलिमिनेशन निकाला है भाई, बहुत अच्छा.
Yeah, you are. I mean, one of them bringing in the double hammers as well.
ओजी बहुत बुरा परफॉर्म कर रही है. आई थिंक इनका रिकॉल भी खत्म हो चुका है, ये ऑलरेडी रिकॉल हो चुके हैं.
But it's nice to see Axel as well as Federal. I mean, Axel really astonished me.
अबे 2-4 नॉक हो गया.
Federal has also had a massive amount of tenure throughout the entirety of PUBG Mobile. Axel was just swinging and not missing.
जोन क्लॉग हो रहा है 2-4.
I'm very, very excited to see this team perform as this tournament goes on, just because how good all of them have been playing individually and as a unit.
तो रिवाइव हो गया है 2-4. ग्रेट.
I think Godlike showed us something different
from their region. Honestly, they have some great aggression. I think they've been making little adaptations here and there, figuring things out as they go along. But genuinely overall, we're impressive. We're impressive. They were second best inside of their group. Only beat by Vitality. To be fair play.
Yeah, Vitality really did get there, mate. We've got to really crunch down the zone here as well. Pull it further down. Couple big names amongst the dead separate. All godlike, as you touched on, 4 Fries, Vitality, Enigma Galaxy as well. The representation for Aurora, and besides, could have some surprises in store for us whenever this one turns up.
Yeah, Aurora just seem to have this capability to show up in the finals.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's their major issue. Every single player on that team has greatness inside them.
It just seems to dwindle a little bit once we get to a final.
And we've been asking for that not to be the case for the longest time. I'm getting to the point now where I don't believe it. Which is sad. But they're consistently always here. You can't really put them down too much for that. The fact that they're in most of the finals,
That's already a big achievement. Reefers though opening up towards Yasser from Alula. Tiamber's cut out on that eastern edge. Now, there's a lot of these big pillars involved inside the circle, as well as staying over towards that northeast side. With it open on the outer edges, slopes down into it, so you are here really and swing past here. They also know this area very well. It is their drop spot. The 4 Fries have beaten them to the punch here now towards their southwest from stadium.
Excited to see what the form of Fury is to be looking like in the final situation again as well. They were massively coming alive. It felt like it was way better in terms of the decision making. Communication was on point. A lot of the fights we witnessed from them. Igor as well was playing so brilliantly with some of the individual plays. Feel like a whole new
फौजी का एक और प्लेयर आई थिंक रिकॉल हो गया.
We spoke about this big man early back on our screens again. He was scouting around, see if he can get line of sight potentially. Just playing close towards the geometry here at the cliff face. It's often too far away.
Good, going great.
Got Braggers on the side, Aching. A lot of times playing off the back of him. Eagle, very good at playing that anchor style. Generally, he's the last player to go down. He's the survivalist very often as well. But yeah, you're right, Fury, looking good. Eagles, I think, was a big surprise.
Yeah.
Got big names on that team like Chief, Ayala. Sal's also doing a lot of good work, but yeah, Eagles was just really giving it to a lot of these squads. Now we're getting in towards our later circles with quite a lot of our teams still involved.
We talked about Jaltin earlier on. It can house a ton of teams. It is uncomfortable to play in, and swinging from apartment to apartment is not always easy. And there's a lot of difficult windows, little places to pitch nades in, where you can't quite get those full finishes on. So I'm curious to see how this will play. I think it's going to be a little bit of a passive game going towards the end, but you do have to get in towards Jaltin.
See on the side of the stage, I think the Galaxy fans getting quite excited. But meanwhile, amongst the battleground, it's S2G that feel the hammer crash down on top of them from Gunshin Red Force. The hero of Cuban starting it out well. And lost, forced to bail out and try and keep their dreams alive.
Forty के 2 kills. Yo.
There's Aurora as well, clashing against Ida Blank.
I mean, Ida tried to get in on the
Yo 40. Geo.
at this point a little bit too late. They got crunched in by Vitality as well as Aurora. I think you somewhat deserve that coming into this stage of the game. Jaltin's still the hard work.
40 का again एक knock है यार.
Such a big amount of landmass with a lot of places to play. You do see a lot of teams confirming here early, but you sort of want to be on that end where Aurora is, Vitality, where it's those clear exit points across the road. A lot of other teams have taken a little bit more fortunate.
अरे यार टिकट बहुत खतरनाक हो गया. 40 पलक फिनिश हो गई. पलक यहाँ पे फिनिश हो चुका है. गंदे फंसे हैं यार.
So much damage already done to 4 Fries. This would be a hellish way to get him down. And that's how they fall in our opening game. Ida.
40 यहाँ पे हमारी टीम फिनिश हो चुकी है।
So far, it's not going to stop either. They're looking even more. Squeeze whatever points they can get out of this one. Aaron has to tuck his tail and absolutely boss it. Finds a lone rock in the field and gets his head down. Turns his attention back up onto him though. Few shots as he dumps to the magazine towards Milu. Someone needs to stop him now.
टाइटन कौन सी टीम है? 12 किल निकाल के घूम रही है। यूएलए के 2 नॉक हैं।
Shots up towards him. Aaron not letting up. Just about press over top of that bridge side. They're going to take the move for a little bit to try to deny them.
40 को यहाँ पे 2 पॉइंट्स के साथ ही निकलना पड़ेगा क्योंकि उनके पास कुछ भी पॉइंट्स नहीं थे।
Does work out. Aurora seems like both them and Constanti have been crossing a couple of curveballs with one another. Goodness me, still being abusive on that east side. Fair play, man. He's thinking you're going to try and ruin this for us on game one? We'll at least make it uncomfortable. Force out the utility, see what he can scrap through into the... Can't really make a move towards that recall zone coming in, and that's going to really crunch up away from all of them. Still dead center with Vitality. Yeah, Vitality's actually a really good spot here. Because of Ford does give that capability to move out up towards that northeast side if need be, but they also can crunch every single team on that western side. There was one player left remaining from Ida. It is Darkin. He's over on the eastern side of United, just hanging out for the time being. But that does kind of save grace for Vitality, because they'll hit the shots immediately.
सबसे पहले टीम है हमारी फिनिश हुई।
Over towards Darkin, just give them a brief opportunity to reassemble.
गंदा फंस गए थे।
Replay here for Federales, just instant shots. I think this has been a key factor for Federales throughout the entire top as well. The action speed, he is quick with it.
VIT दोबारा। ये ओए 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 ओए।
What's going on there? This is an insane push from Tiamba, by the way. They have practically mostly lifted it. Only QZZ go down. I don't know how Tiamba is here. They immediately started from that south side, and they took the most bold push. I was like, goodness, big Vitality's going down. I was like, goodness, big Vitality's going down to Tiamba of all teams. Mate, this is lunacy. Minglu's looking for an aid as well, wants to really commit to this. Meanwhile, the last man from Wolf goes down. They fall second to our first game. Minglu riding the nades. Oh!
यूआर का बहुत हैवी ग्रेनेड। यूएलएफ यहाँ पे फिनिश हो चुकी है 4 पॉइंट्स के साथ और ये भी अलाइव है। गोल्ड लाइक के पास अभी भी एक ही किल है। थिंक दे आर प्लेइंग फॉर द चिकन।
14 eliminations this game so far, though still decent. That is greedy. Vitality's gonna let it happen. He's gonna get it. The ref is gonna get him back up. The insane bit puts his weapons to minutes from Aurora from all the way in the back line. They got that initial knockback over onto Milu. Vitality has just been caught in the middle of it all. Most aggressive game of badminton with nades being bounced over the top of their heads. Molly around the corner, QZT with the nade back. Go for it.
Oh boy, 1v2.
Shotgun knocks them both out. This is what can't be about QZT. It's like, I've run out of grenades, you see so many players.
अरे भाई VIT भी यहाँ पे फिनिश हो चुकी है। टाइटन यहाँ पे अभी 16 पॉइंट्स के साथ चल रही है।
It's a top one. The opening grenade is not good, but Reaper is taking a ton of damage. Top bullet finds at least find QZZ, and it seems like Milu will also go down. But 16 eliminations, a fearsome game, even going out in 11th.
गोल्ड लाइक की भी यहाँ पे पूरी अभी टीम हुई थी और 2-2 पॉइंट्स लेके वो चल चुके हैं। एप्पल यहाँ पे मौजूद।
the Amber that lead the charge. Now out of the running. Let's see if anyone else can try and mirror their success with what remains.
Flash moving over towards Aura. He's on the south side. They're kind of fighting for nothing on this one as well because they need to leave at some point in the near future. Jiggle.
क्या अभी कर लेट था यार
Got those in the back line here lining up a grenade. Inside the warehouse. It's hard to pop these off the wall though because of all the concrete inside.
और गोल्ड लाइन पुश कर दिया है गोल्ड लाइन ने
Just lets him run straight into the back.
लेकिन यहाँ पे गोल्ड लाइन के बंदे को फिनिश कर दिया जाता है भाई बहुत ही गलत गोल्ड लाइन का लास्ट आदमी आई थिंक वो भी जाएगा
They see the blood in the water. They want to see if they can roll him over. They smell potential points here.
Why not? Honestly, grab what you can. Alula sends up Yasser. Noxious Bedforge have not got the reset online at all. Still priming nades upstairs. It's going to have to be a big hole. Tizzy on the outside. Looks like that Molotov is not on target. Tizzy should go down.
भाई एक और टीम गई
This is nutty out there. Tried to drop off the top of the rafters, spamming the shots. It's all gone.
सर्कल ऑलरेडी क्लोज हो रहा है 1 मिनट और 55 सेकंड है इनको हाँ गया गया बच्चे गया चल 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 चलो घर गोल्ड लाइक चलो आप भी जाओ घर ओजी अभी भाई ओजी बहन जो रंग पुश कर रही है फिर निगमा गैलेक्सी अभी भी मौजूद है अभी एक और बहुत हैवी नॉक निकाला जाता है ओ भाई ओ
Turning K in the back, trying to keep his eyes on what's going on, but if you flick to the healing feed, you can see Docs doing damage. The Scowls come back out for Aurora. For the Black, it was 16 for Tiago, but Aurora now on 14 healings. They might be able to wrap up.
Aurora have been just stamping away here. Reefers again does find Armor leading AKOP inside. Will be able to grab win. Actually didn't even grab that. Chop was able to steal it. But for OG, they did it a lot longer than expected. With 0 eliminations, they will not get a huge amount of this game other than the placement points involved. AKOP inside.
ओजी बहुत बड़ी रैंक पुश है
The point here, Reefus spraying in. Has 217 bullets as well, so they have had a lot of loot crates to pursue and peruse.
Just trying to keep himself sustained, run the clock down on this one as long as possible. See if he can
it's already close
if he goes running in there, that's just another point for Aurora.
He's trying to get an extra placing on this one, but I don't think anyone else is going down anytime soon. Still more.
नहीं लगेगी भाई क्या कर रहा है ये टट्टू
I think he thought that the angle was bad for him, so pulls off the first aid kit there. Sadly not able to
बेंच
rank up once again. If he
Rank
had
push.
a little bit longer, maybe he would have ranked up over E-Arena here, who will go down shortly, I imagine. 10
किधर गई ओजी बहन दो प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट निकाले ओके 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 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट मिल गए इनको ओजी को गोल्ड लाइक भी 4 पॉइंट के साथ गई है वापस
for this squad. They've come into EWC looking fairly decent. Like a lot of work's been going on for this squad. A lot of practice in the meantime. But Nick Galaxy up in top 3. A rocky group stage for them, but we're still able to grab those points. And
निगमा गैलेक्सी अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रही है यार
Nuts player on side.
He's been a kick coop up for this team, bro. Wearing out crowds of the plays he's making. He wants to slam down the off-faculty peak behind the vehicle here. And then
हैवी
powering one by one, they eat the bullets and they fall. Huge step up.
अरे यार टॉप 3 टीम हमारे पास अभी आ चुकी हैं निगमा गैलेक्सी अरोरा एंड फ्यूरिया 4v4 की फाइट हमें देखने को मिल जाएगी और आई थिंक फ्यूरिया भी गई 4v4 की फाइट है
shots coming through. So down to Aurora. Reaper swings very wide here. Up towards the northern edge.
4v4
Both positions.
अरोरा ऑलरेडी मौजूद है जोन में। दोनों अच्छी टीम्स हैं यार, लेकिन जो अभी पॉइंट की सिचुएशन चल रही है, निग्मा गैलेक्सी लेके जा सकती है चिकन। निग्मा गैलेक्सी लेके जाएगी। निग्मा गैलेक्सी, निग्मा 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 जाएगी। लेकिन इनके पास ऑलरेडी जोन मौजूद है अरोरा के पास, तो ज्यादा एडवांटेज अरोरा के पास है, क्योंकि उन्होंने सिर्फ होल्ड करना है और जोन में आने से रोकना है। अरे गलत, एक नॉक हो चुका है यहाँ पे, बहुत गलत हुआ यार, बहुत गलत। ओके, दूसरे को भी डैमेज पड़ा। एक और मोली हील। आई थिंक ये पुश कर रहे हैं, एक्सप्लोजन कर रहे हैं। ओके, जोन इन करने की कोशिश, रिजिस तलाश कर रहे हैं, रिजिस, लेकिन हमें रिजिस मिल नहीं रही।
Ralph had to go back up that angle, but they have all the knowledge in the world going forward here. They've opened up the full library on this game. Loving that he's being baited out here by Coops as well. He's down to 2 names.
चल अरे अरे क्या रऊफ क्या हैवी, थोड़ा सा और उधर क्या तो उसकी गांड जलेगी, बच गया। अगेन 4v4, निग्मा गैलेक्सी को अगेन डैमेज दिया जाता है यहाँ पे।
4v4 here. Utility down to nothing on side of most of these players.
ओके, हल्की रिज मिला इसको।
Honestly, on top form, I do think
ये जगह इन्होंने बनाई है।
Coops and Lord though.
दो ग्रेनेड और यहाँ पे बैक कर रहा है डीडीके को, यहाँ पे स्पॉट किया जाता है एंड ग्रेनेड ग्रेनेड
Just will tank them. But there's 2 more coming. And I'm not sure he'll be able to do the same on the next. They both got one.
स्पॉट किया जाता है गैलेक्सी को। और रोका यहाँ पे एक डाउन हो चुका है, 2 डाउन हो चुके हैं, मैंने क्या बोला था। हैवी 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 हैवी, गुड 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 गुड। और एक और लास्ट है, लास्ट रह चुका है, यहाँ पे स्पॉट किया जाता है एंड यहाँ पे चिका है। निगमा क्या समझे,
Contrasted play styles, the way they split off constant their 2v2s, the off-angle aggression, but I'm starting to get worried, man. Put it to the backfield, see Doc charging in. Slight time on the days, the Doc can do this, hit the Doc in it. And then the side brush, absolutely come alive.
क्या समझे, क्या समझे। हाँ, ये फर्स्ट मैच है, अभी रहते हैं, अभी इसके बाद 2 मैचेस और रहते हैं, एक रंगल का रहता है और एक दूसरा रहता है, क्या नाम है, मेरा मार का। 3 मैचेस होने हैं, 3-3। लेकिन पता ही क्या है, निगमा के पास जोन नहीं था, ठीक है, लेकिन जो अरोरा के पास रिजिस नहीं थे, बहुत फर्क पड़ गया। और वो रिजिस बना भी नहीं सकते थे, वो ऑलरेडी टॉप पे थी निगमा, मतलब हाइट पे। ओके, हैवी हैवी हैवी, गुड गुड। ये तो लड़की होता बना, इसको याद है, समझ रहे, समझ रहे नहीं समझ रहे, समझ रहे नहीं समझ रहे। चेक कर, ये कुर्सी चेक कर, चोर बयान चोर, इतने का हमारा पूरा सेटअप नहीं होना जितनी की ये कुर्सी। Well played, well played. पोस्ट करने थे अनलिमिटेड
Welcome to the front of stage. My name's Barney Banks and I'm joined by
6 नहीं थे आया नहीं मेरे ख्याल में तो 6 मैचेस होने हैं ना
I
टोटल
mean, let's talk a little bit before we get into the nitty-gritty of the teams and how things are going for you guys. Let's talk a bit about Paris. How's the Esports World Cup been for you so far?
This is amazing club. Eiffel is so good. The castles are Notre Dame, the Pantheon, everything is good at the Paris. But Arena is more than good. There is, I don't know. It's my first time at the World Cup and it feels so good.
It's amazing, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about your team, S2G. Let's talk about the preparation.
पांच मैचेस हैं पर डे पे
You know, preparing here on site, or did you boot camp in Turkey? What was the
6 मैचेस हो सकते हैं 5 या 6 होंगे डेली पे
We have game house at Istanbul.
6 मैचेस होंगे अच्छे
And before tournament, we go to China to the PMI. Wow. Macau.
टोटल 18 मैचेस होंगे
And I don't know. I feel we're gonna take this.
You feel like we're going to get this? Well, S2G's run through the group stage was really good. Now we're in the finals. How are the team feeling? Are they nervous? Are they excited? Like, what's the vibe from the team right now?
They seeing me. My players are seeing me. Maybe we're gonna get the first place. Maybe we're gonna get the sixth place.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but I think we're gonna handle this.
It's a very strong group of finalists, isn't it? So if you get on a roll, like momentum is a big thing in this game. If you start playing well, you could take it all. But do you have faith in them? Do you think they can do this?
Yeah, I believe them.
I believe too. Banish, thank you so much for
40 के 2 पॉइंट है टोटल वो डाउन पे बहुत नीचे सिर्फ 2 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स मिले हम
Serious business here now for PWC, EWC 26.
ये देखो दोनों टट्टे ये भोसड़ी का साथ रैंक पुश कर रहा था गांडू
From India to talk about what's happened so far, as well as what may be to come. So of course I have Amino and I have
2 ही किल्स थे वो ही मिले हमें
of course Orangutan going to be representing from India. So I guess I'll ask you, Amino, first. You guys must have watched the survival stage. What did you think about the teams and gameplay overall from the survival stage?
It was kind of a little bit passive, like the previous group were too much aggressive, or maybe they were one more chance that why they were aggressive, and this was a survival stage. But I think Tiamba got the momentum, and
दो
the
दो
losses
किल्स
were
थे जब हम लोग
expected, as we have decided already in the podium thing that we have a fun activity over there. And I think Alula gave a little bit surprise, and I hope they perform good in grand final also. But I'm hoping for Tiamba.
हाँ यार लेकिन बहुत बुरा हुआ पहले 40 जैसी उतरी वहाँ पे मारे गए 3 मारे गए वहाँ पे एक के बच्चा दोबारा रिकॉल हुई है फिर उन पे रश आ गया मतलब वो नीचे थे और वो जो जिन्होंने मारा वो पहाड़ी पे थे
and the lobby structure
गलत हो
to get a better understanding and to be able to predict better what the structure of the finals lobby would look like. And obviously we don't really fear anyone, but yeah, there are many respectable opponents that we need to respect in game as well. As much as we should, not more, not less. So yeah, we are confident coming to the finals and looking at the survival stage. We know that when teams have like only one last chance, it's like they're more in pressure and yeah. That's it.
Alright, so I wanted to actually
हाँ वही है ना यार वो ऑलरेडी एग्रेसिव खेल रही थी 40
teams here.
लेकिन क्या हुआ जैसे ही उतरे ना वो बहुत गलत हुआ उनके साथ जैसे ही उतरे उनके पास गन्स ही नहीं थी वो सेम बैंड जो मेरा जो टीममेट नहीं है किंजो उसके तरह लैंडिंग हुई थी टट्टी बैंड की लोड़ी
Maybe it's hard because he's
गन्स मिलती नहीं है बस घुस जाओ लोड़ा घुस जाओ
Same question to you, Amino. Who do you take from Aru's team and why?
बैंड जो देख पिस्तौल उठा के जा रहा है और एक चाकू उठा के जा रहा है जब भी जाते हैं वही चाकू और पिस्तौल लेके हमारी गांड में घुसता है हर बार
I don't know, I just work.
आज तक हमने उस चाकू और पिस्तौल से एनिमीज को नहीं मारा टेंशन नहीं लो
Final thoughts, final
आज 40 के साथ वो ही हुआ है
whole here. I'll start with you, Amino. Well, what's your expectations here for the final? Obviously, it's an amazing lineup of 16 teams.
अबे यही तो सीन है ना आर्यन भाई ये दोनों गांडू ये जो साथ वाला खड़ा है ना ओजी वाला ये तो कर रहा था रैंक पुश ठीक है ये तो 0-0 पॉइंट्स पे गए हैं इनके पास तो ना तो एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट आए हैं ना ही इनके पास दूसरे पॉइंट्स आए क्या नाम है किल्स पॉइंट आए हैं कुछ भी नहीं आया ये जो साथ वाला गोल्ड लाइक वाले हैं इनके पास ये थोड़ा सा अच्छा परफॉर्म किए 4 पॉइंट्स आए हैं इनके पास 3 इनके पास एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट आए हैं और एक इनके पास पोजीशन पॉइंट मिले हैं।
Thank you very much for joining me, and best of luck today.
बाकी जो साथ वाला है ना ओजी, इससे बेहतर बहन जो तो हमारा काम ही खेल लेता है, पता है, अच्छा रंग पुश करेगा खजाना।
And Minnow and none other than Aru. But it does end up coming down to Aurora at the end. Even though Nick Galaxy won, congratulations Nick Galaxy.
शुक्र करो 2 पॉइंट्स हैं। नहीं 2 पॉइंट्स हमारे हैं।
The MVPs show up for them.
हमारा हमें जो मिले हैं वो सिर्फ एलिमिनेशंस के मिले हैं। इनको जो 2 पॉइंट्स मिले हैं वो पोजीशन के मिले हैं।
What a surprise for them being able to come out with a win.
It's so nice. Just in my notes.
हाँ वही ना, प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट मिले हैं 2।
That's all you guys.
बहरीन स्टाइल कैसे हो भाई?
Yeah, my handwriting's not great. But Coops was awesome. I really love the jump that they're coming through.
कितनी प्यारी है यार ये। खजाना इसका नंबर कढ़ाओ ना।
And what I loved
और
particularly
खजाना।
was their push onto EA was not super aggressive. All they wanted was
नंबर
to
कढ़ाओ
make
ना
the
नंबर।
zone. They didn't go for that full
की ख्याल है?
push and that full clear of the team. They're just like, hey, we want space. We're gonna take it from you, take a couple of points as well, and then wait some more. I really like that.
दिल पर
I have no idea, but this is just pure speculation. Maybe I'm reading too much.
ओ
Lula would go for the party and then they could let them find each other.
ओके, तो हमारे पास 40 कहाँ पे है भाई? 15वें नंबर पे है यार, बहुत गलत हुआ।
And we get just pure
40 हमारे पास मौजूद है 14 पे, गोल्ड लाइक 10वें पे और ओजी किधर है? ओजी 13 पे, 2 पॉइंट में प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट में।
13 Aurora eliminations. Aurora with 17. Giamba started off hot as well.
निग्मा गैलेक्सी देखा, निग्मा गैलेक्सी टॉप पे जा रही है 23 पॉइंट्स के साथ।
I just love the fact. Right, I'm just getting so excited.
ये बहरीन की टीम है,
The fact that they carried on
निग्मा।
the same momentum that they had. I mean,
It was exceptional from them. Obviously, took the hot drop seriously, which, you know, shout out, love a hot drop, take it seriously. And were able to capitalize and obviously recover the team. And this is, it's just a crazy storyline from them from bottom to the top. And I mean, I'm so excited to see what they do next.
हाँ खजाना मसला लाई को नहीं आया।
Survival, something that you actually enjoyed. There was
उसने एक और तरीका किया, पता है?
it just means that Giamba was able to do it because they had the hot drop, right? They gave a 9 eliminations on the hot drop.
उसने एक और तरीका किया है, एक मोबाइल रख सामने ते जिस मोबाइल तो लाइव करनी, उस मोबाइल ने पिछला बैक कैमरा ऑन करके पिछला वो वाला ऑन कर, लेकिन उसे मजा को नहीं आवा। बहुत गंदी क्वालिटी हो है नहीं।
Gets the entire team back up and they get 16 eliminations off the back of that Eagle. Definitely, maybe not in terms of wins, but the MVP of the game in terms of what he allowed his teammates to do this match. Allowing the team to be able to come back, allowing the team to just be able to be there for sport. And allowing the other players to just
निगमा गैलेक्सी उस हिसाब में कोई फायदा को नहीं है। एक तो टाइम बहुत जाए और ना नाले कोई फायदा को नहीं है, मजा नहीं आता।
EWC play app. Don't put in your predictions. You can end up getting some rewards there depending on what your predictions are. And no surprise here. That is
एलिमिनेशन 8 किल निकाले हैं इसने।
eliminations. This match is just non-stop right now.
ये मोटी गांड सही खेल रहे हैं।
You can't stop this man. He's
हैं जो 6 किल तो उसको फ्री के मिले हैं, जो ऐसे ही उतरे गन इसको मिल गई, बाकी सबको मार दिया इसने। क्या कुछ किया, कुछ भी नहीं।
at least 8 or 9 of those. So, you know how you just had some notes and it was just...
टाइटन रोड़ा
He is. He absolutely is. QCD, though. Shout out to QCD. Went 1v2 on the breath of vitality. He was wiped out by Aura like seconds later, but it is a really, really good stuff there.
there's a lot more players on the team than just Mila that are really
और कार खड़े सी T2 40 कार खड़े सी आराम में। अब बहुत गंदी हुई 14 ना, बहुत गंदी है। लैंडिंग भी गंदी हुई, फिर उस तो बाद उससे वो फिर गलत हुआ और रिजे से चा गए उत्ते पहाड़ी थले बड़ा गलत है।
It's lucky for a comeback here. Same with OG, but let's see what's going to be happening here of the second game. The PUBG at EWC 26 finals.
Thank you, Seven. Great breakdown there. Recap of what we saw on our screens.
Starting to get a little bit louder here, but Arizona, how lucky can you get? Let's get some noise going!
निगमा गैलेक्सी
It's a good crowd. It's a real good crowd here we got here in Paris. Supporting all their teams. I mean, the
think they're going to have to keep out a little bit loud. We'll see if they can get louder. I think the EWC are doing fairly well here so far. It's really, really nice to see. I think, again,
First of all, mad props to actually being here. The guys
Alola.
so many events
Hello.
finally gets to play some match. But yeah, the rest of the team's also looking fantastic. Round looking a little bit more
observed, I would say, in the gameplay, which is good to see. Holding those ankles. I actually like where
Right.
he's up.
It's you attach your band में लुल.
didn't even go down either. And I think a lot of times that's all he needs to do. Because he knows
Oh.
playing. It's just sometimes he'll play those spots and then
Okay. अभी मैच होने वाला है भाई रंगल का.
he's just letting in the rest of his team
Work those ankles.
Okay, 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 and okay.
really, really strong and quite frustrating spot to deal with.
But we're heading up to a wrangle now, so probably a little
रंगल का मैच है भाई. इस बार 40 यहाँ पे चिकन निकाले तकरीबन 35 किल के साथ. ओए ओए मजा. जैसे हिसाब से विटैलिटी ने फर्स्ट मैच में किया है. ऐसे फैजाना है आपस निकाल ले. असा कितना अरसा होगा गेम खेलने. ठीक है मां नहीं याद बहन जो असा कोई एक दिन ना लगातार रंगल छोड़ के कोई और मैप खेला हो. मां नहीं याद आज तक. सनो खड़ी ने पहले वो भी जिस टाइम ना वो बीजे वाला इवेंट आया हुआ है याद ही. वो बीजे वाला इवेंट आया तो बंदा भज पोना है ओ अगा उसी जी खेड़ा तो खेड़ा. लेवे बैंड लेवे तो जनानी वाली गेम है. लेवे तो छोड़ दे. लेवे तो ई स्पोर्ट्स काउंट ही नहीं होना. सनोक काउंट होना है लेकिन हम सनोक नहीं जगह तो वो दुआ पा देता है की नाम है रोंडो. ओके 40 दूसरे नंबर पे है हमारी टीम लेकिन नीचे से कोई बात नहीं. इंशाल्लाह हम यहाँ पे इम्प्रूव करेंगे. मसला नहीं है. NGX.
There is definitely fire in those guys today. Because to make that push, to make that decision, to just be like, let's have a straight back on this central compound when we're running edge. I don't know what's got into them, but I love it.
40 किधर जा रही है. 40 40 40. ओके ओके अपनी अपनी जगह पे जा रही है 40. दो बंदे ब्रिज की उस साइड पे उतरेंगे. एक बंदा ब्रिज की इस साइड पे उतरेगा. देख लें. Good light.
A lot of the rotation tools are already being removed as well, so it's going to be a long rotation by the time you are correct. That might end up, or probably will end up, creating a little bit more of a passive game for them, a slower game for them.
इसमें तो रिकॉल भी नहीं है ना. इसमें जो गया बस गया. रोंडो में रिकॉल था ऑलरेडी हमारे पास.
Get yourself set up nice and early on with the prior compounds, heading into zone 2. I think the scary thing about this one is it doesn't
दो टीम्स पोशिंकी में मौजूद. निग्मा गैलेक्सी वर्सेस कौन सी टीम है पता नहीं.
Satan on our screens. You know what last game, first time he said it was Tom, by the way.
गंजा भी मार खा जाएगा. ओ गंजे को पड़ी.
And to be fair, it was great. You know, nice head-to-head, two very talented squads, lots of contrasts to playing styles, but Nick McGalaxy proving that it was on the money today in that first game. So low on utility, made every bit count. Can they keep it going though? You start with
बहन तो पीछे मेरा सी पता नहीं कहाँ को आंदे मैंने मां नहीं समझ रहा.
what are we looking at from there? Having a nice, I suppose, a litmus test of what the quality of this team's going to be looking like throughout the next 2 games here.
ताक ना डोले जी और छड़ा आर्मी वाले नहीं और तो पिंडी बन तो खड़े हुए नहीं और बैंड पलटू ना ले मार डोना आंदा है.
away from Aurora, whereas either kind of came from that north side and just sandwiched themselves. I thought that was a very strange play for either to make.
NGX
Most of the time, most people would understand it.
नहीं इंडिया ने नहीं आने दुई ना नाले ब्राजीलियन उन्हें आंदा वाला.
In that location on Rondo.
But I don't think he had the badly before. He had some really cool clutch moments.
इस टाइम तक सारी टीम होल्ड करे सन होल्ड करके एंड सारे ड्रीम है
They have what it takes
To be a champion, but not like that. Or stop making silly mistakes.
Obviously, we touched on vitality getting that kind of early into that 1-2 of the squad, so I'm assuming towards the end of the day he'll be in a very
Okay, God like टटे
if we go 4 rides and godlike.
यार वैसे आपस की बात है गोल्ड लाइक मेरी भी फेवरेट टीम थी जिस टाइम यहाँ पे जोनाथन खेल रहा था और उस टाइम पाकिस्तान की कोई भी टीम नहीं थी लेकिन जोनाथन ने आज तक कोई भी बुरी बात नहीं कही किसी भी और टीम के लिए पाकिस्तान की हो या कोई भी हो यार ना मैं नवा फेम मिला उन्हें को संभाला नहीं मैंने पे गोल्ड लाइक Three to four.
all of your team to be happy. Though I am kind of worried about like an orangutan.
Okay.
Not because of gameplay we've seen so far, just because this is a finals at EWC. I think for them, it would be unwise not to say they're under pressure. I think if you're a fan of both these squads, and maybe today looks a little bit rough for them, I would caveat with the weighing down on them right now, being such a prestigious finals versus some really damn good squads. I'm hoping they could probably get back into the run of it, like by match 3 eventually. But if it takes till tomorrow, I think that's fine as well.
निगमा अभी बहुत पुश करेगी टॉप पे आने के लिए ऑलरेडी टॉप पे है लेकिन सिर्फ एक पॉइंट का फर्क है
Godlike similarly, still that aggression in play. I like to see it, but maybe not where we really wanted it to happen during that game.
I think it's also for teams like that, like, for other squads that are forced to play survival stage, you have to consistently keep grinding and keep that.
ये ले और टॉप जनाब गिर गए
You come out from your group in those top team spots, you get a few days off, but that does cool you down a little bit. And the thing that's changed is what's going on behind us. The people in the arena,
IQ ने यहाँ पे एक किल सिक्योर कर लिया बहुत हैवी
the play, that's IQ with an opening takedown.
गुड
Back into this area, blank. Sure, with the noise cancelling headphones, they might not be hearing it, but I tell you what, they can feel it. The vibration.
ऐश और सिर्फ असां सुना मतलब असां सुनी ना पिया जेड़े अरीना ने अंदर बैठे हुए ना शोर नहीं आना उन्हें जेड़े हेडफोन हैं ना हेडफोन उन तो ये लगे हुए हैं नॉइस क्लियर साले एक बड़े हेडफोन हैं फिर उसके अंदर फिर एक और छोटे हेडफोन करने में लगने तो बड़े हेडफोन उत्ते खोपे चढ़ने उससे उन्होंने कॉल क्लॉक ने बहन जे मर्जी करो ना सुनी नहीं सिर्फ अपने टीममेट्स ने तो गेम नहीं साढ़े आते हैं बहन चो सेड़ को तो स्पिरिट भी नहीं कहता बनी ना बहन चो दाई बैठ चा के तो स्पिरिट को नहीं बहन ये स्पिरिट नहीं समझ पे बहन जो खुदे ने 2 रुपए हेडफोन ला के दे उसने चार्जिंग मुकवे नहीं लाए बेच नहीं भी की फोटो सची तक ही कामीना फोटो तक ही कामीना फोटो तक ही कामीना वो हरामी फोटो लेने ये चेंज है जागत यहाँ पर सामने वास हरामी है माखना समझा कर ये ट्रिक क्या है दोनों पॉकेटी ने ट्रिक के दिलबर ये मनी आवाज तो मन कर ना तू शायद इस वजह से या फिर तो सुनाई कौन देने की
As are Alula. Alula's crossing, or should we just play over towards the ridge side of the southern edge? Couldn't get a massive amount of space. There was so much water involved. So the team stepping towards very pier because there's safety in that location. Vitality did put their way down from
केमन ये बात गैप नहीं हुई, घाट हो गई, घाट हो गई। मैं आप घाट की थी। वो तू उतने आने से बजा रहा है। पाकिस्तान। ओके ओजी चक्के ना बैंड बहुत दुईज गोलियां मरे इसने ओजी निया कैंपर हरामी ठीक है दे रैंक पुश कर के पहुंचे रहते एडाना को मंजीना नहीं सोते हैं को ओजी ना दुआ एक फिनिश आ गया सू चलो 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 6 ऑफ गए अल्लाह पाक ना हुक्म ओजी का लास्ट प्लेयर यहाँ पे स्टैंड है चलो जी देख लो कैंपोर भाई हम लोग जीते हैं हारे मसला नहीं है ये खोती के बच्चे नहीं जीतने चाहिए बस सिंपल इज दैट एंड मेरा बहुत गरूर आ गया था समझ रहे हो एक में ग्रैंड फाइनल में क्या आ गया गरूर इनमें इतना आ गया था हैवी 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 अब दूसरी किधर है गोल्ड लाइक रह गई है गोल्ड लाइक किधर है गोल्ड लाइक 0-0 पॉइंट के साथ में ये गोल्ड लाइक को तो प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट भी नहीं मिले थे एमी मर गई Kenza thanks for the like इस बार नहीं छोड़ेगी 40 ले जाएगी इजीली ओजी के साथ तो सही पूरा हुआ ना सुकून मिला थोड़ा सा अभी आधे दिल को सुकून मिल गया अभी आधे दिल को और सुकून चाहिए आधे दिल को और सुकून मिलेगा जब गोल्ड लाइक मरेगी ओह गोल्ड लाइक गई गोल्ड लाइक की फाइट हो चुकी है यहाँ पे टाइटन के साथ में टाइटन ऑलरेडी काफी अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रही है यहाँ पे ग्रेनेड्स ग्रेनेड्स मंडेज मंडेज डुइज मंडेज ग्रेनेड एक किसने मुझ पाई डुइज पा मने निकलने की कोशिश अबे यार इनका एक बंदा निकल गया मनिया पोजीशन Aurora.
This was the other team that was on the island. There's now a third party that's joined them. That late rotation out from SCG. Looks like they did go back to grab the rest of the squad. Yeah, it was Kamikaze in the hovercraft. That's paid off for them to fight towards them.
ना कैसे लेगा भाई और लाइक अभी भी 4 के 4 से प्लेयर शुरू मौजूद हैं
safe as it might like it to be, but it is decently central. It feels like the circle's peeling away from Sosnovka at this point.
ओटी अभी भी पोजीशन और करके बैठी है भाई बहुत है यहाँ पे अलग करे फाइट हो ना कसम से गॉड लाइक और 40 की और 40 से आपको पैन करा दी क्या ही चस Ligma Galaxy last time winner chicken winner अरोरा यहाँ पे जा चुकी है इस मैच में उन्होंने अच्छा परफॉर्म नहीं किया जो कि लास्ट मैच में सेकंड नंबर पे आई 40 जोन में ऑलरेडी अगेन जियो
over the bridge now into the main left. Yeah, that's only a trio black. Damage on the answer as well.
Maybe the guys might try and trade up. They're just in. They're absolutely playing a different game at the moment. I mean, I'm glad finally there's some shots that go towards them now. This is such a wild play from Enigma Galaxy. Coop's taking hell of a
तेरे बिना जी न सकेंगे हम
towards his team. Down. They have lost one off the back of that. Vehicles are smoking, flaming. Is desperate to go out. I mean, there's 3 elimination potential there for them, but they're worried about these sidelines aside. Infuriate. Go on. Give it somewhere.
मेरा सेवेली ड्रीम मारी
Once again, turning down no HP on the top floor outside in the attic. Looking for an angle here, but Falak with the distant shot.
40 फलक ने एक और यहाँ पे किल निकाला है बहुत ही प्यारा हैवी सुकून से लो गॉड लाइक मनिया यहाँ पे मौजूद अगेन मेरा बच्चे तू यहाँ पे क्या लेने आया है जगह लेने की पूरी कोशिश की जाएगी
Really good stuff. I mean, this is a good entry point coming through for Godlike, and they understand they can get rid of 2 teams. They can be opening up a lot.
सही खिचड़ी बनी पड़ी है आई थिंक गॉड लाइक जगह ले ली गई यहाँ पे जगह ले ली उन्होंने ले ली जगह ले ली उन्होंने 2 प्लेयर अभी भी मौजूद ग्रेनेड किए जाएंगे आहा जियो बहुत अच्छे फिनिश कर बैंड चौथों को फिनिश कर दे एक और दे 1v4 है तेरा 1v4 है मरोने दे ढुई में मार इसकी लास्ट था यार 1v3 बहुत है ये ले विटैलिटी आ गई अब कहाँ जाएगा ये
Has been the graveyard of 5 separate teams so far.
अब किधर जाएगा ये?
Vitality finally just come over towards the dregs. The funeral's almost over. Can Salme stay alive?
नहीं है गलत
The vitality evicted from the top floor. Or will they just be signing their death warrants on entry? Axel being shot in the back.
वे एक नॉक कर दिया उसने जोन क्लोज हो रहा है 40 बहुत ही अच्छी पोजीशन में अभी भी मौजूद हाँ इंडियन टीम यहाँ पे फिनिश हो चुकी है बहुत प्यारा गुड और दूसरी तरफ भी ऑलरेडी काफी खिचड़ी पक चुकी है 40 यहाँ पे मुकम्मल अलाइव मैंने सुना 40 का नॉक होगा यूएलएफ का नॉक हुआ
The next couple of compounds, they got Aura in front of them and Force Rise after that. Alula down towards the south side circle, finally moved away. Still a lot of water on this one. Beat checked as well. Ida, as well as Ulf, now going at it.
गलती कोई भी नहीं करना चाहता
They have 4 players up though right now. This is very easy to recover from.
But he should be.
गया एक गया
Straight into that one. Catching the Ida try and clap back.
विटैलिटी ने बैक ले लिया यहाँ पे 40 के सामने हुरा मौजूद है दोनों साथ साथ आई थिंक 40 और हुरा का क्लैश हो सकता है यहाँ एंड एक और टीम गई आईडीए एक और टीम गई यूएलएफ काफी अच्छा यहाँ पे गेम का प्रदर्शन बहुत प्यारा
Too good right now, that is vitality. Flipping into action. They lose their vehicle. Racing Razak, try and get the buggy through the window, but end up dismantling through normally. That was a speedy route, I like that. You know, cut your losses. Moving through horror as well as Fall Rise is going to be hard, and eventually get third pipe by one of them. You hear the engagement happening on the north, you send it. Now Wolf is in a very tricky spot.
40 फलक ने हुरा का हो गया इनका क्लैश हो गया हुरा का ये दोनों मतलब आपस में दोस्त भी हैं हुरा और 40 हुरा का एक प्लेयर खा लिया फलक ने आई थिंक यहाँ पे चिकन लेके जा सकती है 40 ऑलरेडी इन्होंने 8 पॉइंट टोटल के गेन कर चुके हैं 8 पॉइंट इनके हैं और गोल्ड फ्लाई के टोटल कितने हैं और टोटल 12 पॉइंट ये देख ग्रेनेड दे वो नीचे बैठे हैं एक डाउन यूएलएफ गई एंट्री दे दी
at least will confirm one. Quick switch round the side.
गलत किया यूएलएफ.
Hope those go down. Vitality though, they've been hugging the wall so far. Not allowing a single moment for Nongshim Mental to try and challenge that spot. Razak though, what are you doing? Testing the waters, a little bit hot. Yeah, did not like the feeling of that one.
ओह विटैलिटी ने एंट्री दे दी एक नॉक है ऑलरेडी हो गई विटैलिटी गई 2 नॉक इनके अभी पुश बनता है एनएस का रिवाइव भी हो चुका है विटैलिटी का आदमी फिनिश
Razak understood the idea. Now tries to get toward the wall, very different angle to deal with. Nongshim was quick to it. Jumped in, pushing up right now. It's a little bit close for comfort here. But I think they will.
गाड़ी के ड्रीम मारो. Oh, गलत.
All these kind of antics before. Getting a little too
aggressive. यहाँ पे एक और किल कंफर्म कर लिया है.
So easy goes down the back lines. The splash shots to move on through.
अब इतने दूर से कौन शॉट गन चलाता है?
Shots coming out, but not enough to finish Vitality. The end of Nongshim Red Force. But it does leave.
मैंने ऐसे चला जैसे WM उठाई हुई है उसने.
They are next in line to try.
Vitality already अच्छा खेल रही है.
Eventually they'll have to move. Slightly paranoid about the other teams that could be behind them. Blue is ushering Vitality forward. Swinging in on the same angle as Flash. How will they make this work? S2G, you were right. You were actually right. They had 2 hovercrafts.
S2G.
We have to keep both of these alive all the way through this endgame, which gives them a lot of pressure.
अबे पॉजिटिव का नहीं चढ़ता है इधर से मैं चढ़ा दूं. आगे से चढ़ेगा आगे से. हालात से. चढ़ गया.
Come on, bit more gas. We're giving some money.
Okay, अपने आप पर नेट कराना था.
With added armor of these big hovercrafts in play. If you say it like this, man, if you can get them into the zone, there could be a lot you could do with it late game. I'm surprised the Luna have been able to guard this for so long, make it look uncomfortable. Nade after nade as well, just trying to soften them up.
निगमा गैलेक्सी अभी भी अलाइव है और वो फुल चिकन के लिए खेल रही है अभी निगमा. अबे 40 फलक डाउन हो चुका है यहाँ पे हुरा की जानिब से. Zef already low है.
Drops them on top side. Looks very decent on that one. Airburst slightly too far.
This
अभी
is
पोजीशन तो ऑलरेडी अच्छी है 40 के पास.
not gonna lie to you.
Okay, they should be able to clean up from here at least. As long as there's not any more mistakes.
S2G ने एक और टीम फिनिश कर दी यहाँ पे.
Hold on, shut down Alula.
What was that?
Bit of a weird one. It was
विटैलिटी गई, विटैलिटी गई, विटैलिटी गई, अब गई, अब गई, अब गई.
Interesting. Vitality go down in the meantime as Flash
5 टीम और आईक्यू ने विटैलिटी का एक किल यहाँ पे चुरा लिया. बहुत ही प्यारा. 7 और 5 12 पॉइंट हमारे पास ऑलरेडी आ चुके हैं.
from the early game.
एक और निग्मा गैलेक्सी पे 40 आईक्यू
Slowly but surely just Ralph.
कुछ कर रहे हैं. रिवाइव भी हो चुका है.
Flash has been all over the place so far. Next
आई थिंक जो लास्ट पे 4v3 की फाइट हो सकती है उरा और 40 की हो सकती है.
Weathering it though. They've held a ton of space. It has been a little
निग्मा गैलेक्सी अभी चिकन के लिए खेलेगी. रोल
playing off one another. Yes, they're taking some knocks here and there, but they've maintained a 4-man. They're in this area early, and they
40 का अगेन एक बंदा नॉक है.
This is a game that they should be doing well on. I don't
Revive
think
मिल रहा है.
anyone said this is a game they should win from the spot they had at the start, but it should be at least a top 5, which I think, you know, we've already achieved.
ओके हैवी रिवाइव हो चुका है. 8 और 2 10 14 पॉइंट्स हो चुके हैं हमारे पास.
And with them being able to have enough timing here to get IQ back up once again, the 2-2 split from them can still pay dividends.
प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट अभी हमें अलग मिलेंगे.
Firefight between them and Hora. Effectively,
Beautiful gun मारेंगे.
this movement up along the ridge into the zone. A little bit more split here. No fear in the back, trying to protect some Overwatch. Right, love you in the building as well. Meanwhile, that's an engagement over onto Enigma Galaxy. S2G after moving in and cleaning out the loot.
ओह निग्मा गैलेक्सी यहाँ पे फिनिश हो चुकी है.
The final blow there. Good
निग्मा गैलेक्सी टॉप पे तो आ चुकी है लेकिन अपनी टीम को यहाँ पे फिनिश करवा चुकी है.
there and everywhere.
Do we have to call this play the kamikaze from now on? Where S2G just launch him out like a rocket to center circle and leave him there on his own? This is the kamikaze. This is crazy stuff. The rest of S2G trying to regroup with him, but it's not likely. Kamikaze in play right now. The other hovercraft does go down, not really any other vehicles.
ऊपर पुश किया जाएगा उरा पे.
Kamikaze, he's going to hold that spot. He's punted the flag. The S2G
T24
goes down, jiggle around the side.
Oh, Sleepy. Top side of the stairs.
Heavy.
Can't weather the storm as 4 Fridays arrives and the brain of the operation kicks in the brawn. The shot
Heavy.
damage. Falak there in the back line to assist, but no fear. Charging up. He's going to play on the edge, wants to run in now. The timing, see if he can shut them down. Falak
हैवी. अबे नहीं.
no fear, holds on. Quick switch to the primary. Gets himself onto an off angle. With one more play, if he can shut down IQ, he can take out 4 Fries. And that's how he does it. No fear from Hora stands on. Absolutely not frightened in the slightest. He moves downstairs.
गलत किया है गलत.
Both Fries will fall. Win up against the world right now. DPS at distance. He's fighting all of them. But S2G falling in the meanwhile. No fear. There's a possibility of winning this if he wants to push out right now. Get involved in the action.
गलत हुआ. ये नहीं होना चाहिए.
Doesn't have all the info we do right now. He's going to top himself back up, play the slow game. That's
बहुत
Flash.
गलत.
Losing their last man there.
इजीली लेके जा सकते थे यार लास्ट प्लेयर थे.
Oh, a horrible spot. Tries to get the healing. Kamikaze's got a single nade in the back pocket if he chooses to dash it. They've got clear vision now. Peppering the bullets. This is it. Pulls the pin, looking to cook. Let's see if he can land it.
Kamikaze looking for it now. A bit of splash damage. Not that just there yet. Kamikaze keeps spraying the right location with the bullets. Peppering the ground. Picking up mud. Solke in the back lines. What's left out here? Quite an unfamiliar target. Solke will take down tops. But Kamikaze is out and we are down to a 1 versus 1 versus 1.
Okay. 1 versus 1 versus 1 हो
No
गया.
fear. Solke looking at both angles.
The battle of the solos to decide our second game chicken dinner. No fear already picking up that big clutch. He's amped up as an individual. Got a rough read on where he believes Solke can be stationed, tucked in behind this burnt-out hovercraft.
I don't think he knows. I think he knows there's a team in that general direction, but he does not know where No Fear is.
SPG,
Until he finally goes down. I think No
1v1
Fear has a
v1
rough idea that he's playing on this hovercraft, though. He has the information.
Watching both of them. This would be an unbelievable double clutch up versus 4th Rise into the last two teams. Zias is just pushing forward. Instant spot though.
गलत
And now Zias, with all to do here. Flash who had swept everyone aside. Soke.
height advantage
Full potential here versus Team Flash. Zias. The lightning reaction.
बहुत है पूरा मर गई है 4 लगा हुआ है ना पीछे
Can he take it to first or will Soke get it done for
हाँ
SDG?
फलक खेल रहा था
A smoke wall, giving him limited play space. That tree, the only protection for the peak for Flash. He's going to make his move. Start charging in.
किल्स तो निकाले लेकिन फायदा नहीं हुआ ना एंड यहाँ पे अबे
Buckles under the pressure. That's the damage coming through. As they lock it in.
ये कैसे
2G. Kamikaze with the kamikaze play towards the center. It's an explosive finish right at the end. But Soke steps up, a lad that's been in the esport for the longest of time. He's still got it in. Feeding the crowd energy. A celebration in unison for the nation as they pop off on that one. STG locking it down and everyone's living it up. And it's all in the name because it is all gonna be okay. At the end of the game for S2G. They had a lot of confidence going into this one. They look good on the stage, they look good in the game. Is this the S2G comeback that we were looking for? Aggression, confidence, some brilliant gun skill. Showing us a lot of the moves we needed to see on that one. A smart rotation from start to finish as well, playing by their own rules, Blank. I think the thing for me is just, man, 2 matches so far, they have been both electric. I mean, this shot from Zias, the quick reactions.
और 40 गलत डाउन दी
His eyes must be going 2 different directions.
इतना अच्छा survive किया
Seen everything. He was so locked in for an STG fight. I don't even know how he clocked it, but instantly, he said it, lightning flash reactions. That's what it is. I mean, it's so good from this team so far. I mean, they were involved in everything.
जो अब ये इंडियन दोनों टीम की बहुत बड़ी अभी नीचे आएंगी ना दोनों
The way that No Fear clutched up there, that is an incredible for those guys. Yes, Horror had a good spot on the sideline, but it's so many teams constantly pouring in, cycling out time and time again. I don't think that was an easy game whatsoever.
And you could feel it looks a little bit different with this lobby compared to what we had in isolation in groups, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's so much more quick to the punch.
Baby, no.
A lot more early contact. And it feels like sometimes we were seeing maybe a bit too much respect for the big dogs. Now everyone's playing on the same level. Feels like we're all on equal footing here. And they're giving it their best. It really has changed the dynamic. But let's get down and hear from Kalaris himself on the stage about what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Yes, you can cut attention with a knife here at the moment for our first 2 games. And I'm here with our winners from game 1, of course. Round from Enigma Galaxy to talk to about them. Some of the games that have happened so far. So let's talk about that first game in that late game against Aurora there. What was your anticipation as a team? Did you think Aurora had maybe moved a little bit earlier? Or talk to me about the late game and what you guys were experiencing.
I mean, we didn't really know. We didn't have much info. But we just played it slow. We took our fights that we need to take, and we just couldn't win.
I mean, it looks good at the end, right? Of course, getting that many points off of Rondo, not a bad start at all for a grand final like this. That second game, a bit harder, I think.
Yeah, second game was a bit harder. I mean, we had the team hot dropping us, but they're scared to fight. I don't know their campaign.
पहली गल तो ये है नबी भाई जड़ी तुसी ज़बान इस्तेमाल करने को ज़बान तो थोड़ा ख्याल कर
that they were going to come your way. As we've talked about multiple times, it's your territory. So what are they doing?
They know we won't change, so they're just wasting their time. And they're coming to fight, but they don't want.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining me here, Ralph. You heard it out there.
Yeah, he's got his eyes on you.
तो सनी मैंने कोई यारी नहीं है तो सारे काम करना है मैं काम ही
I've had 4 coffees and I'm testing my reaction time right now.
तो सनी गलती है उसने जड़े तो सा पेनल्टी लगी
I just had a massage and this is my reaction time.
तो सा वास्ते पेनल्टी नहीं है पेनल्टी सारे वास्ते एक बराबर है बेशक नवा बंदा बेशक पुराना बंदा ऑलरेडी तो सा कॉल प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग भी उन्हें दी थी अगर तो सा फिर भी समझ नहीं आ रही इसमें तो सनी अपनी गलती हाँ ओके आप समझा। आवाज डबल इसलिए हो रही होगी ना कि मैंने इसको लगाया हुआ था हेडफोन में, समझ रहे हो? मतलब स्पीकर चलाया हुआ था, जो आवाज स्पीकर में से आ रही थी वो माइक में भी जा रही थी, समझ रहे हो? मेरे को आप समझ आया। ये फजाना 1.5 घंटे से बैठा, अभी थोड़ी समझ नहीं आ रही मेरे को ये तो। तेरे बिना
Yeah, some of our reaction score was pretty damn good. I actually don't think it has something to do with anything else or anything like that. But what about you, Jukes?
I don't care. Good.
अभी आवाज डबल हो रही है, क्या नाम है? हरियाण, आवाज डबल हो रही है। हाँ हरियाण,
S2G in hovercrafts. That is like white on rice right now, because my goodness, what a performance out of that squad. Before we break down that second match here in finals, don't forget that we do have the fan experience that you can check out here at EWC. Make sure you go check it out. You can check out the new mode, Brain Rot Royale. Check out the collaboration right now that PUBG Mobile is doing with Naruto, and so much more. And you can win some really cool shirts, which actually we've been wearing them. Not right now. I think Jukes does have one on, but you'll be able to check out so much stuff. Yeah, check out that still Brain Rot. I mean, that Brain Rot Royale. I've been playing it. I think I got to level 7. I've seen people being able to get to level 11. I gotta grind some more.
Wow, 7.7.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yes. Gotta keep it on brand, baby. Now that's it. I'm not gonna be playing it anymore. But S2G, Jukes.
Bro.
My goodness.
Oh, dude, that double hovercraft play right there at the end was absolutely insane. They were able to take out Aula in a very nice way. And then just, I like to see that they kept one player there, right by the water, behind the hovercraft, just in case. And he was able to clutch it up at the end and get that chicken dinner. Finally, an S2G win, and nice and early.
Yeah, really, really nice. And the momentum they were able to pick up on after, getting those hovercrafts. Very quick side note here while we're on this fight. 4 Thrives are looking, I hate to say it, very shaky. I don't know what happened, because group stage, they were looking really, really solid, just not able to get that win. Here, the splits are kind of off. They're pushing one by one. They're not really communicating, it feels like. So the last 2 games, I've not been super impressed with them, but hopefully that changes in the next game.
And for 4 Thrives, I felt like it took him way too long, Niptura, to engage the fight there with Hora, just coexisting for too long. And No Fear came in clutch with that 1 versus 2.
He really did, and he continued to come in clutch for a lot of the game. Actually, he was a big part of the team this game.
Yeah, I just think he just made a big play. I mean, what can you do against that? When No Fear comes up and clutches it up, I mean, Aura fans are screaming these guys' names at the top of their lungs, and to be able to clutch it up like that is just huge. So yeah, unfortunate for 4 Thrives, huge for No Fear.
Another team that has been performing quite well today when we talk about eliminations has been none other than Nongshim. This was the biggest feedback that we gave this squad during groups and also survival, and they're finally starting to put up those eliminations. As you can see, Nongshim Red Force right now with 9.
Yeah, absolutely 7. I mean, they're finding important fights on their rotation to solidify that position, especially on that northern side. They were able to sort of catch Furia off guard, and now I do want to kind of segue into Furia, into why I need to highlight this. But one of our most aggressive playstyle teams is prioritizing the rotate on Rondo. We actually saw them grab utility, move into zone, and Max actually made a good point about this when NGX was sort of on the, I think it was the eastern side next to E Arena. Furia should have just pushed them into it, caused that fight. They would have had control over that whole entire side because they just sort of stopped the revive from Ulf. Then again, on this map, they found themselves in the position, and Nongshim from the northern side just obliterated their defense. This is just unusual for Furia. They are the power play team. They're the ones that get in a goddamn vehicle and shooting out the window and making that position them. It's just unusual.
They're right. They are supposed to be that aggressive team, and they're currently not showcasing that in the opposite, like you just mentioned, and I was mentioning too. Nongshim is putting up those eliminations, but something happened at the end of that last game. With the hovercrafts and S2G, that was a little bit sketchy, Net.
It was a little bit. It was a bit touch and go here, but the momentum they've been able to build with these hovercrafts, they had 2 or 3, and they just went, let's go for it. And it's this replay that I want to talk about here, because look how they're going to play this. It's like my driving. First of all, Secondly, look how they take that first hovercraft and they deny the sightlines of Aula, right? They separate them one by one. They can no longer play as a duo. They try and get as many of those sightlines abolished as possible with those hovercrafts. And to be honest, S2G with those hovercrafts have been actually insane. It feels like because they take more damage to explode, and they have just a tank, and so they are able to just run with it. They were making crazy rotations from the very beginning of the game. They had those positions on the rocks in the middle of the water, which are normally inaccessible, but having 2 hovercrafts, I wonder if other teams are going to start picking up on that, because that was an insane game from S2G.
I mean, we've seen it happen in the past too, and you just sounded like Max there for a second. I have to double check to make sure it was Michael Natura Jackson or if it was Maxman, but we're looking at the overall ranking here. Enigma Galaxy is currently in first place with those 26 points. Aurora, top. What happened at the top of that bridge? That man ended up falling down, and he actually ended up hurting Aurora with the rotation that they were looking to do into the main island.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate there. I mean, that's what it's all about. You know, you're trying to be able to get into that end game and make those plays, and if you're Aurora, 24 points on the board, you can't shake your head at, and S2G being able to get that win, push themselves up to 3rd place. I like what we were talking about there about Nongshim a little bit earlier, right? They
just look at the elements.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. 18 eliminations, and they would have gotten even more if it wasn't for those clutch plays from Vitality right there, because we saw absolute Hyunbin in action making some serious plays, but hey, again, super clutch moments here.
We have to talk about some of these other teams that are currently on the second page. I know it is the first day of PMWC and EWC 26 finals. It's only 2 games. Notice here, especially with the passengers that you were talking about earlier, Natura, as well as OG. OG needs to start being a little bit more aggressive and making sure that they look a bit more cohesive when you are being aggressive, because they were pushing one by one. It seems like a chicken without its head.
Yeah, it really did. And
Easy
also
chicken
they're losing players very, very early on. I think we've had that in both games now, where they're losing at least 1 or 2 of their players. Godlike have had a better opportunity to keep their players alive. They've been split up a little bit more. They've been using a little bit more of the zone, but it's just when they actually get down to the fight towards the end game, that's where they start to falter, and that's why we're not seeing those strategies convert into points. So that's what we need to see there.
And India, if I have learned anything about OG, it is they need their 3rd game. So don't count them out yet. I've learned my lesson. Don't you
सही भाई बहन यकी दाइयां ना और जी नाल भी ते गोट लाइक नाल इलाज
prioritize just kind of
सुके मरन
what the rest of the teams are doing, making their game plan. Game 3, 4 is where they set their sights on fire.
I like that one. Now this is the group of death. This is the group of death, and this does feel like a finals right now with the way that some of these teams are playing. One man that I know is happy because he ended up picking that team that was in the top 3 here, none other than Team Flash. Maxman is looking to make sure he reverses curse. So let's send it over to Maxman in Calaris.
उससे एक बंदे ने लिया ना सबको
नहीं अगर फलक गलती की थी ना वो जिस टाइम फ्री फायर देना पहना उस टाइम फलक उसने फ्री फायर नहीं तो इजीली ले बन जाएगा.
I saw the hot drop that could happen on the map before this event. I'm like, they're not going to go for it because Enigma Galaxy has been dropping in Pachinki before I was even born, and yet a team is trying to contest it away from them. And as he said, they're going for the hot drop, but they're not fighting and very confused, and they just see the loot truck pass by like, oh, my P90. No P90. So Ida I might want to change that because it's not helping you out.
I think it's going to be difficult for them to go up against that, but we will see if it continues. Ralph also a little bit confused. Let's pivot kind of where we're at here as well. They've already alluded to it on the desk and how things have gone down so far for S2G.
अभी पता है डेली के 6 मैचेस होने हैं, टोटल 18 मैचेस होने हैं. अभी 16 मैचेस रहते हैं, इजी है, कुछ भी हो सकता है.
For S2G, that was very, very impressive.
Yeah, it's just a domain expansion double.
हाँ बहुत मैच हुआ. 786 welcome. Yeah, share that Tajesh.
786 भाई कैसी हो?
And win the fight off the back of that. When you're near the water, when you have these open-ended finish, hovercraft are, I'm gonna have to say it, they're completely broken. And
होता है
they
कभी
full use of it until the very end of that game.
A tough circle though, right? If you think about where Aurora was when it comes
Already
to the
win
bridge as
कर गए
well,
थे.
we're having kind of conversations in the back about this is a military island kind of heavy team, and yet the bridge seems like a conundrum to them that can't solve like a Rubik's Cube.
It was a bit weird, especially because Top was on top of the bridge itself. And I think the player 4 Thrive's got an angle onto him, so he goes down, kind of drops to his death at that point, right? And then the team tries to go and back up and hopefully get him back up on his 2 feet. But then Al-Ula were very sneaky, pushing right behind them on the bridge.
हाँ 14 to take लिया भाई इसके. Easy chicken easy.
So you know what? First Durangle, it's fine, but the next Durangle, they need to show up.
All right, thank you very much, Maxman. It is time to head on over.
अगर उसे मार गए ना लास्ट बंदा चाह गए ना चिकन इजी है. हम ऑलरेडी सोलो रह गए सारे प्लेयर.
There we go. We'll pick up that throw. Thank you very much, James. There's a good arc on that one. Swift, great elbow on you. You can tell he used to be a drummer, but we'll be beating the drums of absolute anticipation.
यार ये 2 मैचेस में हमेशा किल्स ज्यादा निकालते हैं. दूसरा फिर रंगल का है जियो.
Yeah, national guns as well as we get into this game because it is going to be a lot to talk about going so far.
दूसरा फिर रंगल का.
Even from watching the desk to watching the stage hits to watching the interviews, there's a lot to break down over the last match. And even just the 2 games we've had so far, there's been a lot going on. 4 tries on that first game, having a little bit of a misstep, and then coming to the second one, looking a lot better. But so many good scenes. I'm very confident.
यार शुक्र ठीक है वो जो रोंडो वाला खेलते हैं ना वो बहुत बेकार मैच है.
PUBG Mobile right
एक
now.
तो उसमें रिकॉल भी है. लेकिन जो भी हो ना ये इंडिया वाले ऊपर नहीं आने चाहिए. ये नीचे ठीक है जैसे अभी घूम रहे हैं नीचे.
Shooting range to start off down towards Novo. Straight through the center, really easy one here.
वो हो गया ना वो पहला रोंडो था. उसमें भी कुछ फायदा नहीं हुआ सिर्फ 2 पॉइंट्स मिले.
Like you said before, looked a little bit weakened. Right.
इंशाल्लाह ये मैच अच्छा जाएगा.
ये जाएगा.
The team's very experienced around this area of the map. Should not be.
Okay, तो 40 हमारे पास मौजूद है 9वें नंबर पे.
You are a bit more in control of. Wasn't the case here.
10वें पे है. 40 10वें पे है. गोल्ड लाइक 12वें पे है. OG 15वें पे है. जियो.
You'd hope they'd be able to bounce back from that one here. Obviously, it was a nice start on game 1, but that didn't really.
Alula.
Ilulla team में
obviously for Tiamba as well.
Ilulla team ठीक खेलती है.
On their opening game of Rondo, only 2 added to that count. See Milu still living in.
यार ऑलरेडी बहुत अच्छे जोन कवर हो गए थे.
He was popping off.
बस वो हुरा के साथ अगर फाइट निकाल लेते ना इजी था चिकन. क्योंकि आगे प्लेयर सब सोलो रह गए.
From Aura and Aurora. And where's that zone going to go? We've had some wacky zones this LAN. It's been kind of crazy.
Yeah, most circles have just been very strange so far, very odd to play. We had a couple towards the end of survival stage.
ये पता है 40 वालों के पास ना लैंडिंग वाला बंदा नहीं है. इनको कोई 5वां प्लेयर देना चाहिए लैंडिंग के लिए और वो हम किनको को भेजेंगे.
Digma Galaxy versus Ida.
वो पॉजिटिव का इनको हवा में ही मरवाएगा इंशाल्लाह.
By the way, is actually very strange. I'll explain once it's done. I mean, Kalaris already went over it.
Digma Galaxy,
The context is crazy on it. The Ralph with the empty.
गलत.
There's some good shots done. Actually,
अबे निगमा फिर चढ़ गई.
But already losing a player does feel bad, and it being Coops is even worse. Taking on the side, Lord hits some shots with Abacan. It's back and forth here. Swain last left.
IDA का लास्ट एंड यहाँ पे IDA के साथ है. गेंद बहुत बुरा हुआ यार. बहुत बुरा हुआ.
Insane that they continue to come here.
for context,
ओए उज़ैफा भी पुचिंकी में है इस बार पुचिंकी चूज किया है
years upon years, and they say it every time. In fact, they actually say it to the crowd and to all the players. We will never.
यार निगमा अभी टॉप पे जा रही है निगमा के देखो अभी एक प्लेयर तो ऑलरेडी डाउन है इनका 3 प्लेयर रह गए अभी 40 के पास अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी है अगर वो पुश करते हैं ना तो इजीली ले सकते हैं उज़ैफा और T24 यहाँ पे मौजूद है आई थिंक ये पुश करेंगे स्पॉट किया जाता है डाउन किया गया फिनिश उज़ैफा
So as much as there was a pop off of them defending their
2 प्लेयर रह चुके हैं यहाँ पे नगमा के
like you say 4 Thrives know you're slightly weak. They'll look to get in there, twist the knife and completely knock them out of the game, denying any more points on this.
I mean, to be honest,
2v4 की फाइट है
they see a big hubbub go over by the Nigma Galaxy camp and they're like they've just won that fight.
We should get involved.
We should fly over.
Rauf सही कैंप करके बैठा
But you got to make the point somehow. Ralph the M249 looking for some good damage.
गाड़ी पे कौन आया
The shouts from the crowd start to ring out.
गाड़ी पे अपनी है फलक निकल रहा है यहाँ
4 Thrives might look to back away from this one, allowing Ralph as well as Satan to live another day. Circle did move up towards the northeast side. I don't know what Ida's doing, man. It's
क्या कर रहे हैं?
Throwing away all of your errand goals.
Yeah, it feels like one of those where it's kind of cutting your nose off to spite your face.
Yeah.
Spot किया गया है बंदे को I think spot किया गया.
Spot too. If it's not
यार
working,
spot किया गया है. गए 40 फलक गया. गए फलक and T24. पुश करेंगे इस पे.
If you don't need to. But for 4 Thrives, can they find those
elims
they wanted off the back of this counter play? T24 spotted on the drop.
ना कर T24 बच्चा ही लड़ेगा साथ लड़ेगा.
And of course for you, you can get involved with that Naruto event at home.
40 up top. T24, he's got an inkling. Smells him out on this one. Senses his Reiatsu inside the building. Satan underneath. Ooh, slightly slow on the timing there. And T24 tries to use the DBS. He's swinging around in circles. Satan's not sure where to look on this.
बस अब गया. ओए
Finds the first.
Heavy बच गया.
Ralph is nowhere nearby to help. Drops him down to 1.
बच गया भोसड़ी का. मेरी गांड फट गई थी.
Church held.
Then get the revive back on T24.
एक और कैंपर बैठा हुआ है यहाँ पे रऊफ ये अभी सिर्फ और सिर्फ चिकन के लिए खेलेंगे उसके लिए पॉइंट्स
You win it twice. You win the hot drop twice.
विटैलिटी के एक आदमी भी यहाँ पे मौजूद है.
It happens again. It costs you a game, and not even because of them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, that's the thing. It just comes back to haunt you, right? Here we go. This is the full replay on it.
IDA के साथ बहुत बुरा हुआ यार. It's not good.
Oh mate, it's carnage from the start. Obviously, we had Coops go down early. Like you say, they pop off to win it. We saw the celebration from Ralph, literally sending a message live in the event. Live in the flesh. Said it with his chest. They deserve the drop spot. But Ida don't want to give it up. And it's just really making it uncomfortable for both of those teams to get anything in these games.
It's the best Nigma Galaxy's looked in a long time as well. I think that's the saddest thing about it. Now it's happened in finals. And it's happened so frequently in the past as well, where Nigma Galaxy's just got to challenge another team for their drop spot. It's not guaranteed theirs for sure, but
spot किया जाता है.
They've held it the entire tournament. Come on, guys.
गया. एक बेचारे को ले गए. You are up
Aurora, whose top will find him on the move. 4 Thrives did peace out, going slightly deeper into the zone to do a bit of loot, and obviously wasting a decent amount of time on that as well for the elim they were able to garner.
Vitality down towards the southwest.
ये ठीक है बहन जिनको हर बार ये मिल जाता है यार.
But they grab themselves the loot truck. Fiend as much as they can out from there. Circle up towards that north side.
ओए you Aurora इसको इसकी गांड मार के जाओ.
Shooting range area. Tiamba tighten it in with E-Arena, Aurora. godlike.
अबे यार.
Salme currently holding down the gas station. Pops up tire. He can't come through here for repairs.
नॉक निकाल सकता है.
He's got more bullets though.
Yeah, only 18 left.
ओए मनिया. गांड मार इसकी भी गांड मार.
Let's see if he can turn some bodies cold on this pusher. Top going to drop down back behind the car. So Aurora taking a fair bit of damage. More reserve taps now. Got to find himself some ammo to play with. Switch it out to the Tommy just to keep.
अबे भोसड़ी के SMG है.
Spraying it through, cutting the grass, but not quite finding the shots over towards the players.
300 मीटर पे मार रहा है.
Next circle, 10 seconds roughly on this one. Aurora still figuring out where they want to play. Probably going to be a big old retreat.
यार इससे ज़्यादा common sense तो हमारे बैंक जो क्या कामी में है.
Hardship potentially.
कामी को पता है close range वाली कौन सी है. कामी को पता है long range वाली कौन सी है बैंक जो. क्या कर रहे हैं?
Big old mountainside.
What is this, bro?
Never mind, it's horrible. I lied to you. It's not
ओ इस बेचारे के पास गन जो नहीं है क्या करे कुछ तो करेगा
अबे उसने गोलियां वैनी ही नहीं इतनी दूर राइट ही डाय वैनी हां
चलो ट्राई करने में क्या हर्ज है
Woman from E Arena once again being able to throw out some big uppercuts. That's back onto Aurora. So single knock there with the Tianba POV on rotation. Getting themselves into a fair place so far. Mormon keeping it going.
ULF petrol pump.
Ooh, that's vitality as well with Razy hitting
a
big blow. A lot of fights breaking out across the battleground. Individuals being knocked. Ulf coming in with some show-stopping rotates. Oh, right. Wizgod had that one.
Heavy bro, heavy grenade.
Got it primed. I mean,
heavy driver था भाई सीधा घुसा
दिया. But yeah, got shot down very, very quickly there. Scarface looks to send a nade, but I don't even know if I think it's worth it.
Ulf's
deep on the south side of the map. Need to swing back further up. In Yazway, Alula instantly takes up the cliffside.
Oh, Alula abhi bhi zinda hai.
They're going to go loot Severny. I mean, to be fair, they had taken quite a fair hit.
देख दे इनके हालात देख फिर लेटे हुए हैं भोसड़ी के.
बहुत बातें करवा लो और कुछ नहीं. वोट लाइक एक प्लेयर रह गया मैंने 3 ये ऑलरेडी मरवा चुके हैं. ओजी का 4 के 4 पूरे हैं अभी तक वो रिवाइव हो गए.
Tiamba tackling against the vitality kills once more. And it's Milu that's already showing that consistent form. Putting himself up to 10 elims on the day, I believe, then after that. Nice start for the first 3 games.
Milu keeping it a little bit quiet though. Now playing a little bit of a split on this one. They've got Eagle a little bit further forward, perched up. Over towards Aura. Very much slowing down now at the halfway portion, Jackie.
40 बेचारी zone में खज्जल हो रही है.
Trying to maintain some of that lead because some teams have struck out in a big way. I mean, Enigma Galaxy absolutely 30 points right now. Aurora at 26. They were able to earn 3 after that last game. On the first, I think they were got 23 on that one, so last game was a bit of a dud.
S2G का एक और down.
This one centers up over towards Tiamba as well as Aura, so those 2 compounds there are going to be a really big deal. Aura actually has the high ground on this one, the plateau that surrounds them. Very nice to be able to take shots out towards teams as they push on in. Sadly, Alula's much more high ground spot gets pulled off.
यार ये ना क्या लिखा यार मैंने तो लूला.
Towards that western side. Yasser pulled away. I like this move from 4 Thrives though, Jackie. This is good.
इस गेम में आ जाएगा जिस हिसाब से वो जा रही है ना.
Counters we've seen individually.
जैसा लग रहा है आ जाएगा.
We know that can be very explosive. Let's see if they can bring the boom on this
one. निकलता है ना प्रेशर खत्म हो जाएगा.
Quick on top.
ये बंदे को स्पॉट किया यहाँ पे।
Got a pump action in the back pocket, ready for it if they can close the gap. Bit of
तो फाइट नहीं ले रहे, ये भी नहीं ले रहे, वो भी
on the
नहीं ले
top
रहे।
side with claws relatively close to assist.
लेकिन ये लेंगे।
Fast reactions onto the
लुल्ले
position
फाइट ले
of
रहे हैं
fire,
यहाँ
but
पे।
the shot's not connected.
लुल्ला वर्सेस 40।
Falak taking a little bit of damage here, down to half. Claws as a nade though, it's not the craziest of sends on
40
this
फिर
one.
नीचे
Good
है।
bounce on it actually.
Already
A
hard
little bit
time
on
in
target.
Ireland,
If he had the mood, I mean, Falak just takes the time. Here's the arc on that one, so he doesn't want to have any part of it. Tough circle though, man.
I
Very,
think
very
when we
tough
fight
circle.
one
The
against
center
one, we
is
back
taken
off
up by
us.
that water. I actually do really like S2G's position. They're playing over towards those compounds that
No,
sit just
back
a
kar
little
len,
bit
back
east
kar len,
over
back kar len.
towards the lake itself.
और हाइट पे जा रहा है।
Oh, sorry, the cliff face, you got flashed down towards those compounds, but S2G currently playing on that rocky outcrop on the northern side, just holding out teams on the south here.
T24
Tim
push भी
Campbell's
करा ना।
actually even gonna
Oh, push करता है
crunch in
T24।
towards that little bank.
Fine margins between this going wrong for either of these two teams in 4-5s and Alula. So not wanting to risk it too much. Meanwhile, OG crossing past the crosshairs of Nonshin Red Force with Zizzy taking the peak over the top. Got the heavy weaponry ready to rock them if they stay close by. And luckily they have at least been able to create some space between the two. Double back over to the bridge where Rolf is stationed.
Yeah, they know OG's in the area as well. See, Aaron struggled versus them earlier on his flying maneuver into the gas station. Tried to go for the movie entrance, but we went straight to credits instead. Yeah, Ulf hoping to hold them on the bridge side. Next circle though, I'm feeling the pizza slice here over towards the west. I mean, Aurora currently have a really strong position on it, and we do head over there.
Oh,
in
what
fact.
zone gone
It's
by?
like a case of Aurora holding the central spot. They have a lot of 360 vision, but it's very open, Jackie. This is a very, very open area, a little bit of fun. There's quite a few radio towers and the square concretes that sit underneath them that end up being
शुक्र है स्पाइडरमैन वाली भी नहीं है बहन। स्पाइडरमैन वाली पता ही नहीं चलता कहाँ से आके मार के चला जाता है।
Already sending over. But this is quite a nice spot for
भागने वाली फिर भी काबू हो जाती है, स्पाइडरमैन वाली नहीं
a bit
काबू
of a
होती।
crescent lit behind them as well.
Well, that's the last man for Enigma Galaxy, and Ralph trying to stay alive for as long as he can.
Oh,
but finally falls to
S2G। Oh, heavy। Uzaifa ने किल उठा लिया S2G का। बहुत heavy। एक किल उरन उठा लिया। Good। यार एक दिन मेरा सीट ही मारी हुई कसम।
Jackie and ran straight into titanium wall.
इन चूतियों को बाहर बिठाना चाहिए। ये चूतियां
दरवाजे ने सामने को बैन। इतने मंगो बैगी।
Sits them a little bit further ahead. Make up for that previous match there on Arundel. Not the greatest of pushes across the bridge to begin.
To be fair, with Nigma and S2G going down early, not
खुद ही सड़ी के।
Unfortunately for Godlike, Adamino unable to.
मैं जो सिर्फ बातें करवा लो और कुछ नहीं।
Towards him, Furia will get their mates back up and live on to fight on this.
बस इनसे ना मिडल फिंगर्स दिखवा लो। मैं जो वो फुदू लॉबी में जाके मार के क्या भी तुम लोग इंसान का प्लेयर हो। वो टीम गए, वो जोनाथन गए। ओजी नहीं, गोल्ड लाइक गई।
अच्छा, ये भी उनकी टीम है।
गोल्ड लाइक भी इंडियन है ना, ओजी भी इंडियन।
दो टीम है इनकी।
दो टीम। बा ओजी भी गई भाई।
आहा वाला है, बहुत आवाज़ खुश हो गया। ये ले। एक बंदा ये ले जाएगा ये बंदा। वो नेट करा दी। एक नेट सारे गए। एक नेट करा दो।
Back and forth blows, but Orangutan still
being able to withstand. उनका भी लॉस है।
Yeah, that's a nice flick back up towards the Wizard Tower.
Revive
Keeps him
देंगे।
pinned in position, so he can't provide too much Overwatch.
बोसली मैन बच गए।
No position like the rest of his team. It's a cool side swipe coming through from tops as well. Caused so many problems on the back line there for Nongshim. Red Force just weren't quite quick enough. He's going to have an even deeper look into this one. He wants to get up close and personal, investigate. Potentially some more eliminations here left at the crime scene.
3 player पर alive होगा इनके कुछ ही.
He's still trying to get an angle on this. Minute you got to move, he'll be ready for the catch. And Furia over on the other side of the coast have been taking shots over as well, so it's all been a little bit uncomfortable for the 4 squads that have been collapsing in onto that one position. This gas station for OG somehow being a very formidable defensive area.
Oh, zone check kar, open edge. Full open.
Calling it from
Anaski.
I got a little bit lucky, but yeah, Aurora in a really, really good spot now. This is definitely redeemable city here for Aurora. We just need to not see them go for something silly again. That is all.
Yeah, just keep their cards close to their chest and be able to close this
one
out.
उसका मोबाइल देख कहाँ पे रखा हुआ उसने आंखों के आगे बिल्कुल मुंह
वो ऐसे ही खेलता है बिल्कुल
मुंह के अंदर घुसाए हुए
early. It has presented that opportunity, and like you say, if they can grab it, you've recovered from that. About game 2. Everything looks good for them, and they'd actually be on that podium spot.
नेट कहाँ करा रहे अंदर कराओ भोसड़ी मैन वालों.
But that's still in the future. Still a lot of other teams that could potentially look to upset them. So we'll stick
OG ने कितने पॉइंट है? OG ने पॉइंट साथ दूं घाटा. 14 ने पॉइंट चेक कर. ओए गया फलक डाउन हो गया. 4 डाउन हो गया.
प्रोग्राम बड़ी.
बढ़ गए 2 बंदे आ गए.
I like that though. Good smoke.
T24 बिल्कुल बेकार है ना.
Isolate this engagement between them and 4
4 आ गए. पता नहीं क्यों edge. IQ आ गए.
Makes a ton of sense to me as well.
IQ भी वैसे.
बड़ा ही IQ. ओए.
That's a long nade.
यार ओपन नहीं तो सिल्लाने देना ना आ रहे. बोटे हो.
Yeah, I mean, that's so massively long.
Zone ने mid चुई. Platinum no
open में revive देने आ.
They want to go into grab the bits. Drop the
ये pressure में है पता है.
You're now in a position where other teams can take shots onto you for free.
ये pressure में खेल रहे हैं. उसे साफ से नहीं खेल रहे हैं.
Good. I mean, Doc is holding on.
बहुत pressure में.
I think he's got that mentality where it's like, well, I'm sorry guys, I ran out that time. I will play anchor for the rest of the day, and I will keep you lads safe. It's a good shot over towards Silence.
यार pressure तो होना है ना. मैं जो पूरा पाकिस्तानों ने पता नहीं क्या पूरी पाकिस्तान वालों ने कौन सा स्ट्रीमर है जिसने नहीं किया, कौन सा यूट्यूबर है जिसने इनके ऊपर क्या कुछ नहीं बोला.
Not likely in the near future they're going to be
इनके ऊपर बहुत आस पास के बैठे हुए हैं.
And they need that util, they need that ammo to carry on inside of this match. Tiamba though.
Placement point भी नहीं निकला. 17-20 point है बस.
Had to restock and get themselves ready for what's yet to come. Tiamba, they've been doing a pretty effective job of harassing a lot of our other squads from distance as well throughout the past couple minutes, keeping pressure on them. Playing a little bit safer here in their setup. Window peak with good eye line onto some of the other teams. Scarface on the long wrap around.
नहीं मिलेंगे ना.
Ridge over towards the bridge
वो
side.
दूसरे point भी तो मिलेंगे अभी.
Near Vitality and Flash. This is his angle on the move. Ooh, spotted out. Starting to lose his HP bit by bit. Got to drop down to the deck and hope that he can hold on.
14 से 17 point कोई फायदा नहीं है.
Someone's mover here, the pitter patter
बहुत
of
कम
the footfall. Close the distance. Scarface is instead just going to go for the heel. Tops pulls the pin.
लेकिन ऊपर वाले की भी तो इतने ज़्यादा नहीं है ना. वो भी तो ऑलरेडी डाउन जा रही है. निग्मा गैलेक्सी टॉप पे है. उसका एक बंदा वो ऑलरेडी फिनिश हो चुकी है. निग्मा गैलेक्सी फिर रहेगी. अरोरा रहेगी है. अरोरा अभी देखते हैं अरोरा क्या करती है.
Over towards Bose. Top though is the one to refrag over towards that. Tiamba aching moving forward. Gets behind that.
Aurora भी eliminate हो
This is a
गया.
good
18
spot to
points
aggress over towards Aurora on. But more importantly, hold out on the southeast side. Good nades again. Goodness me, Aurora's having none of it.
You feel the base on that one. More coming as well. Airburst over the top side, trying to arc it round the corner. Ooh. Eagles crossing his fingers, hoping the smoke is enough to get the pick-up play back on Aching to stay alive.
I wonder if they're going to push this, Jackie.
I mean, with a molly, you get the spread on it, just try to follow up off the back. You know they're weak.
Oh man, I think they just wanted to get the flush at least, but not meant to be. That's a lot of nades invested there for basically nothing. Aking's going to send back one of his own. Now they're fully set up over here.
क्या ही बचे हैं ये लोग दोनों.
कहीं गोलियां भी कोई मारियां बैंड है. हालांकि पीछे टीम खड़ी. ये हुआ जा भी ना वाओ मैप वाली. बैंड पोते नहीं. ना कर के चढ़ो इधर से.
Survives the first blaster shrapnel and should survive the second.
उन्होंने सही से नेट नहीं किया. एक नेट सही आया तो दोनों जाते.
Although the shrapnel hits him in the face, he takes that peek and shuts one player down once again. 6 nades thrown out for no real follow-up from it. So it goes both ways for either of these two teams. Top with the instant adjustment back over onto E Arena. No, he's being collapsed from 2 sides between this team.
Shreps now. Get the res on of E Arena. E Arena, you know, actually haven't been too bad. I think for the points they currently have, it's 19, but they've been consistently up towards at least the top 8 every game. Vitality still taking more shots here. Tiamba is the one to take down tops. Tiamba's playing as a 4-man, and genuinely the way they weather the storm here versus Aurora, they have a place to play inside the circle going forward. It's more about dealing with the couple of players inside of that shack right there. And it's hard to line up those nades past the side.
Okay.
Always have that angle of Doc to worry about. He is
yes,
so critical to his other 2 teammates living.
Schweppes with a bit of a forward scout play in the buggy, reading onto it.
Yeah, Aurora कौन से मुल्क की है? ये मेरे ख्याल में उसकी है ना.
Thing is though, they've been here for so long and they've invested so many nades, so many bullets that they're starting to run dry and can't actually push out to get themselves anything. Availability of crates becoming an all-time premium. The longer this goes on, the worse it gets for Tiamba.
Mongolia.
Yeah, they needed a break, honestly. And that break
Mongolia की टीम पहले भी बहुत अच्छा खेलती थी.
Get those nades over towards Aurora. E Arena making a massive swing.
ये दूसरे भी तो वही है ना, Vitality जो है, जो अभी 11वें नंबर पे है. ये तो वर्ल्ड चैंपियन है Vitality.
Towards Vitality, they are trying to stop 2 teams from squeezing them together. But they will. This is a good play. This is actually a good play. It's a desperate play. It's very much needed for Tiamba right now as Aking moves in. Razak last step alive. Where's the rest of the team? QZZ moves in. How is Razak living this?
Oh, this is unbelievable. Razak raising hell amidst the chaos as he stands.
Vitality पुरानी टीम है उसकी. BTR वाली है.
But they pop off on that one against Tiamba.
ये वही पुरानी टीम है. जैसे पहले IR थी, अभी 40 हो गई है. ये वही पुरानी टीम है.
Any kind of supplies to play on, and it does not work how they wanted.
Wild stuff. The arena now.
यार BTR already champion है.
Send some nades in. Joel's the first to fall off the back of that. They have just played this game nice and slow from that northern side, trying not to get.
जिसको कार भी मिली थी.
Been saving up these nades for that end game. Mormon will move in.
कौन सी ईयर की आप बात कर रहे हो?
Completely cleans them out. This guy's been unbelievable with the S12K today.
मैं उस टाइम पाकिस्तान में था जब BTR चैंपियन बनी थी. और 3 साल तो मुझे इधर हो गए.
Finishes off the stragglers. Slowly but surely, the team's exit stage left and the final fight begins to have itself set up. Furia coming back in with some of that firepower we had seen prior. Good damage onto E Arena. Tony K that's knocked behind the hard cover. Joker looks to wrap over to see if he can save his mate and put them back into an equal situation.
कौन सी टीम जीत सकती है? यहाँ पे दोनों टीम्स ऑलरेडी जोन में मौजूद हैं. EA versus ULF.
Igor's
बढ़ गई.
Still coming out strong. He wants more on the game, and they are delivering. Igor's down, big player on the squad. Now it's time for the likes of Isla as well as Chief to stand up tall. They saved all their potential up for that late game, though. We saw how much ammo they still had more, how many smokes they still had remaining. His team basically played this one out for the chicken dinner.
Oh, Fury MG चाहिए.
Not worth it unless they get the chicken dinner.
वही बताना है, MG ये ना बैठ जाए देखो.
The amount they saved up, 5 nades still in the hand of Schweppes. Getting a second place is nice though.
to
work with. Furia is lining up for a big old bombardment from E-Arena in the near future though.
He go down, man. It's kind of so brutal because he really has been this pop-off player for the team.
स्पॉट करने की कोशिश की जा रही है फ्यूरिया की
It's not
जानिब
going to
से
be enough of a deficit to really make this one uncomfortable.
For Igors, he's just providing all the information back all the time. Chief moves up over towards the loot crate. The nade has to be invested. Don't use it on that. Yeah, good. I was thinking that he was going to send it over towards Igors. But he is just calling every single time they pull the pin on this one. When to move and when not to. Finally, the play zone takes him out.
3v3.
Fury is blind again.
You lose your eyes in the back line and have to rely on your gun skill now. Standoff between these two teams with open space in front of them, waiting to be crunched forth. Silence with the big guns in the back line, ready to spray.
Doll one मारता हूँ ना team eliminate हो.
Towards the middle here.
Walk by Mega
blind. I mean, they can't have moved that far. Unless Igor's giving her back the worst information in the world, but yeah, I mean, for Fury, I think there's a little bit of scaredness of that front line being aggressed upon.
Hey, but they just team नहीं होनी पई. मतलब proper team ने नाल. Grenade भी नजर आने हैं, बंदे गायब भी नजर आने हैं. Extreme तो सी भी कर सकते हैं. मतलब कोई भी normal बंदा भी कर सकता है. लेकिन इस पास तो investment देनी पड़नी.
Just dashing them out. It's gone wide, man. Start forest fire out in this field of Erangel right now. Be the best opportunity for them. That one actually hits.
नहीं भाई हमने नहीं करना.
Okay.
Norman versus
I think we could just wait on these nades. There's plenty of time to wait on this one.
3v3 की fight है. Already जो advantage मुझे नजर आ रहा है.
In the near future.
Oh.
बताओ कौन सी टीम जीतेगी चलो
फ्यूरिया निकल जाएगी फ्यूरिया 3v2 की फाइट होगी अभी
बताओ कौन जीतेगा
EWC मरमोन निकलेगा
There's been an end game. It has been an end game.
ये इसको हम जी यूज करने नहीं आ रहे
confused everyone.
बजाना इसको हम जी चाह गए ना
Silence now.
पूरा ले जाएंगे चल
पूरा खुद ने एलिमिनेट हो गई
on the road.
Oh, sorry. Ayla.
Could make all the difference. Joker's
और लुल्ला भी eliminate हो गई.
Ayla. क्या नाम है इसका? ये जो लेटा है ये बंदा ले जाएगा. बस खत्म करो.
He actually did.
Oh, okay.
नहीं. फ्यूरिया भी लेके जा सकती है. एक और स्पॉट किया जाता है.
Warning shots out, low on health, got about half left to play with. Runs in towards the trees, got the shotty in his hands now. Yeah, all right, it's all kicking off here.
बस बढ़ गई भाई. देखिए ना ले गया ना. वो टेबल तोड़ देंगे वो.
ये के पास एडवांटेज था वो. बहुत एडवांटेज.
Good game from E-Arena. I think the game plan was great. I think everyone confused one another right at the end. Igors, as he went down, I think he might have thrown out some information that was maybe less than useful. Unfortunate stuff. To be fair, whilst he was still alive, they had a real good pinpoint on what E-Arena was doing. So I am joking. It's a joke, guys. I do think Igors.
इनके पास already zone था ना Arena के पास.
Yeah, still a weird end game.
Yeah, it was a lot of utility investment with not too much information. Kind of felt like it was, we don't want to push, so we're just going to lob everything. And then have that respectful gunfight once we get in.
Exactly, because I do think that for E-Arena, they just waited a little bit longer. Went towards the tree line. With the amount of nades they had, they could have blanketed the entire thing. But even then, they were like bouncing them out into the blues. It's a little strange. Was a little strange. And you're right. I also did not expect that to be the first.
Bot नहीं पता नहीं उसको क्या हुआ. वो pressure में खेल रही है यार. बहुत गलत.
After all that waiting, it was kind of really like a curveball just came in. Swift gut punch. Didn't expect that.
I know they're behind. I'm just going to go for it. All right.
वो मिरामर सही खेलते हैं 14 है मिरामर सही खेलती है
Let's see, अभी तीसरा भी है ना रंगल का फिर उसके बाद 2 मेरा मार के
sick of playing battleships but yeah overall I think if we look a little bit prior into that game, I think Aurora, the way they set themselves up.
Open में जो लेट के आके सीखा है उन्होंने वो उन्होंने सीखा है इससे कामरान से कामी से तो कामी से हमसे मुलाकात हुई थी तो कामी ने बताया था कि आप जाके घास में लेट जाया करो आपको किल मिल जाएंगे लेकिन उन्होंने ये बताना भूल गए थे कि वो गोल्ड लॉबी में होता है बैठ
The play almost works, but the speed at which they do it, like we're getting crunched right now, we have to just fly over towards this team and take them out. They have no qualms about just fully going for it. I really like that, and I think that that's the type of play style.
हाँ कल अच्छा खेले थे यार ये भी Let's see.
नहीं कमबैक होगा वेट करो
वो करेगी
just kind of popped off on the hold. Yes. Honestly, it was better play from him than it was bad play from them. He just popped off on a solo mission where it's like, oh, fair play. You've actually kind of owned us there.
Yeah.
But what the play was meant to do was great. They needed ammo, they needed supplies, and they went for it. So
absolutely.
It was a head-on call.
आज ही अगर ना टॉप 3 में आ गई ना अपनी 40 फिर ये इजीली लेके जा सकते हाँ तू खुदा सड़ी के लान मारी के बातें करवा लो बस और कुछ भी नहीं
ओ भाई छोड़ो प्रमोशन मैच चल रहा है बस
टॉप 10 आने
we're going to be getting stuck into the board hopefully maybe not for some
dominator प्रमोशन चल रहा है
the person with the least score is going to have to give their hot take so let's jump into it you guys
यार लाला बहुत ज्यादा लगा दी है ना इतनी ज्यादा नहीं लगानी चाहिए तभी तो इन पे प्रेशर बना हुआ है क्योंकि जाहिर सी बात है अब ऐसा तो हो नहीं सकता कि वो सोशल मीडिया इस्तेमाल नहीं करते जाहिर सी बात है सोशल मीडिया तो देखना है तो जिस हिसाब की वीडियोस लगी हैं तो वो ऑटोमेटिकली बंदा प्रेशर होता है
okay all right
this is good there you go James there you go
you don't hit me please oh it's a 17 currently Neptune last with 6
no way Oh, a double 17.
It's a triple 17.
It's a triple one, I don't know.
That means Neptura is last.
Are you serious?
Yep. What's your hot take, Neptura?
My hot take is that the Uzi is a bad weapon and shouldn't be played.
Win the match. No, still there is no any like clear clarification for the match.
That one was mine.
It will be clear on 16.
वो जोन होल्ड करने के चक्कर में किया ना तो इस वजह से लग गया
यार यही तो समझ नहीं आ रही ना ओपन में वो आए हैं जिस तक मेरा ख्याल है या तो वो केंजो के साथ खेले हैं ठीक है या तो फिर वो कामरान के साथ खेले हैं इन दोनों में से किसी एक के साथ खेले हैं ठीक है कुछ ना कुछ तो यहाँ पे गड़बड़ है
That's all that matters really.
It's on the board.
Here we
I haven't missed.
Kalaris now. Forearm strength. It's good. It's good.
Ooh. That could be a treble.
That's nice.
Get out of the danger zone. The splash zone's coming for you, Kale.
Good maths.
What? Oh, that's a triple.
Okay.
Triple 3.
God. All right, here you go, mate. Take this.
I'm pretty sure it's currently the lowest. Wait, no, it's not.
I'm
John's
on a 5.
Lowest. Yes, John's the lowest.
Or is that a 2? It's a 5, I think.
It's a 5.
Oh, and that's a 2.
That is a 2.
I've been saved by the upside down version of my own
Jack,
number.
it's your turn.
There you go.
Okay, hot take. Dino Park and Vikendi, infinitely better than Ronda. I miss it. Bring it back.
Oh, okay.
All right, considering I actually lost the first round, I should probably do a hot take because I cheated you out of it. I'm so sorry. Tiamba will not win PMWC despite looking really good.
I feel like I've got to follow in with a hot take as well.
Oh, okay.
I feel like over-reliance on ARs, nonsense. I want DMRs in, give the players a little bit more expression in the secondary slot, you know? Those submachine guns, something else popping in. Give a little bit more individuality. That's what I want to see.
I like
Last day jitna maza aana hai utna hi
I
pressure
want all
hona
of your opinions from the viewers at home. You in the chat. Tell us what you think. Let us know right here, right now. What are your controversial takes?
Smash rule तो होगा लेकिन उसका नहीं लगता कि उस तक पहुंचेगी स्मैश रूल वही है ना मतलब जो चिकन ले लिया उसने क्या नाम है वो जीत जाएगी जैसे इसने जीता था इधर, क्या नाम है, PMGU जीता था, वैसे ही ना।
आवाज डबल नहीं हो रही तेरी?
नहीं तो मैं कल में उत्ते बैठा, तले बैठा शायद इसको। हाँ वही ना।
If I'm not mistaken, Niftura, I think you actually won at darts, and I think you got that chicken dinner.
I did.
You were lied to, but
very mad.
In this last game, E-Arena wasn't lied to, Max, because E-Arena came out with the win.
I never know how to react to an E-Arena win now since that Rondo 39-pointer. I'm like, okay, that's great. That's a cool win. But what's next? No, it genuinely was a good game. It was very open-ended finish between Furia and E-Arena. I think it was kind of even-Steven until eventually Ayala got a little bit overly aggressive on that push. Then he gave them an advantage, and E-Arena using every resource they had available to get that win. Good to see, but again, I need to see that continue in your next coming matches.
Take it away, Lace. I know you've been wanting to talk about this team for a minute.
Hey, Ayala, I am revoking your
Okay,
driver's
40
license because
6
I
points
was waiting
निकाले
for the Furia drive by Max. E-Arena, obviously, they deserved that win because of Furia and their driving and not taking that position early on. I mean, I liked the way that they sort of held out E-Arena early on in the map. Yeah. They had fatalities movements right down at the south side. So this was such a better play from them. They're actually defending and looking where other teams are sort of pushing into that position. They had such a strong split hold. Obviously, a little bit of tunnel vision coming out of some of the players there, and then I don't know what the vehicle situation was, and you could hear me screaming in the back. He's like catching nades with the vehicle as well, and I'm like, what plan is this? They had such a strong position after getting like
this one.
Yeah, after moving their way into zone on the rotation on the southern side, Max.
Look,
I'll give you my back next year. I'm really upset.
I know what happened, actually. I was talking tonight. I saw him as we were leaving the talent room, and I asked him, like, what was the play with Ayala? And he said the idea for Ayala was to get an off angle on the team and actually catch him. And then he saw two players, and he got scared. And that's the thing is, right, lack of information will make you do these kind of mistakes. So it could have been a good idea, and catching nades didn't work out. It could have been great, but unfortunately, two-player setup was exactly what E-Arena needed in case of those kind of pushes coming their way.
That was just a big, something I like to call what the Furia. WTF, because that's exactly what ended up happening with that one. I've been working on that one all day, especially with the way that they were playing earlier. There was a squad, though, that was able to put up a good amount of eliminations, and it was none other than Aurora. Aurora, once again, Neptura being able to back it up with their limbs, even though they wasted a lot of utility with Tiamba.
They did win. It was a big old red zone, and it was fairly unnecessary. However, it does get you those points, right? And it's been really nice to see them actually, because I think in the group stage, right, we saw them just doing just enough to get into the top 5, just enough to get to where they wanted to be. Now we're seeing true Aurora here. Now we're seeing the team that we're used to seeing, and I'm really enjoying that. I think they've actually played a lot better, right? They're very even. They're not splitting. Doc's not doing his thing. He's staying with his team, and Rifus, Ezreal, we've seen some really cool off angles from them, so very happy with them.
And something that I enjoy seeing there, especially out of that graphic match, is Top being able to bounce back. Remember earlier in the previous match before this one, Top was on top of the bridge. It didn't end up working out for him, but pure runs out of him, a person that has been an MVP before on an international finals, that's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, really happy. I mean, the best way to describe it is what you said, Niptra. They became a red zone at that moment in that game, and I love the way that any team would get in contention of their zone, they would start just nading them to hell and back. So Aurora playing it really well. I am still not sold on their performances so far. I feel like there's still a lack of fragging power that they used to have in the past. Doc is underperforming quite significantly. So Top, GG's, I'm loving it. Zol too had some great moments, especially in that Rondo. But he's still sleeping right now. He needs to wake
up, Doc. Wake up. Just make sure you don't start going away from your team, because that's when things ends up falling apart for Aurora. But Aurora, honestly, 36 points, currently tied. But the tiebreaker does go to E-Arena with that win that they ended up getting. Tiamba, though. Tiamba right now, the aggressiveness that we've been seeing out of this team, you want to give the mic to Lace.
Top 8 teams, man.
They're truly putting up those numbers, Lace, because 27 eliminations for that squad and only 4 placement points.
Yeah, I see that. This is what I'm saying. They're finding those fights. They're gathering those eliminations, finding a nice power play position, but then unfortunately losing it, which is where we see the decline in placement points. But obviously this is still a really good trend for them, especially coming out of survivals into this sort of scenario. And to have that amount of points and that sort of trajectory is incredibly good for them. But of course, we got to bring it back to kind of the smash rule and the way that you have to gather these eliminations. It's fine. It's good to do it obviously today, but then we got to see more of those placement points and those wins out of them to be able to take more than that.
100%. And another team that's currently doing that, Max, is none other than Nangshem. And I know you weren't quite happy with what Nangshem, especially Human, was doing that last game.
Yeah, initially I love the way they initiate the fight onto, I think it was Orangutan in that gas station. I'm like, okay, you've got some solid off angles. I like it. They're pushing the fight. But the thing is about off angles, they lose effectiveness the longer the fight goes on. And I think it was one of the play on the Harry Potter tower. He had a great line of sight, but eventually Orangutan know you have that line of sight, so they're not going to peek you that aggressively. That would be the prime time for them to regroup, fully commit to the fight, and send it, and hopefully come out on top. But very slow to respond to these moments, and I'm very upset with their opening performances so far.
Yeah, one team talking about aggressive, talking about people committed to a fight. We saw Nick Galaxine and Ida finally commit to the hot drop, and if I'm being completely honest, I don't want to see it. I don't care about it. Leave that ego to some other time, because right now it's going to be hurting those two teams.
Yeah, it is, and we did see 4Thrives take advantage of what's been going on there, right? Just dropping in on, trying to get a few limbs and then move back to their position. They were trying to punish that as much as possible, just because it's kind of silly. In the finals, maybe day one you kind of get away with it, but keep on doing it. It's not going to work out. 4Thrives knew that, and you know, they might not be the only team to take advantage of that if the playing path's a little funny. If that keeps happening, other teams might just third party that.
Yeah, they will end up third partying that. We saw there towards the bottom of the leaderboard as well. Godlike, OG currently not being able to put up those numbers. Those are two teams that are looking to bounce back. But right now, we are halfway through that mark. Lace, any team that has surprised you so far?
I would just like to say that, like, I'm very proud of you, Furia. You know, I know I was a little bit mad in that situation, and I was surprised about you in the first couple of games, and I just want to make it note that that was a much better performance. But still, I'm taking your driver's license away.
That was a good performance. Next time you ever take my mic, Lace, this big old chicken is going to be hitting your head once again. But as we're getting ready here for match 4, let's send it over to none other than Barney and Luti.
Luti, yeah, you know how last week we were talking about how to win PMWC?
Oh yeah, the big secret I told everyone.
You gave everyone some incredible insight for those of you at home that were listening. Teams were listening as well. Aurora Gaming, Tiamba, the Arena, they're playing very well at the moment.
Indeed.
But let's like break it down into the finer details.
Oh, it's pleasure, yeah.
I want to ask you a little bit more. Okay, so like, what's the best map to like capitalize on points?
I mean, there is different teams with different play styles, so it depends.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, it depends, yeah. How about like vehicles for like late rotations, getting into a good position? What's the best vehicle to use?
The horse, the buggy, and so different maps, so it depends.
It depends.
Yeah, as well.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Utility, okay, so like end of game, you know, smokes, nades, you know, medical packs, bandages. What's the best thing to have in your arsenal?
I mean, depending your situation with the cycle, so I will answer, it depends.
It depends.
Yeah.
Okay. Luti.
It's not that easy, you know?
Luti. What's the best gun in the game?
I mean,
let me guess. It depends. Sacre bleu.
No, Barney. Everyone knows it's a P90. No, it depends. Okay, back to you, casters. I hope you're ready. It depends.
And yeah, he's right. The V90 is where it's at, but we are here live in the finals, getting ready for the last 3 matches.
Absolutely. We have got a great day unfolding before us. We've had some real step-ups from a lot of teams coming on through, some great rotations, some insertions, some side swipes into those zones. That S2G hovercraft double roll-up. That was looking pretty, but we're going to be sending ourselves once again over to Erangel to find ourselves one more chicken dinner.
Let's see who's gonna get it. Yeah, I mean, this is it, the last Erangel of the day, and it's time to put up some serious points. I mean, we're still super early in this tournament, but we're already starting to see some teams, right, make some things happen. I was able to talk to one player in particular as we were getting into this game. I happened to see S-Power from Godlike. You know, the hair is hard to miss. I went up to the man and said, hey, you know what, give me 3 words before we get into this next match. And he said, domination begins.
Ooh, using a whole word on the. That is bold. That's the sort of confidence that you want to see coming through. For Godlike, they do want to try and push a little bit further up those tables, try and get in the competition for those top spots. Of course, having only seen 3 matches, we are still in a fairly uncertain situation, in a state of flux when it comes to those tables. Obviously, some performances standing out more than others, but it's definitely still achievable because of the fact that we have got an 18-match set, right? We've been playing so far on 12-match sets time and time again, but moving over to that expanded 3-day approach, that 18 set, that's where consistency really comes into play. So it's teams that are able to earn 6, 7, 8 points on those games that are going to be the teams that will take those top spots, those podium positions.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, it's all about putting up as many points as you can early on, and consistency is going to be the king here at the end of the day. I mean, we saw in the group stage, right, E-Arena, 39 points in one single game, and they weren't even able to make it. I mean, straight to the finals. They had to deal with the survival stage, and let's be honest, I mean, luckily we're able to get here, right? So, I mean, but they're crushing it now. They did a great job in that last game, right? And so they're off to a strong start. Let's just see if they're able to keep that pedal to the metal. Aurora starting off strong is really good because historically, they've always taken a long time, right, to really get warmed up. But for them to put some points on the board early just goes to show that come finals time, they're adjusting their strategies and it's working out for them.
Maybe able to finally claim a title spot, you know, that's what they're going to be looking for. Plenty of other teams looking to do so as well. I know there's plenty of fans in the crowd for Furia who are there, really giving them their backing, which has been nice to see. Hopefully they can keep up the pace towards the top side as well. But yeah, I mean, there is so much on the line. That trophy, a threat to so many, but a promise to only one of our teams.
Man, one of the sickest trophies you could put on your shelf. I love every single year I see it. I'm like, oh, you gotta get one. And this is what these teams have been hunting for. They've been working all year long to get here. And we can tell the teams that have prepped, and it's every single one of them. It's wild to see all these names, and the level of competition has never been so even, in my opinion, right? I mean, there is squads all across the board. They get a good couple zones, good couple situations. They're not messing around. They're going to take full advantage of it here. You talked about Furia, right? I think it's only a matter of time before we see them get a chicken dinner. We got to see some keys a little earlier. We saw that Team Vitality key, Tianba, 2 monster squads as well. So it's just really about that consistently, like you talked about. But you know what? We're in the final Erangel of the day, John. One thing that stands out to me, without a shadow of doubt, is Pachinki, right? What is going on there? That last game has to mean that something's got to switch up, right?
It has to. Something definitely has to change. For me, I feel like Enigma Galaxy, they kind of, well, certainly we know how consistently Ralph will just sacrifice tournaments to hold on to Pachinki. So for me, I'm just unsure as to why Ida made the decision to stick to that drop spot. There are obviously other opportunities, and it's sort of, it reads ego to me. It reads ego that they aren't disengaging. I liked 4 Thrive's adjustment. They were able to get in. They were able to get, I think, 2 eliminations right at the start of the match. Really, really nice stuff from that very peer position that they normally drop around. They were able to move on up. They exploited that situation. But I think that the second good decision that 4 Thrive's made in that scenario was not to hunt down Ralph, right? Because he's a solo. He's hiding in a corner. You don't know exactly where he is. You disengage. You don't go hunting, because a solo in a corner in Pachinki, you could lose a player to that very, very easily. So I liked their withdrawal there coming on through. The other side of a hot drop in Pachinki that is a massive factor, certainly for later into the mid and later game, is the fact that in a hot drop, you don't get that loot truck, and you can't get it double either, which means that it went over to Vitality during that last match. It goes over to other teams who just sit on that northwest side. It's also an incredibly clear indicator that a hot drop is happening to a team out there, so they can grab that one and send on in to maybe pick up the pieces.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights here before we get started, as these teams are going to get locked and loaded here in just a second here, folks. But yeah, you know, when we go back to that hot drop, it's wild to see. I've been kind of watching these two teams talk to each other all along here in Paris. And I'd see, you know, Enigma Galaxy players walk by IDA players and kind of have some exchanging of words. And I was hoping they would kind of get this settled before the finals, because I think it's just a devastating loss for this to continue here for both of them. And in the last game, it showed, just like, because guess what? 4 Thrives. They came to party right after. They were like, oh, you know what? There's a silly fight happening in Pachinki. We'll take those eliminations, and they got some of them, right? So I think now that you have 4 Thrives, especially now on the hunt for this, it's got to make, you know, IDA, and Enigma Galaxy have to start second thinking, I think, some things. But at the end of the day, like you said it, you know, for those of you guys that don't know Ralph's true name, it's Ralph Pachinki Sanchez Montero III. Okay. Pachinki is in the name, all right? And he will refuse to let it go. And I mean, they've dominated it, right? We saw them be able to take out Yuda, but now that you have 4 Thrives coming into play, it's got to make you second guess things.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that dropping in Pachinki is in Ralph's will somewhere.
Yeah.
For when he eventually, hopefully, in the very far future. But if he keeps dropping in Pachinki in-game, he's certainly not going to have a long life expectancy. Aurora Gaming able to do the business, but we are going to head to a quick video whilst we get this lobby ready to rock for our last Pachinki today.
क्या मोटी भैंस
बहुत खड़ी ने है ये सऊदीया जो है यार सऊदीया तो गया
ने बनाया हुआ
बहुत बड़ा मजा है ना सऊदीया जो है 또
프로로서 경쟁하는 일은 항상 힘든 일입니다. 하지만 이런 플레이 라운지에 오게 되면 즐거운 게 되게 많죠.
저희가 이 플레이 라운지에 왔기 때문에 이 플레이 라운지에 있는 것들을 즐겨보겠습니다. 가시죠.
이 공간은 협력 공간입니다. 대회 측과 소통하거나 협력해야 될 일이 있으면 이곳에서 해결하실 수 있습니다.
붕가
EWC 공간에 있는 한 공간 중인 탁구장이 있는데 저희가 한번 재밌게 해보도록 하겠습니다. 오!
연습반이네 완전.
어이씨 뭐야?
여기는 여러 가지 즐길 것이 있는데요. 저희가 한번 다 체험해 보도록 하겠습니다.
대회를 할 때면 항상 배고플 때가 있는데 EWC에서 제공해주는 음식이 있는데 그 품질이 아주 좋고 최고급이라고 해서 저희가 한번 먹으러 와봤습니다.
배고프다 빨리 가자.
Welcome back to the Hot Drop Watch here as we await the fate of Pachinki. It is still undetermined as to who is going to last the longest in that location. And if we may have a 4th, a 5th, or maybe even more teams, perhaps everybody is going to Pachinki. It's going to be a 64-player brawl in the center of the map.
You know what? Ah, man, I
And
want to
device
see
of 3
that
million,
action. That would be absolutely insane. I mean, if it was going to be possible, now would be the time because it's the last one of the day. But you know what? It's time to see what exactly is going to happen as we get into the map. Final Erangel of day 1 of the finals. And let's see who's going to be able to put some serious points on the board before we get into the sandy deserts of Miramar.
I mean, I'll take
इसमें
non-serious
तकरीबन
points
40
at this
किल हो
stage.
जाए ना,
इंशाल्लाह चिकन होगा।
Would as well. Playing path on the west side of the mainland here. Coming through from the
40 सोड़े नहीं है, मैं तो कहता हूँ पूरे 100 ही कर लो भोसड़ी वालों।
So we're not going to be denied it by the plane path. Horror out early over towards
AI bot lobby low
over into North George. I'm keeping an eye out to see if any of our teams on the hot drop are going somewhere else, but I'm really not holding my breath.
I kind of am here. You know what? I will say, yeah, you can see already. Look at that. Looks like we're going to see another hot drop in Pachinki as Ida and Enigma Galaxy are headed in that direction.
Uh-oh.
Very, very interesting. I will say, though, we got to give massive props to Enigma Galaxy for being so high up on the leaderboards, considering that they've been dealing with this all day long here. I mean, they're in 4th place, 30 points. That's pretty insane.
Sure, I mean, they were able to take a chicken dinner towards the start of the day, right? So they do have a little bit of a foundation to try and do this with, but they could be so much further ahead without this situation. It looks like we're not going to see a 4th Thrives flex out. Instead, S2G are the closest by on the southwest side. Nongshim Red Force, who have yet to touch the floor of their parachute, could potentially also flex in from the southeast side, but I feel like S2G are the most likely right now to cause problems for Ida. Enigma Galaxy on the north side of Pachinki, they're split right now, but you can see Rita on that off angle could be quite important. Ralph seems like they know he's in this building, but the nade won't connect.
Yeah, that was a warning nade for sure. You can see Satan up on the roof here, or on this ledge, trying to get a little bit of information. He knows exactly where Rita is. It's a big stalemate, though. This is the hard part about these hot drops, and I can hear it. That loot truck is now driving on by. The precious loot. Satan's like, that should have been ours. I want it. No. Oh, Lord gets knocked. And did he get thirsted? No, he actually gets beat up pretty bad. Satan.
Oh, heavy.
What a clutch knock for this team.
Able to take out the off angle there, and Ida are going to really struggle to get back to this one. It's across the road, and I don't think you can break past that. The res, though, in the meantime, is going to be there, and because it's so early in the game, it's so much less likely that you've got the nades on side to just completely suppress that res position, which allows Enigma Galaxy to go back to 4 and leaves Ida stranded on 3. Rita getting knocked there is the most crucial part of that fight, Jukes.
Man, that was an insane shot there from Satan. I mean, that's that game sense, guys. Shooting right through the door. He knew he was there, and he makes the play for his team. It's one of those micro that when you make that kind of play, it changes the entire situation for your squad. And now, because of that, Enigma Galaxy up ahead against Ida.
They still have to get a little bit more pace to it, though. And Ida are retreating now right to the southeast point of Pachinki. They've read that immediately Satan can move out, get this position on the off angle that they were previously in control of. The fact that they're aware of that is good, but you're just going to keep losing players. At this stage, I feel like Enigma Galaxy definitely have had a better result so far in this Pachinki hot drop. They were very ready for it. As you said, they will have known, they will have been aware that this is unfurled.
Yeah, and what are you going to do if you're Ida at this point? I mean, look where they're at on the leaderboards. I mean, this is crazy. 16th place, only 2 points so far. If I'm their coach, anybody that is in the leadership of this team, I'm like, give it up, guys. We lost. I mean, I get it, right? Day one, you're going to battle it out with Enigma Galaxy to see if you can conquer this location, but it's an L. Like, you got to at some point realize that this is not going to work for us. If we want to be able to do well in this tournament, I mean, Aaron Gale is the majority of the match we're going to be playing here. We cannot afford to continue doing this.
It is pretty devastating. They have only lost one player this time around, but the loot is going to be fairly thin. Condition, I don't know, man. That's really cutting the legs out from underneath themselves.
It's terrible. I mean, you're down a player, you don't get the loot truck, you don't get any, you're under looted at this point. I mean, it's just a loss overall, and where they stand on the leaderboards is a pure reflection of that. So, yeah, you know, I always say that when it comes to these kind of hot drops or these situations in general, I really do think these need to be settled in rehearsals, you know, in the pre-matches, where it's like, hey, you know what, guys, have a little handshake agreement. We're going to drop in Pachinki this game. Whoever wins it gets it, you know?
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't think that would ever happen, but yeah, I mean, I kind of understand. It is a question, right, that is rooted in a lot more, I think, subjective opinion for a lot of people. Sure. Because you have that question of, if we give up our drop spot, are we just going to be easily pushed around in the future, right? Like, are you trying to do that sort of thing? I mean, it's like negotiating contracts, negotiating business there. It is one strategy is to be like, okay, we'll go somewhere else. We'll go somewhere else. But you can hold your nerve. And if you guys want to be the best, then you guys need to hold your nerve, and you can look good doing it using the Naruto skins here. Make sure you're heading into game, get that character set, get that Ninetales Fury AUG skin, get that one developing as well, because you can get some variations on that bad boy.
Yeah, you want to be maxing that bad boy out.
साथ में promotion भी कर रहे हैं, ये ले लो वो ले लो.
Tiambas have been looking really good today. They're in 4th place, points. Milu, man, the way he started off that Rondo match was just wild. I mean, this man has been performing all tournament long for his squad. He had, for sure, right, the play of the tournament. That 1v4 earlier in the group stage was so sick. Yeah. And then come finals time, the way he started out, they are looking really good.
Absolutely. They are currently in 4th place right now.
Mendes, Titan is doing more.
Looking to try and keep themselves within striking distance of that 1st place spot. Godlike would love to try and join them, but they are a little bit more destitute on that points front, with only 8 towards the bottom of those tables. Another circle heading up towards the north side, split by that central river. A lot of open ground south of Severny, being covered actually mostly by Aura, who have a wide spread around the river, are causing a lot of problems. I'm interested to see how many teams look to head east of Yasnaya. Furia likely going to do so. Could potentially see that from teams who are Aurora and Al-Ula. And maybe we'll see it from one of the 2 teams who are still in Pachinki too, because, well, it looks like either looking to push back in and re-engage. Enigma Galaxy have been working the ground in the meantime, snaffling up all that loot and checking every corner. Or at least I hope they are. Yeah,
they better be, that's for sure. I mean, you can definitely tell they're keeping their head on a swivel here. They got to know that they're just clearing building by building, with Satan on the other side, rocking a 3-1 split. Got to be careful, though. One nade could be dangerous.
मुझे लगता है जो अति लगा गया है.
He's got another nade as well. Coops is in danger here. Ralph does need to get some healing done before he can go for that revive, but he should be okay to do it. You can't step forwards and go for the cross. And again, Satan is on that off angle. Just about misses Swain on the cross, but he should be able to call that one out. Should have spotted it. Lord is already cooking a nade. He knows he's in the building now. Launches it forwards and he takes it down. Beautiful communication.
The play
IQ भी नाक हो गई. पलक ने DPS एक डाउन किया. Uzafa ने एक डाउन किया. Okay, heavy.
In their direction. This just goes to show you, when you know this side of the map, like the back of your hand, it's gonna pay.
Uzafa ने एक और डाउन किया.
In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force and 4th Thrives are going head to head. And at the moment,
एक रह गया NS का एक रह गया last
to the east side of Potato Hill, but they are
kill confirm कर लिया.
फाइट नहीं दिखा रहे चूतिए.
होती के बच्चे ये इधर दिखा रहे हैं.
Yeah, Nongshim Red Force, they're going to try and get out, just leave a solo survivor coming on through. And another knock goes on in. This is Enigma Galaxy sweeping it under the rug. They're putting this hot drop to bed. It cannot come back tomorrow.
40 Palak, I think, leg it.
Terrible idea.
1v4.
I can't stress how difficult this is to do, right? To be able to deal with this hot drop so frequently and to just execute in this perfect fashion. I mean,
40 का भी चला गया.
Single player getting those 4 points early on is just insane.
There was a hard north shift on the circle in the meantime.
NS की 3 गए हैं भाई. गौर से देखो.
वही तो बोल रहा हूँ. NS के 3 गए और 40 का 1 गया.
Crossings as Coops finds the final player on Ida.
और IDA बेचारी पैरों पड़ गई.
Go. All 4 players from Enigma Galaxy are there, and no third party came on through as well. Now we're going to jump over towards the team.
यार ID के लिए दुख लग रहा है मैन. दूसरा मैच इसका बेचारों का ऐसा जा रहा है.
Nongshim Red Force losing 3 of their players.
तीसरा बल्कि.
4th Thrives lost 1, but they did manage to get the 3 points for that fight. They are both still south of the river. Ulf Orangutan now on this northern side of Roshok River, and trying to get their foothold to move in towards those shooting range hills, potentially over towards Severny Way.
Yeah, we've been really focused on that Pachinki fight for so long. This zone is all the way up to the north, like you mentioned. We already got Fudia up there in Severny, E-Arena over by shooting range right now, taking that Snake Hill position. And now we're going to see a lot of these teams start make that rotation. Oh, the one rock! You gotta hit it for good luck.
That's a map open right there. Guaranteed. 100% looking at the map.
Yeah.
No way.
Oh, he's
going to do it again? Oh, no. Okay, we're getting a little replay. This is on the 4th Thrive and Nongshan Red Force.
Oh, Zafaka
They already lost T24, but the hold from Hazaifa, the angles that he was able to clock, it seems, pretty efficacious on the high ground there. Love to see it for 4th Thrive. Aurora on that crossing, run into Vitality. Looks like they may have run their last across these bridges. This western hold looking quite good for Vitality, who, for the time being, have been a little bit quieter, I think it's safe to say, than their group stage performances, but they're still very much there. They're still very much present. Well, certainly their presence is being felt by Aurora on this northwest side.
Vitality. Oh, southern
shift
here, and a big southern shift. This actually might be really good for the side of Name of Galaxy, as they're going to be mushing in super late here. And actually south shifts one more time to Roz. That would be devastating for this lobby. Aurora, I'm trying to figure out, what do you think they're doing here, right? They're over there by North George, splitting up, maybe trying to find some late loot.
Well, I mean, they were being held out by Vitality, right? So
you're
they're just trying to take a turn around town to maybe allow Vitality to disengage and then maybe re-engage later on, see what they can do with a little bit less pressure from the river crossing on that front. Team Flash over on the east side need to settle their score with Alula to try and get towards the circle. And it is not looking pretty for Alula. They lose a player. Not a good start, but yeah, it would be kind of mental to send all the way down to Rozhok. It'd be great for Nick McGalaxy, right? They're still just on the north side of Pachinki, so they could just take up that mountain and lickety-split, get themselves another chicken dinner. Godlike in the meantime, in the middle. Getting stuff done, getting bits out to Aura, and it seems that they are going to be able to take at least one and get the flush for Godlike.
Mormon, the nade looks good.
Oh, 1 HP!
Down to 1 HP, Mormon, pow, pow, pow. That's 12K getting the finish. And look at that. I mean, teammate instantly there with the vehicle to make sure that they can get him over to safety. So Aura going to have to go out pretty early here in this game. Only one single player up, see what he can do later on. But now we're off to the gas station with a Furia. Keeping their eyes onto Team Flash. Win has the P90 and the ghillie suit. So he definitely won that crate drop. He came out absolutely stacked to the teeth and hits the tree for good luck. That is a necessary thing to do here, folks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bold
just
strategy.
Little tap on the tree. You know,
tap.
Little shout out to Mother Nature there, just saying hi, and then
gotta make sure it's secure.
Yeah, and then proceeding to unleash away into the hillside around. Hopefully with that P90. Team Flash getting out of dodge from this east side could be tricky. S2G managed to make their way to one of the buildings here that is this lineup from S2G, from Orangutan, from Tianba, and from Ulf. On this lineup, very central on the circle, some very defensible positions, but teams will start to crowd in around them. Vitality the re-engage, Dukes.
Yeah, they go battling it again. It looks like Aurora are on top so far with that knock on a Razak. You can see Zol driving around trying to get some information. Federalis up close and personal, having to run back. Oh, it's Godlike on the other side. Yeah, that's too dangerous. Vitality need to disengage this as their 6 is not covered, but Razy is driving up close and personal, giving an opportunity for Reesvis to put some shots onto him. And yeah, it's just down to these 2 players left for Aurora. This fight would have definitely went off earlier, but that third party from Godlike bought Aurora Gaming some time.
A little bit, but now they're down to 2. Vitality Do eat a little bit of nade there, not ideal. E-Arena in the meantime trying to find their way in on the north side, but it's not looking super accessible right now. And now seems like they're engaged with the final player from Horror, Sleepy.
Oh,
great! A crash. S2G trying to roll across, but Tiamba are holding face against it, and they are not going to let S2G in without a fight. Aurora want to jump in and join the party here. A nade in, that could be brutal there, right under his feet. Is it going to blast him down? But there's an answer, and Reefus falls. A third knock over towards Tiamba, but now
last player बचा है टाइटन का लास्ट प्लेयर मारो इसको भी बच गया यार पूरी टीम बच
Are you kidding me? It looked like these guys were fighting in a lake of fire here. QZ in the center of it. And Top could have been there to make that play, but unfortunately there are too many teams surrounding him, and it stopped that crucial third party.
Oh, another nade from Top. Doesn't quite connect there. There is an answering nade, and that is going to back Top off nicely. The run around there. Orangutan maybe missing a beat there, maybe missing a trick. Not able to flex out. Didn't quite have the angles on it.
नहीं बच गया.
Oh, Top just about behind the concrete there to keep him safe from catch, but they know exactly where he is. He's got two smokes. He is slap bang in the middle of the circle though, Jukes, and that might be a little bit of a help until another team rocks up with nowhere to go. They're going to roll right on top of this guy.
Yeah, Top's cooked right now. He's just like, I think I'm just going to lay down right here.
He's on the simmer.
For as long as I possibly can. No standing up for me. It's straight hit the deck time on the side of Top. But hey, you know what? That's good, right? He's got a good position in zone. They're pretty high up on the leaderboard, so they can just kind of hang on and get some placement points. That'll be good for him. But meanwhile, I mean, Tianba on it.
IQ ने डाउन किया है फ्लैश का जियो उजाफा ने फिनिश कर दिया बहुत अच्छे एक और डाउन किया यहाँ पे एक और किल पॉइंट यहाँ पे जियो लेके जाओ गांड मारो इनकी.
It is not going well for Furia. Unfortunate, they're just going to be down to Chief. The other two players down on the hillside.
Heavy.
Managed to fend off a triple team crash on their compound. Right, they're now on 7 eliminations. They have done phenomenal stuff. It's likely they're going to have to fend off at least one more, but the number of crates around them is going to be ludicrous. They're going to have to try and figure out exactly what they want to put in their backpacks as Flash strike.
Oh, boy.
Arena are just going to run down. Mormon over the top. Doesn't even need to ring the doorbell to open that door. And Tops has to turn tail. Turney K sees to it. He's going to get backed off by a third party. I think that might be Orangutan chiming in. And now Tops has to head towards 4th Thrive, so nowhere real to go for him.
एक और बहुत प्यारा एक और यहाँ पे फ्लैश का फिनिश किया है 40 ने बहुत प्यारा.
They're having to really battle it out, holding the edge of that circle because there's a lot of open.
अबे बग्गी में क्या कर रहे हो बोटो?
And now you're gonna see 4 Thrives. 6 eliminations so far. Balak with 2, Zypha with 3.
It's keeping Rozog in.
Oh my! I just saw that circle shift. Are you kidding me?
Okay, circle main हो चुके हैं already. लेकिन जगह बहुत गंदी है. बाहर साइड से
reward for those crazy hot drop efforts, and they'll definitely take that one to the bank.
Yeah, that's going to be friendly for them for the time being.
जगह open है open.
I feel like a good strategy is to start scouting the other side of the river now, though. I feel like you need to get someone in fast. The difficulty, of course, is that 4 Thrives, and now Vitality is starting to move in, and they don't have an outpost there. Move over to the bridge, a little bit out of the zone.
Yeah.
I feel like somehow you've got to find a coastal position on that riverbank. And if you hold towards
सर्कल क्लोज होने लगा फिर गांड फटेगी ये पुश करेगी 40 पे.
Galaxy, the placements aren't really going to be enough. Yeah, I want a little bit more forward thinking there as Aurora
गलत
stay in for too much
longer. IQ गया गलत.
Here they go. E-Arena not messing around here, just full sending it, non-stop aggression from this team. And it's been paying off so far, and that's why you can see them on top. Mormon hopping on out, trying to hit that flick shot on Hazaifa. Hazaifa's really hurt here. Great team.
Oh, heavy! Yeah!
Part the likes of 4 Thrives.
Hazaifa has been so difficult to deal with, but E-Arena the only team to be able to take him down, and it took at least 3 of them. Turney K goes down with him, but 10 eliminations now for E-Arena. Very possible to get this res.
पीछे वाला ले गया चूतिया.
And look at Ralph, he's getting over. Cruz is not going to join him. This is the perfect opportunity.
Once these teams are eased,
preoccupied, a little bit slow to get the third party, but it is a good first step. I like what they've been able to do there. We've seen counterpointed river cross positions in 2-2 splits work well in the past. I'm hoping they can leverage that here. I'm a little bit disappointed in Orangutan on the north side. I feel like they could have poked their noses into that fight.
और लाइक अभी भी जिंदा है, ओजी भी जिंदा है भोसड़ी की। ये दोनों क्या कर रही हैं इधर? देखो बैन कराओ सारे।
They hold inside.
60 यूसी मेरी तरफ से।
Yeah, one thing I've noticed here in the EWC is the quickness these teams are ready to third party and take those opportunities. And just kind of the OG just kind of hold back there for a second. Then Galaxy, just due to the terrain, weren't able to even think about getting that third party. But because of that fight, it opened the door for them to be able to at least make that safe rotation and get that 2-2 split going that you were talking about. So let's see how they're able to capitalize onto it, though. As now is the calm before the storm. We are in stage number 5. All these teams just planning it out, trying to figure out, okay, if the zone goes over here, we're going to have to make these plays. If the zone stays on us, then GG, baby. We just shoot at everything in sight.
Yeah, we're going to get the next zone unveiling itself in the next 20 seconds or so. It's Godlike try and keep their ridgeline in play. This is a replay of the roll-up. Okay, this is when E-Arena crashed on towards 4 Thrives. Falak. Yeah, went down very quickly there to Joker. Not much you can do about that. When the flying vehicle launches over the top, the bunny rabbits bound on into your sightlines. He wasn't ready for it, which is kind of unfortunate. Next circle, though, comes in Jukes, and it will head over to the west. So I think the Galaxy do have to get on the road. Ulf fairly happy in their compound, but Godlike are putting pressure on.
Yeah, Godlike. Remember, as Power said, the
ओ
domination.
दो नाक हो गए, बहुत प्यारा दिया है टीम टियान ने।
They got Ulf right behind.
फिनिश करो बैंड, देखो मुक्के मारो मुक्के।
Making it very difficult for them to make a play from their position. And now you can see Scarface getting up close and personal. As Power trying to smoke some things out, buy his teams some time. It's going to be up to him and Admino, though, as they are just trying to hold this spot. Unfortunately for them, though, it's outside a circle. Yeah, so now Ulf are in a perfect position to gate cardi this. Oh, nice shots, though, from Admino. But unfortunately, those smokes are perfectly put, and he's not able to get the thirst.
The nade is up high, doesn't quite go the distance. It went completely out of his viewing angle there. If it had been just a little bit further, that could have been a straight knock there. S-Power gets across. And just to get some healing started as well, but that blue zone pressure is coming through. We're looking at OG and E-Arena, as well as Enigma Galaxy, also having to make moves in the meantime, Dukes. And move in from this east edge. Tiamba gonna have to move. There's a lot of teams that have to make some difficult decisions now, and OG are making it right now. They're gonna roll straight on forwards, try and get dead center here and contest with Enigma Galaxy on the coastline. Into Vitality sightlines as well. They drop down, and 3 of them managed to get across, not unscathed, but alive.
Great IQ of a rotation. They knew that one little plateau was right there. They were able to head straight towards it. They get their safe. Coops in trouble. The closest nade, he's done. Able to get the heal off, and now shots downrange. Headshot.
1 HP.
Joker right there next to him, though. Can Coops get the safety? No, he gets knocked, and E-Arena are going to continue to apply that pressure, getting that thirst immediately there onto Coops. Enigma Galaxy just getting picked apart. That 2-2 split not working out.
That was insane for Coops to be able to do so much damage on that angle. He really held Ralph in the game there, and are leaving Enigma Galaxy on 3. Orangutan lost players on the center as well. They are now down to just 2 as E-Arena make the same mad dash, the mad crash against Tian. Out for them, and E-Arena evaporated.
E-Arena evaporated, and they end up feeding the beast that is Tiamba. They did put some good points on the board for them, and I love to see that aggression. Let's see if Tiamba, though, can put even some more points and get this chicken dinner. They already have 10 eliminations. They're looking pretty unstoppable. S-Power forced to hit the deck. Now with those sight lines,
मारो इसका एक रह गया है। वो ओपन में जा रही Godlike का।
Admino to be on an angle there to suppress Ulf, but no, not quite there, not quite ready. Didn't have the presence, and it's a difficult spot on the north side, so I can't really blame them too much there.
Now the transition to the rest of the circle. A knock over towards Tiamba and the final flush onto Godlike as well. Another nade over towards Tiamba. They're getting caught in the crunches. Enigma Galaxy move up the hill. They're challenging Orangutan. They're challenging Tiamba. They're doing a lot on this eastern side. Enigma Galaxy strike at the opportune moment.
Perfect timing there for Enigma Galaxy. They understand the situation. Hey, we got to push up. We can't just sit back and relax, wait for them to come to us. And you can see Lord with those nades applying the pressure. I think they need to slow things down a little bit though.
एक रह गया, गोल्ड लाइक फिनिश हो चुकी है। OG का एक रह गया, रैंक पुश टॉप 10 आना लाजिम है। इनका डोमिनेटर लगने वाला है, 3 बंदे और रह गए हैं।
And I think they realize that. That's why they're starting to hold on to those.
जैसे इनका डोमिनेटर लगेगा, उनको खुशी हो जाएगी।
Nice knock on Aaron. That's their biggest threat right now.
Catch though with the response over to QZZ, and it leaves Eagle alone. Dropping that smoke, the zone starts closing in 15 seconds, so this res needs to be now. It needs to come through as fast as possible to be able to be in a position to move out. Orangutan lose their final player.
इसी के साथ एक किल और OG भी यहाँ पे जा चुकी है। उनका डोमिनेटर नहीं लगा, प्रमोशन कैंसिल हो गया क्योंकि अभी 12 बंदे थे, टॉप 10 आना था।
Enigma Galaxy getting hot dropped over and over and over. They take out Ida in just a beautiful fashion, and now with this fortunate zone shift are putting the punishment on this lobby as they take down Eagle from Tiamba.
Now QZZ will go down too, and Tiamba knocked out. They managed to get a whole host of points though, 14 on the match, and they will keep themselves in the running for the podium. Enigma Galaxy looking to join them. There's not enough room for both of you. You've got to organize it. Back to front, stand the line. But Vitality gonna have to leave as well from their cover on that south edge.
Does Solus not see Satan right there in that corner? He had to see him now. No, he's too focused downhill. Oh, never mind. It's gonna be Axel that catches him out. So it's all up to Vitality. Axel, the last player up. Is he able to survive?
Oh, Ralph gets knocked as well. Ulf are captaining from this compound for quite a while now. They haven't had to leave it. And when they do, it's against 2 duo teams with one of their players on either side knocked. For Ulf, this should be a clean sweep. There are no two ways about it. But it might get a little bit hairy.
Oh!
First, and Aaron doesn't even hit the deck. A 2v4 here would be needed for Vitality, and they are getting cut across, sliced and diced. Oh,
you are
on the hunt. Downhill, they roll on in, and it's just Razy to stand in their way. The smoke billows, the P90 at hand. You couldn't ask for a better setup, but Ulf are here, and they have the nades, the ordnance to blast them apart at the seams.
And that is how you do it, folks. Ulf just taking full opportunity there and capitalizing it on it.
बहुत अच्छा जोन मिला बैंचेदन को, पूरा जोन पे गेम पूरा जोन
all the way up there towards the end, but they didn't just sit on their hands, right? They just saw, they hunted down every elimination they possibly could, and then once they realized that those teams were weak, they pushed out immediately and were able to get it done.
Some real heads-up plays, some proactive plays during that match. I mean, we focused a lot at the start on the hot drop, but the rotations up towards the north side also came in to be really impactful later on into that match, right? It was the teams that got there early that had the staying power. For me, a highlight of that game was also Tiamba holding off against the triple crash. It was Alula, followed by S2G, followed by Aurora. Everybody wanted to get into that central compound, but they denied them access at every single turn. It was a shame that Tiamba couldn't go the full distance. They did get shut out. And I feel like for Orangutan, they could have had more of an impact on that northeast side that would have changed the tune there. And hopefully they can find those opportunities in the future. It would be great to see them perform at the level we know them to be capable of from their performance in the group stage. But it is looking pretty powerful.
Yeah, it's so tough. I mean, everybody here is playing just hyper aggression. Zero hesitation. Here in Paris, the second see an opportunity. These teams are taking one team in particular, right? We got to talk about
दूसरा सेकंड डिनर है ना इनका
aggression there towards the end game. They soak up a ton of eliminations. Unfortunately, don't get the chicken dinner, but when you get that many elims, it's a good game no matter what.
Yeah, that fight with 4 Thrives over the ridgeline worked out well for them. And again, the lack of third party allowed them to keep in the match for a lot longer. They were down to just a single player standing at one point, but they managed to get back to 3 to recover that pressure without any third party look-ins coming on through. And yeah, for E-Arena, it's a good result. I would even say it's a great result to keep them at the top of the tables, to keep, well, I don't know if they're actually at the top of the tables anymore. We'll have to double check that, but a man who could find out is Kalaris down on the stage with E-Arena.
I'll try my best, John Allen. Yes, that's right. E-Arena looking fantastic so far, so let's ask them a few questions about the games here to get things rolling. So first things first, your previous win going up against Furia. Were you surprised by Furia's approach to the late game? And talk to me about that late game in general after you got the win.
ในเกมที่เราต้องเจอกับฟิวเรียนะฮะในเกมที่เราชนะเมื่อสักครู่เนี่ยฮะตอนที่เราเจอกับฟิวเรียฮะเรารู้สึกเซอร์ไพรส์ไหมกับวิธีที่ฟิวเรียเล่นเพลย์สไตล์ของฟิวเรียในเกมนั้นครับก็แปลกใจครับแต่ก็รู้ว่าเขาเล่นอย่างนั้นอยู่ครับก็เลยไม่ได้ตื่นเต้นเลยครับ Well, we expected, but we still surprised with how they approaching the teams. But even though the last result is that they winning the games.
Okay, so you guys got very close to qualifying via the group stage and then came really close to not qualifying via the survival stage. So has there been any difference in approach here to the final? What has the team talked about to adjust here coming into the finals of PMWC?
ก็สนามที่2นะฮะในกรุ๊ปสเตจเราก็เกือบที่จะได้ควอลิฟายแล้วส่วนในรอบ survival stage ฮะเราก็เกือบที่จะตกรอบแล้วด้วยซ้ำในตอนนั้นอยากถามว่าในตอนนี้ฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับก็พอเราเข้าไฟนอลมาได้ใช่ไหมครับก็ทุกอย่างก็เริ่มใหม่ครับทุกคนเริ่มจากศูนย์เราก็เริ่มจากศูนย์ก็เลยไม่กดดันอะไรครับ Well, right now we have zero pressure at all. So we are here to win, of course. And it's like since everyone, this is a new day, new group. So this is a champion group now. Everyone's starting at the 0 point. So that's no different. And we're gonna claim all the glory back to Thailand.
Okay, so that does it then. Well, thank you very much for the answers. That does it down here on the stage. We'll be with you for more from PMWC in just a moment.
Today, our players are taking on a brand new challenge, Drop Hunt. Each team will be split into 2 pairs, with each pair receiving their own map. 5 locations are marked on the map and hidden in the player lounge area. At each location is a mystery envelope. The mission is simple: find them, grab them, and bring them back. But there's a catch. There are only 5 envelopes, and each one is worth 20 points. The team that collects the most envelopes wins Drop Hunt. Ready, set, hunt.
Mana kita? Mana ya? Ini bang. Ini bang. Kita stiker di sini bujang. Kita di sini aja. Coba tengok mapnya lagi. Mereka ini. Mana tengok di daerah sini? Kayak mana cara dapat amplopnya anjing? Tengok tahu cara. Akhirnya mereka.
ngasih amplopnya. Pernah diambil harusnya. Lihat mana? Di sini. Viewing di situ, viewing. Viewing ini nggak sih? Kita orang aja gitu. Iya, serangin aja mereka, ayo. Woi, Ri. Woi. Pet. Sini, Pet. Mau mati juga kan jangan. Ini, Pet. Ambil, Pet. Lari, Pet. Lari, Pet. Jam. Ayo. Oh, yang ini. Mana dia? Ini, Mas. Oh, tren juga, Ren. Ambil. Gini. We have 3, they have 2. We lost. Ya. Nangis dulu, jangan nangis yang. Let's go.
Today is going by so quick. It feels like a final here at PMWC at EWC 26. And these players are currently putting up the numbers. By the way, for everybody currently watching home, don't forget about the PMWC Lucky Spin that is currently in the game. Log into PUBG Mobile and get those PMWC skins. They are co-created with PvP creator, none other than Nana. You guys want to check them out, make sure you do so. The Alien Fusion Grossa looks absolutely stunning. On top of that, the Electron Energy set and the Proton Power set. Maxman has all of them, if I'm not mistaken, and I personally just want the Grossa.
Yeah, I do have the Groza. Unfortunately, I don't use it much because I cannot control that recoil. So I just stick to the AUG because I'm basic like that, Seven. But the AUG is cool.
I'm with you, honestly. I won't be able to control the recoil, but I just want to see it. I want to see it glow, even if I'm able to get at least one elimination. One team that was able to glow in this last match, being able to keep all their 4 players alive, none other than Ulf, Natura.
Oh, finally. You said it, right? We're finally getting a play where we actually have all of Ulf still around, still here to fight for the end game, to fight for that chicken dinner coming on through. Yeah, really nice to see. I mean, yes, they didn't have to contest it too much. They had 1 or 2 fights in the mid stage of the game, OG more notably, but then they were able to just hold their position, wait for the right time, and then once that time struck, Max, they were all over that final circle.
Yeah, I mean, really able to get himself some good presence at the end, keeping 4 players alive, which is my biggest issue with them since PMGO Season 1 in Jakarta this year. And you know what? They're able to finally get it done. I told you they're a slow starting team. We're getting to the finals. We're finally starting to see these more dominant finishes from Ulf. But second place, Nemo Galaxy. I got a segment later on, but you know what? It's good to see that once they do get out of the hot drop 7, they can actually put up big points.
They can put up those big points. Talking about big points here for some teams, it was none other than Godlike and OG. This was a match that they really needed laced because the middle of the pack teams were eliminated very early on. They needed to be able to catch up, but both teams were only able to catch 5 points apiece.
I mean, look, it's still a great improvement from them. And being so, they had like that kind of control in the middle of zone. So they were there for that early rotate. I would have liked to sort of see, I guess, OG apply a little bit more pressure to their eastern side. But still, to get to that point after the first couple of matches is a better thing for them. Obviously, we talk about slow starting teams, and they are one of them. But I do believe that coming into like the next match, we're probably going to see them a little bit more active. I mean, they need to be a little bit more active in that, but to get to that, I guess, spot that they have, it's a lot better than the previous match.
It is. And one team that was able to, that's also been starting off slow, but finally being able to wake up, Max, none other than 4Thrives. 4Thrives getting 8 eliminations this last match.
Good to see. Finally, good to see it, especially a lot of those eliminations actually secured on 2 teams that were interesting. You had Team Flash a little bit early on in that game too. That was fun to see how they won that little bit of an encounter. Huzaifa in particular, he carried that fight from start to finish. Really good numbers from Huzaifa. But they had a very good early rotation, and you could say a bad rotation from Nongshim Red Force, where they catch them off guard. They didn't expect to clash next to Potato Hill. And you know 4Thrives, right, Nipchira? If they can take a fight and you are in a weakened state, they're going to chase you down until the edge of the earth, and that's what they did, and Nongshim Red Force took a massive L there. So 4Thrives, if you know where they're going to rotate, I would try and avoid them because they don't like having neighbors around them.
No, they don't. And even in this state of where we're seeing them of just kind of indecision, I think they don't really know what's going on. But it is nice to see that, yeah, they're still a threat even in this state. And it's just been really difficult for me to actually watch Fourth Rise because I'm used to a very confident team that knows exactly what they're doing at all times. And I can tell that they're not sure what's wrong, why this isn't really happening. There's a little bit of the old spark there in this last game, but I think really it's just indecision. They're hesitating just too much.
Didn't you say like something about T24 going out a lot early recently? Like that's been a big issue, right?
Early. Yeah, and he's one of the big fraggers. He's really up and coming as a big fragger for the team. So for him to go out early, yes, Huzaif is able to clutch, but you know, T24, they need a fourth player. They need somebody like him on that squad to just stay alive a little bit longer.
Yeah, T24 was able to start slow during groups as well. Then he was able to pick it up. But right here in the finals, you don't want to be starting slow. So that's one team we'll definitely be looking to see bounce back. One team that has been really consistent, especially with eliminations, we talked about it earlier, Lace, is none other than Tiamba. Tiamba just keeps putting up those eliminations in a big way.
They absolutely have, and I also want to add into that, like, keeping up those sort of eliminations. It's also E-Arena. Like, we sort of like look at these two powerhouse squads, and we're gonna have to get a mashup with these two teams because they are making it in those top 5 positions. They are clearing their space. They're grabbing the eliminations along the way. Even in a fight where I think it was Enigma Galaxy could have pushed E-Arena a lot earlier in their position, but for whatever reason, I'm sure Max will cover it, they didn't sort of get into that contention, but E-Arena just kept making power plays for the spot that they want. Tiamba is also making those power plays to get the position that they want. And obviously early eliminations, especially in today, is what will capitalize you for going into tomorrow. So this steady, I guess, excel in eliminations has been awesome from both of these squads.
Yeah, especially for E-Arena, right? Remember what we saw of E-Arena in day 1 of their Group B? They were able to get those 29 eliminations in Rondo, and then after that, they kind of just ended up dying off. So we're actually going to be looking at a comparison between Group Day 1 and also what they're doing here in the finals. And something that I want you to keep in mind is the placement that this team is currently being able to put up, being able to survive even longer, and the eliminations are even higher because they have been consistent with those eliminations.
They have been very consistent. It's been back-to-back games of just really good placement, good strategy, good synergy with the team as well. They look fairly confident. The lobby is hard. I'm going to say that. It is a very difficult lobby, night and day from the group stage, from the survival stage, but they are handling it very well. I do want to say very quickly, what I loved about the fight with Four Thrives, right? That dip, the way they use the terrain, because there's a bit of a cliff area there, it's a dip, and then you got those 2 cliffs, and what actually they ended up using is they went off the cliff, back behind Four Thrives, and then used that terrain where they couldn't actually see to move around in front of them as well. So it gave the illusion that they were everywhere at once, when really they weren't. And for a team that is slightly struggling like Four Thrives, that was just the death knell. So very well played by EA, good knowledge of the terrain, and great synergy overall.
It was a magic trick almost.
It was. It really was.
Max, there is something that has been pretty much pissing us off when we talk about Erangel, and that is the hot drops that we're seeing between Enigma Galaxy and none other than Ida. It's good for Enigma Galaxy right now, but Ida is just, they're just wondering their hopes.
Yeah, I mean, Enigma Galaxy, you saw what we could do when they can actually get out of the hot drop, but here you go, Pachinki, Enigma Galaxy dropping there since the 1990s at this point, and Ida going to be joining up on this one. And initially I was like, okay, Ida, you should not be going for this hot drop. You know as a clear-up fact that Enigma Galaxy will never go up this location. And it's almost getting to the point for me, Niptura, where I'm thinking, Enigma Galaxy, maybe this would be a good opportunity for you to start leaving, because Ida are not just ruining your Erangels, they're ruining your entire tournament run so far.
Yeah, it's really weird, right? Because for Enigma Galaxy, it's like Ida is the newcomers. They need to get out. Clearly, it's not working for them. They have 2 points over the entire day. 1, 2, that's it. But you're right, Enigma Galaxy is ending up ruining their tournament chances as well, because we are seeing really good performances from Enigma. I love how they've been playing, but they're just entering the zone way too late because of Ida.
Yeah, of course, we did say this game was good, right? Because they got out of the hot drop as a 4-man team. They lose a single player. I promise you, they do not get a finish like that. They do not get that many points. So right now, Enigma Galaxy, I would say there are other options available, and I understand it's your drop. You've been there for the longest time, but I do not care at this point which team leaves. One team has to leave. This is a waste of time, and it's making me angry, and I'm just looking at that on the early game.
Can I also just interject here and go, Ida, what are you doing? Because this is a team, remember, that got in through the group stage. They were second in their group. They had a fantastic second day. They won like 3 of the games. They were hyper aggressive. We know this is a team that can play very well, but they're wasting everything on a hot drop 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
Again, they have 2 points. You're not gonna win on 2 points.
And teams are starting to notice this is such a waste of time. Like 4 Thrives, I think it was on one of the Erangles early in Iptra, they like just instantly third party it. And now teams are going around Pachinki waiting for the loot truck to come out because they know no one is going to get that loot truck because they're so focused on that clash between Nigma Galaxy and Ida. Of course here, big respect, by the way. Nigma Galaxy, the smokes and the way they started pushing these solo players, that was very well executed, but one mistake, one slight error, and you lose a player and instantly your chances of a win dwindle to almost nothing.
Well, we know exactly what happened when 4 Thrives joined the party, right? Nigma Galaxy lost a couple of players, and then we didn't really see them in that game. They went out fairly early on. They had to full send. Game 1, they had to full send to the beach and just kind of stay there. There was no opportunity for them to get any points whatsoever. So, yeah, for Nigma, this is bad on both sides. I'm mad at Ida for initiating this every single game, but Nigma need to figure out how to adapt to this.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out how to adapt to this. If I had to pick one team to stop hot dropping in Pachinki, it wouldn't be Nigma, because Nigma has been getting the better end of this, especially they showcased what they were able to do in the last match. They're getting the eliminations too, so Nigma Galaxy, keep on doing your thing. If you're Ida, get the heck out of town. You need to find a different spot. But when we're talking about someone, you're gonna pretty much see here just the finish of this engagement between these squads. You know what, Max, Lace, who would you want to see just give up this hard drop between Nigma and Ida?
It's got to be Ida, right? Like
it has to be.
Like they're not even getting any further into the late game. They should have just made the decision to sort of rotate from this position. I mean, you know, I was kind of touching on, I think, Nigma Galaxy a little bit later into the zone, how they're making slow decisions. But again, this is slowing their decision. But
yeah,
Ida just, yeah.
Look, by the way, look on the left side of your screen. While they're still in their looting stage, technically, right? So hot drop's a bit weird, it's a bit different. You have Nongshim Red Force fighting 4 Thrives on their first rotation after the looting stage. This is, look, even here, you have the fight, Orangutan fighting Ulf. So everything is happening in the game. Teams are not going to wait for you. And while that's happening, you're still in your initial drop location and you have no scouting done. The loot truck, you can see on the left side of your screen, he came back for round 2. Round 2, and the fight is still not done. What are we doing?
It's okay, Max. This is Picado red buildings all over again. It's really annoying. It's Picado red buildings all over again, Max. I mean, we get so mad at that hot drop, and we still have the Miramars to go. So if either of you hot drop red building Picado, I am going to come over to your table, and I'm going to be aggressive. Yes, I'm going to moonwalk.
Look, okay.
I'm going to hee-hee at you very aggressively.
TLDR for the entire segment, we don't like it. End of story.
Yeah, unless you're Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy currently in 3rd place. You have E-Arena right now in 1st place with 48 points. Tiamba continuing on those consistency of eliminations. This is the main story for Tiamba right now. 45 points, 37 coming from the Elims. And if we start going down, we are seeing one team that has been going down as the day has been going on. And it's none other than Aurora, Max.
Yeah, unfortunately, I still have not seen the comeback of Doc, right? I would even take the dockening at this point. I would be like, I want to see something come out of it. But yeah, they've definitely been slowing down quite significantly. Keep in mind, they've got 11 placement points, sure, but they got 2nd place on the first rondo. That's 6 placement points. After that, the rest of the day is only 5 placement points. After 3 back, quite disappointing, especially when it's just outside of Ferry Pier. I was expecting way more. They're slipping down, and especially when Ulf now, they've just got a 4-man finish. You know, Ulf are going to be chasing for that podium spot.
I mean, for me, do something, they just do just enough to stay ahead. But the problem is when you're seeing teams like Ulf, like Vitality, we haven't even seen Vitality at their best yet. You know, teams like this that are going to be coming up and gaining that momentum as the days go on, Aurora are going to get left behind pretty quickly.
So you are worried or you're not worried?
I'm on the fence as of right now. At the end of the day, I'll be a bit worried.
Okay, because you say I'm not worried, and then you started sounding very worried to me.
I'm not too worried.
It started to sink in. She's like, oh, actually, this isn't looking too good.
She just kept saying more teams, and I'm like, okay. That sounds like you're contradicting yourself here. 4 Thrives ends up finding themselves here in the first page, but going here towards the 2nd page, we really haven't seen much lays out of S2G. With Furia, it's been a hit of a miss, and then we got some of the other squads there.
S2G are getting busy. right? But they are.
चुरा सकती हूँ क्योंकि मैंने देखा कि आपने बहुत सारे ब्रेड नोट्स जो है जमा कर लिए हैं, तो क्या मैं आपके थोड़े से ब्रेड नोट्स चुरा सकती हूँ? अगर आप बुरा ना माने तो आप प्लीज कमेंट सेक्शन में बताइए। इतना चाहिए मेरे पास।
दो बंदे
Mark the location.
कॉल किसके पास है? नंबर 3 नंबर 1 यार एक बंदा था, ये चार कहाँ से आ गए? चार पूरे थे। इसको रुको ऐसे नहीं करते क्यों ना इसको पहले दूर लेके जाता एक ये लेके जाना है फिर मेरा भी cappuccino लेट हो गए तो मुझे इसको रुको खत्म नहीं, आज नहीं खत्म होगा, कल और परसों भी है। अच्छे मैचेस हैं। ओके है। आज कितने मैचेस है ब्रो? 6 टोटल थे, 4 हो गए, 2 रह गए। अच्छा यार, काफी लोग मेरे से क्वेश्चन एक सेम क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं, मैं सबको क्लियर कर देता हूँ। 3 दिन का फाइनल होता है, जब भी होता है।
Yeah, the load is spread out very, very evenly across the squad. Eagle is also a great survivalist. I think they have all the tools necessary.
Okay,
Where's
so
my
I mean,
box?
the thing is, I think when you look at Tiamba's performance so far, and we can wrap it up on this and move on to our next team, is that double chicken dinner that they got at the start of survival stage, huge revitalization for them to be able to get themselves back on the road and actually push to be able to find themselves in this state that they're in right now.
Yeah, very, very good. I do think that that's what they needed because the confidence came through. Every time I look down at Milu on the stage, right, it's very...
Milu.
I do like Milu. It's very heartwarming because there's... I like it when players are enjoying themselves, and Milu definitely enjoys himself. He's one of the smiliest guys I've seen. QZZ is a little bit more serious, I would say, other than the winning moments where, you know, he almost breaks his fingers on the high fives. That was funny. But I do think that for Milu, it's just nice to see a guy who's so good at the game, but also very much is passionate and enjoys his time in it. And he should be, because he's having an unreal run.
All right, let's move on to another team then, as we have Ulf, who has looked, I would say, towards some of these latest moments, pretty good as well. Obviously, they last game survival win, which was extremely important for their campaign as a whole, and they are one of the teams that people thought was going to be able to attain those top spots. Right now, their space control is looking good, especially in this last game.
Yes, very much so. I mean, I'm one of those believers. I'm an Ulf believer.
Okay,
Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that Aaron is one of my favorite players. Ketch also from way back when, MVP in PMPL Season 1 Spring.
He's not quite as old as me, but he is pretty old.
Way back. He's old, yeah, but he's still got it in him. He's got the grizzled beard. He's a grizzled warrior, but he looks good. And I think that for Ulf, though, that last game was fantastic for me in particular because we were talking about it backstage, right? And I said, if Ulf wins this game, I want to talk about them. But it was nice for me to be in that stage and really believe in Ulf to actually win the game that they should be winning.
अबे मैं और समझ रहा था चुको.
Which was to take out Tiamba and slowly corral the rest of the squad.
अरे यार मुझे कुछ शो नहीं हो रहा. ये क्या हुआ? स्क्रीन शो नहीं हो रहा.
क्यों नहीं शो हो रहा है? क्या हुआ?
सबर में दोबारा आता हूँ यार.
Yes, that is right. Okay, 50-50.
Okay.
Great job, lads. Great job, mate.
I think as well, you know, controlling that compound, it actually has great lines of sight on the south side. Any vulnerability normally comes from the north, which actually didn't really exist in that game due to the way the circles were shifting. So they had to turn all their attention to the east as the next main threat. And I think you're right, they prioritized those threats very well from a compound like that. So good stuff by Ulf so far. Let's turn our attention as well to E-Arena, who has looked... It's funny because I'm a little bit conflicted by what he's been putting up so far. Because even in this last game, I really appreciate that.
मैं नीचे लिख रहा हूँ चुको. आपने क्या चुकना था?
अबे मैं पता क्या समझ रहा था. आप बोल रहे हो कि फोर्टी को बोल रहे हो चुको चुको काम चुक के रखो. वो बाद में जब आप लिखो तब मेरे को समझ आया.
नहीं आपको ना गालियों के साथ समझ आते हैं. ऐसी समझ थोड़ी आना. आवाज आपने आप किया, मुझे नहीं आ रही है.
नहीं जब आप गेस्ट पे आते हो फिर आवाज नहीं आती. गेम की आवाज नहीं आती.
तो एल पे चिड़े मैं फिर नीचे बैठता हूँ जब आवाज ही नहीं हो तो.
तभी तो फदाना भी 2 आईडी से आया था ना.
And a lot of it is very CC heavy. So talk us through what's been going on.
So currently the game going on behind us at the moment is called. It's a few games, but not really near the top of the leaderboard. So team
भाई मैं चेक करता हूँ. संडे को वापस करेगा चेक
to be honest with you, probably lower down than SAUL at the moment, but they're expected to get a win here this weekend, considering Magnus Carlsen being the chess player that he is, and he is up 2-0 at the moment as well. So even if he gets one more draw,
ये क्या हुआ?
to the semi-finals.
ये कैसे हुआ?
Dennis Larzovic playing against the Navi representative. And he managed
यार पता है क्या मुझे क्या लग रहा है कि इन दोनों ने मुट्ठी मार. मैंने मुट्ठी छुट्टी मारी है, नहीं तो गोरी शोरी को पकड़ के ना रगड़ दी. जो प्रैक्टिस है ना इनकी वो उधर चली गई.
Ali Reza Farouja's kind of playing now and beating his opponent as well.
वेलकम बैक ख़वातीन हज़रात खुशामदीद वी आर बैक आफ्टर नॉट वेरी शॉर्ट ब्रेक लेकिन 4 मैचेस मुकम्मल हो चुके हैं 2 मैचेस अभी के लिए बाकी हैं दिस
ये उर्दू वाला किधर चल रहा है नवड़ा
वर्ल्ड कप 2026 पेरिस मेरे साथ मौजूद हैं पोर्टल इन आखिरी 2 मैचेस में साथ देंगे मेरा डेस्क के ऊपर वेलकम बैक पोर्टल वंस अगेन कंपटीशन बड़ा तगड़ा है और पॉइंट्स में बेशक ज़्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है लेकिन
उर्दू वाला नहीं देख रहे हैं प्रश्न थोड़ा सा नहीं बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं है
club championship storylines that kind of lay on chess at the moment, considering AGL have been knocked out of PUBG Mobile, have been knocked out of several other Falcons have to be outperformed by AGL if AGL want to keep that top spot, but then again Falcons are in Rocket League as well, so they're kind of in a great position to go far in the club championship this week.
And of course already have managed to secure some points being in the top 4.
यार ऐसी गोरियां तो वहां पे बहुत सारी नजर आती होंगी एक पार्सल करो ना थोड़ी सी 2-4 दिन के लिए फिर वापस ले रहे
on just how close that race for the leaderboard is. We actually have way more matches coming up on the rest of the day. So as we have some more updates, we'll check back in with you, Trev. For now, we're going to say goodbye.
Shout out to the amazing glitter explosion and the amazing Trav as well for that club championship update. But now going back to PUBG Mobile esports here at PMWC at EWC 26, we got to talk about Aurora. I would love to see Aurora player stats because there is one player in particular that you're not happy with his performance. You're over here like George St. Pierre, Max. You're like, I'm not happy with your performance. That's exactly what it sounds like because for this squad, I mean, they were able to start off hot, but they're just gonna keep going down that leaderboard.
Yeah, it's not even just Doc, actually. I feel like I kind of want to see more from Reefus as well. That has kind of like been underperforming a little bit. Even Ziol. Ziol, I can give him a pass because he had some incredible grenades early on Rondo. So sure, maybe it doesn't showcase itself in the stats, but in general, I feel like Ziol has definitely also been pulling his weight. But top, it's been the top show. Getting almost 3 average eliminations per game is crazy in a lobby of this caliber. But it's not enough when only one player's putting up those numbers. Niptura, Doc, Reefus, again, Zolly get a pass, but Doc and Reefus, I want to see those guys doing well here in these coming Miramars.
Oh, absolutely. We know they can offer so much more than they are right now. I also want to give Reefus a half pass as well because similarly to Ziol, we did see Reefus have some really cool information scouting off angles, like way across certain areas of the zone, really trying to get as much information as possible for his team. So in that regard, yeah, I do feel like he's kind of pulling his weight a little bit, but yes, overall, I do agree with you, Max, that all of them need to really be stepping up to the plate here. 4th place is okay. It's not far behind first, but we just want to see more because we know that they can do so much more.
Yeah, and for me, no pass for Reefus. Okay, Reefus, I expect a lot better from you. You're
top 8
right that hasn't got
top 3 में आ सकती है easily.
MVPs in that squad, so the pressure is on you. Okay, any passes that I had for him was last year. This is a new year. I want to see more survival time out of him as well. But here we go. We're looking at the overall plays. We're talking about Tiamba. We're talking about Flash. We're talking about some of these teams that we need to see more placement points out of.
Yeah, I want to ask Max, if he were to be an embodiment of a coach, you pick Team Flash, right?
Oh, if I wanted to coach a team, which team I would coach?
No, so I think Flash wasn't that your
They're my prediction, yeah.
Yeah, your prediction?
Yeah.
Obviously being
Zafar bhai kaise ho?
Come on.
Zafar bhai kisko support kar rahe ho?
What they need to do to be able to skyrocket up that leaderboard so your prediction is correct?
Oh, it's complicated exactly to pinpoint what's going on with Team Flash. Oh, you're putting me on the spot right now. I didn't prepare a segment for this, but no, Team Flash. I feel like actually there was one fight that was versus 4 Thrives that I find interesting. That was actually the one that happened last game that eventually was won by Ulf. And I feel like what happened with Team Flash, they got caught off guard and they didn't find a good way to get themselves back up on their 2 feet and get ready for the fight, which under pressure, that is what you need to be able to do. Flash is a great team, right? If they take a fight they're ready for, when they're not ready for it, they just tend to crumble a little bit. So I don't think it's a gameplay issue per se. I feel like it's more of a mindset issue that Flash need to try and resolve.
Yes, we're looking at the second page here. I'm also going to be looking at Hora Esports, Neptura. This squad, I mean, they have the fan base here. They have the support from the fans. But right now, in the second page, knowing Hora Esports, they're not going to be happy with this performance.
No, they're not. And I think it's a bit of an odd one, right? Because I think it's hard to say, like Max, right? It's hard to pinpoint what exactly is going on with them. But typically, this is a team that likes to play edge, likes to survive, likes to wait until the last few phases of the game game to really start spreading out and taking third-party opportunities. They're very good at those third parties, and we're just not seeing that from them. They try sort of half-heartedly making good on some of these plays, but they get overthrown very, very quickly by these more aggressive players and more aggressive teams, and so they just seem to be a little bit too passive. I know Hora tends to be called passive a little bit more, but this is not a passive team when it comes to those fights, and except for today, it just kind of feels like that's what they're the name that they're living up to, unfortunately.
I mean, it's an incredible start from them, though, from the first couple of matches. So, like, obviously, we talk about teams that sort of start out strong, start out weak. I think they started out incredibly strong, but it seems like, obviously, coming into these later matches and everybody's reading the zones a little bit better in these positionings, they are getting caught out on that. So I do agree with you in that sense. But look, it's just kind of that balance of mentality that they're sort of struggling later in these matches, but I feel like even though it's just today, I feel like tomorrow it's going to be like a little bit of a different scene from them in the start. I do believe so. I do believe they have it. They've got the fans to back them up, of course. I'm backing them up. Maybe not for the rest of today, but tomorrow.
I was about to say, you're giving them a break until tomorrow. No, these fans, I want to see it. They want to see it coming up in Miramar.
I mean, yeah, the thing is, right, is that, okay, if you only had like your typical rule set, sure, fair enough. You can have one day off. We got Smash ruling. You might just have only 2 games there on that day 3, and you just don't know how it's going to go. If it happens like it happened in the Macau Invitational, boy, oh boy, that was crazy. We had 5 teams in the Smash zone at the same time. Eventually, Nongshim Red Force did get the win, stealing it away from Furia, but Smash ruling in play, you just don't know how long you really have, Nipture, so you got to make the most out of the games you're currently playing, because otherwise that gap, it might be impossible to come back from in that final day.
Oh, exactly, and there's your point brings up 2 teams to mind for me. The first one we've already talked about, Aurora. I said that they typically are a day 3 team, which makes things very complicated when you get to that Smash ruling. Exactly. What day 3, right? The other one is for Thrives, because again, they do very well, typically, very well on day 1, because day 2, they tend to dip. The momentum just drops significantly, and then they can bring it back up on day 3. Again, what day 3? We could very well have a scenario where day 3 is really non-existent. So for those 2 teams in particular, that's really scary thought.
Yeah, day 3 will still happen, but depending on how the leaderboard is looking and depending on what other teams end up doing, we could end up just seeing 2 games because Smash Rule is in effect. So just to remind everybody, the way that ends up working out is when we end up going to Smash Rule on the last day, whoever's in first place on the previous day, you get plus 10 points if I'm not mistaken, and then that becomes what we like to call the Smash Zone. Once a team is able to pass that threshold, in the next game, if they do end up winning, or whichever game after that, if they do end up winning, they would end up winning via Smash Rule. And this is something that we kind of you were especially hitting on just now, Max, because it could come into play. If a team is too far ahead, I mean, especially with Rondo starting off as well, it could be an easy 10 points for that squad. And later on, we can see teams just readjusting their playing style because all they have to do is just win, baby.
But it also adds so much pressure.
Yes.
Right? We do have to highlight it. I mean, I want to take you guys back to PMGO Season 1, Jakarta, right, in Indonesia. 4 Thrives. What was it? 50+ point lead after day 1? Like something crazy like that. They just destroyed everyone in those 6 games. And then comes over day 2. They're like, oh, wait a minute. We try and get into the Smash Zone. They get in the Smash Zone very early. Pressure gets to them. Ulf is like, oh, you're crumbling. You're having a bad time. And they catch back up to that team and almost take it away in that last Miramar. But luckily enough, 4 Thrives do maintain that top position. But the Smash ruling is a blessing and a curse based on how you approach it. And for 4 Thrives, I am scared if they do get into the Smash room once again, how are they going to perform? Because back in that last event, it was looking shaky. They can't afford to shake up badly here back to back.
Yeah, that team, they ended up pretty much just showing us what we have seen in the past with 4 Thrives, which is the biggest question mark, and that is the mental state of the players, because when things don't end up going their way, they do end up getting into their mind. Yeah. For them, being able to be champions, though, for 4 Thrives is going to be looking different. For a team that's wanting to become champions, none other than Enigma Galaxy, they have had a great start here today, but I know Jackie got a chance to talk to them.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, live from PMWC at Esports World Cup, and I'm joined by the legend himself, Ralph, from, of course, Enigma Galaxy. Now, buddy, I gotta get in there and ask, the pop-off moment, Ida's been hot-dropping you every game. It feels like every time we're in Erangel, they're willing to sacrifice their own points to target your team. What's going through your mind in these moments, and what was that like, kind of asserting the dominance of, we keep winning this, and I'm gonna prove it, standing up on the stage?
I mean, Ida knows we've been landing in Pushinki, me personally, for 7 years now. So they want to challenge us. They want to prove themselves as a new team. But they know we won't change, and they know we're better than them. So just a waste of time for them. They're just giving us 3 points. First match, they were scared to fight, and they ran away. The other 2 matches, we fight them, we push them, and we just kill them easily. So, yeah, that's why I pop off, because it doesn't make sense.
Oh, exactly. I mean, we kind of mirrored that on the cast in the moment, thinking it's doing more damage to them than it is you guys in these moments. Obviously, let's talk a little bit more on a positive term. It's been pretty good for you guys so far in finals. It feels like the comms right now on the team are really clean as well. Do you think this is going to be Enigma winner? You're looking to take the trophy home this year?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like we're prepared more than ever to win the trophy. We're trying our best. Everything is going our way for now. It's a good start, but the tournament is still long, so we keep it up, keep the momentum, and try to grab that trophy.
There we go. Respectful as always with some brilliant takes. Always lovely to chat to Ralph. There you go. Enigma Galaxy. Let's see if they can do it.
I see the Key Crusher on stage. I think, yeah, that's cool, but it could be cooler.
Yeah, baby, all the way! Oh, hell yeah!
That's why I found a crusher of my own. Through totally legal means. Ah! Now let's crush this watermelon. That's how esports should be done. So this nerd. Yeah. For T1. Okay, France was stronger than I thought. Don't need soap when you're in esports. Squeaky clean. Can of beans. Ah! Ah! Can of cola. Esports! What time is it? Time to go.
I love seeing that. I love seeing them just crashing other stuff, you know? What's one thing, Lace, what's one thing that if you had the power to crush it, you would end up crushing? Besides Max Man's hopes for Team Flash.
Damn it. No.
Why?
No, I think, you know what? 7. You.
Oh! Wait, what?
I've got to take the shade off of Max at some point, and I need someone to pick on, and I just was kind of looking in your direction, and yeah.
How would you do that, though? What's like...
We don't need to go into details.
No,
Max,
no.
what would you be crushing?
7 also. What would I be crushing? You know
Who would I be crushing?
Who would I be crushing? No. Ooh, can we do Niptra first? I don't know.
No, don't do me.
On the spot. Come on.
Come on.
I would be crushing the key of Ida because they're making me very angry. I would take it like this, and it would not. The tournament would not even end, and I would just take it and crush it and turn it into a paste and squash it under my feet. So I don't know. I really don't like the hot drop, as you can tell. Probably, I don't like it. It's not fun.
How about you?
He's looking at me. I can see him on the monitor. He's looking at me very intensely. Is 7, and I don't have an answer.
Oh, you're gonna have to find one.
You know what?
You have to pick something.
Oh no! Don't put it on me. This is
Yes,
bullying.
keep it.
This is bullying.
Come on.
What's it gonna be?
Instagram DMs.
PUBG Mobile. That would be 6. You know what? For next PMWC, how about we crush that? We'd love to end up seeing that, or maybe one of the
Squeaky chicken.
The what?
Squeaky chicken. Crush that and see what happens.
Jeez, come down there in Farmville. As we're going to be going into Miramar, one thing that we've been noticing, oh my gosh, talking about Miramar, perfect time too, as we're seeing some of the bloopers that we have had so far. A PMWC, Aurora with this one. That one hurt to see. But this was, honestly, ended up working out for EA, especially because they jumped at the same time.
Yeah, it did. That was the only redeeming quality, but otherwise it was a sticky situation that they had to get themselves out of. So yeah, GG on that one, but yeah.
Did they hit the light post?
A little bit.
You say they got the light knocked out of it.
That one, oh, that was my favorite one so far, Max.
That's so good.
You know how hard it is to do that? It's insane.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot replicate that. Also, XEY, when he was going over with a glider, he was actively getting shot at, by the way. Can't see all of the shots connecting, but some of them do. And before he explodes, he jumps out. That's some James Bond stuff right there in PUBG Mobile, and he makes it onto the tower. And actually, that position was really big for Nongshim Red Force in that game. I wish they got something similar in the finals, though. It's not been the case so far.
Oh, this one stinks. Yeah, that one stinks. Just because they're not here anymore. You can even see it with Blank when he brought up Alpha 7. I was like, ooh.
Oh, never
The reigning champ is the PFGC, not in the finals of PMWC.
Ah, that's like, ooh, maybe not, maybe not. Hora, oh, we love self-nading in this household. It's just so much fun, and it's dumb. But here we go. You do have it occasionally. Here we go, Aleka. I mean, and it's, you know, any team can do it. We had A7, we've had Hora, 721 GS now.
Sometimes you're just such a powerful player that you need to be humble and eliminate yourself from the competition. God damn, we have some humble PUBG Mobile players.
We do. Oh!
It's like what we do, Max. It's pretty much what, this is exactly the playing style when we end up playing. We're just so good at the game that we had to give the other teams a chance, give the other players a chance. We're like, okay, time to nade ourselves.
You have to intentionally throw sometimes. You know, if you want to give other people, the noobs, a chance, unlike us, they need to be given an opportunity at redemption in these games and get those chicken dinners, because otherwise they're just not going to get anything done. So yeah, that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, and as we're going to be going into Miramar, we're still waiting for the matches to be ready here. That's why there's been a bit of a delay. As we're going to be going into Miramar, there is some drops that we've been kind of keeping an eye on, especially for Godlike and Hora, and you can see Max just starting to get even more and more red. I love how the shade just went from like your regular color to now starting to get a little bit more red with this hot drops. But the thing is, with Godlike, one thing that they have adjusted, Lace, is with Godlike, they haven't hot dropped before. They did hot drop at the start of the tournament, but they realized it wasn't going to be going their way, and they stopped hot dropping.
I mean, they make these decisions based off of, I guess, all their play styles from previous matches. I like the fact that they're trying to make different decisions to see what can benefit them. Obviously, they need to capitalize on more eliminations, so seeing hot drops come out of them is better, but also they do have the power and the great positioning to go into these final circles. So when we bring into Smash Rule, and if obviously they can catch up that leaderboard in eliminations, this is a team that can finalize it and break it out by getting that win at the end of the day. So even though their eliminations are slow now, say we come into tomorrow, they can capitalize on these eliminations, moving on up the leaderboard, they are a team that will be able to hit the Smash Rule because they can capitalize on the wins. What are you guys doing?
I believe so. I think they could put themselves into that position, and we're just showing our support here. We're looking at some of the teams that we ended up predicted, and for everybody currently watching at home, for everybody here in the arena as well, don't forget that you can go into the EWC Play app and put in your predictions. Turn in with, just scan that, scan that real quick right here. Just go ahead and scan it and see what teams you're going to be selecting. I ended up selecting Aurora being in the top 3. This is the first time that in a long time that I haven't picked them to win.
That's fair. I think that is fair. I wish they would win, but they're not. The way it's going, at least it doesn't look insanely likely unless they have a massive comeback in the next couple of days. But 4 Thrives, also a team that needs to step up because, look, I've been supporting you guys for ages and ages. And you won PMGO, and I want you to have a back-to-back. I know you can do it. Do it.
Yeah, I mean,
ages. So many ages.
Oh wait, this is 4 Thrives. I thought that was Hora. I can't touch that. Okay, I thought I was Hora. I'm not. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought.
I love that Tura just kicks it too. She doesn't even try to pick it up.
Okay, yeah, I can't touch any 4 Thrives merchandise. Okay, I need to.
By the way, huge shout out to Jackie, because while we're waiting for the game to start here, Jackie has been running around getting some interviews, and I think he was able to get another interview with maybe a fan this time.
We're still roaming around talking to the fans. We're going to see what sort of teams people are enjoying over here and who they think's going to win. Excuse me, buddy. Who do you think's going to win the event?
Ulf, I think he's win.
Yeah?
Yes.
Let's go. Big up for Ulf.
Let's go, Ulf. Ulf.
What about you, brother?
Ulf.
So we got some old fans in the house. Thank you, boys. Let's roam in a bit. Hey, guys. 4 Thrives. Hey, okay. There we go. Got some 4 Thrives fans in the house. Who's your favorite player on 4 Thrives?
Of course, all, but I will go with Huzafa and Falak.
Okay.
Yeah. But
There's been a lot of fans for Falak. What do you think it is? Is it how he plays the game or just his personality? What do you like about him?
how is it played? He's an aggressive player, so and personality as well. Yeah, so yeah.
What about all 4 Thrives here in terms of thinking they're going to win it? You a big fan of 4 Thrives?
Yeah, we are especially came from Pakistan to support them. We are here for our team and we love them all. They represent our country and represent us. So we are here to support them.
Have you guys been getting loud throughout the event as well, giving them your energy? I imagine that. I've been hearing a lot of 4 Thrives cheers. That coming from you guys?
Yeah, that's definitely us. We are here to support our team, to cheer them.
Good luck with the event. Fingers crossed for 4 Thrives. They've been looking great. I'm going to roam on, see what else we got. Enjoy the show. What we got going on down here? Hello, brother. How you doing? Yeah? Who do you think's going to win the event?
Okay, particularly I can't say anything for the first day because it's gonna be a tough competition. It's the EWC man all over the world. Everyone is competitive in this game. So let's wait till tomorrow so then I can say who can win. Okay. I know the game, I know how the game works. So let's just wait patiently. First day is a good day for everyone. Let's hope my team win. Hora.
We want to see Hora win. If they're gonna, you'd love to see a big Hora victory.
Yeah. I love to see that, but still, I say no disrespect to any team, but I want my team to win. That's the motive of champions.
There you go. We're looking for a Hora win over this side. Let's go find out what's going on in the other sides of the arena.
Avli, I need you to cover the STC arena today.
Ooh, it's gonna be tough.
Why?
Because I have no interest in doing that.
Come on, we need you over there.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go to the beach just really quick, and if the games are still going on by the time I get back, I'll say a couple words.
The beach is 5 hours from here. I wish Avli cared about esports more than anything in the world.
That's a candy bar.
It's worth a shot. Avli, what are you doing?
I'm here for EWC. I love esports.
More than anything in the world? So you can cover STC Arena?
I'm gonna cover it all.
That's great. Well, let's get you over there.
I want a key.
No, you can't have a key. Keys are only for clubs. Yeah, okay. We'll figure out your key.
Great, let's go.
Okay. Avli, I just want to say you're doing a phenomenal job. Everyone's really excited about your work.
I just love esports so much.
Yeah, well, I'm going to ask about getting you a raise because you deserve it.
I don't need a raise. I have my key.
How did you... Can I see that?
Mm-hmm.
Avli, did you take this from somebody?
No. Don't do that! We were having such a nice tournament! Why does it matter? We were having such a nice tournament!
Okay, it's your key. It's your key. Probably would have got crushed anyway.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to run into that because that is scary. Talking about scary, we had some hot drops that we were talking about with Godlike versus Hora. This squads, I mean, the only thing that would suck for those squads is that they're currently on that second page, Max. That's why we're saying we don't want to see any hot drops from those two squads.
Nobody wants to be Ida 2.0. Okay, sorry. You know
It's
what?
fair.
If you're an Ida fan, I'm sorry. I'm gonna start. I'm just memeing at this point. No, but they didn't do the hot drop in their respective group, right? Which was Group A back then, if I'm not mistaken, or the other one, but one of the groups. And they didn't go for it. But the reason why they didn't go for the hot drops, really, the real reason is because the planes were very focused over to the eastern side and the southern side, meaning La Cobreria was not in reach. I want to see a plane, right, Niptura, where it goes and reaches La Cobreria, and we see as a fact that Hora and Godlike, and hopefully also Chama that might drop there, will not commit to the fight because, yeah, right now they're not in a good position. They cannot afford to lose points, and I think they're not going to commit to it, but it could get bad.
And for the Godlike, I mean, you don't want to go up against a team that's currently being able to put up even more illims than you, that usually ends up being more aggressive, like you were talking about in the stance of Hora.
Yeah, no. Again, yeah, if they were doing much better in the last 4 matches, if they had, you know, if they were top 5, top 6, something like that, and they were feeling really good and looking very confident, maybe you could try to contest the drop, right? But the way it stands, honestly, for either of these teams, I don't think either of them should really try and contest this. It really is down to who had it first and up to the other team to kind of figure out where else they want to go, because I'm not confident that either of those teams would win against each other. I think it's a 50-50.
Even if you lose a player, right, it just hurts your potential performances onto Miramar. So, yeah, I do think that Godlike, talking to S-Power, you and me, right, Seven, we had a bit of a chat with them. He's like, you know what, it's not worth it. They had that first hot drop onto, I believe it was Hustler Crew, onto Erangel in their group stage, and like, you know what, it's just not worth it. Let's give it up. And I think that was one of the best changes in this entire tournament, was from Godlike.
John the Dawn, John
bleed into Miramar going into today.
Maturity, honestly, from the first time being at a global event, especially in finals, and well, during group stages, it ended up happening. But maturity out of that player for S-Power, saying we don't want to continue with the hot drops. We want to stop that. We see that it's going to end up hurting our performance. And Lace, I want you to put your mindset into a coach right now, into the biggest hype coach for some of their squads. Godlike and Hora, which team are you going to be picking, and what are you going to be telling them if they do decide to hot drop, or if they don't decide to hot drop?
Just get it together, man. No. Look, Godlike, and because, we were just saying S-Power, their adaptation to each and every game deserves to get a little bit further, and I just hope that you guys can find that great little key that you need to be able to push through into those final zones and capitalize on those eliminations. They have it in them. You've got it in you, and I believe that you will be able to do that. Obviously, we may need a little bit more time to sort of get that, but I just like the way that this team calculates and puts in a strategy. Might not work out for them, but then they'll try a new strategy that they'll be able to solidify a lot more in this competition. So look, I think they can do it.
Yeah, especially for both teams being in the second page. You want to be able to build up the momentum. We've seen some teams being able to build up momentum and just carry it on throughout the matches. Only 3 days here at PMWC, at EWC 26, the finals. We've been sending it to Jackie over and over again. Then I want to see what Hot Jukes and Blank are up to.
Woo! Thank goodness the group stage and the survival stage is done. Now we can finally kick back and save our voices for a little bit.
Playing some pool was a good time. It's been an incredible event so far, honestly, in Paris. Very, very fun. I mean, we're here right now in the Players Lounge, which is honestly ginormous. I think the first place we saw when we came in. I'm trying to hit some trickies right now, but it ain't happening. Also, I just want to let everyone know that I play pool. But I don't really, I play snooker. So this is very different for me.
It's not the same thing, not the same thing at all. Matter of fact, I've never even seen a snooker table in real life. This is the game to play. I thought it was only one singular game.
Yeah, I'm gonna break some rules.
Okay, what are you thinking? What are you thinking?
I think I'm gonna break the rules in terms of
He is looking to take the shot. Will he hit the stripe? Little bounce shot. There we go. Well, you know, we're getting things figured out here. Let's see if I can finally hit one of these things.
Okay. So what have you thought about the tournament so far? I mean, for me, the tournament's been great. I've really enjoyed it. It's been insane. There's been some crazy moments. That's a good shot. It's a good shot too. 4 thrives look fantastic. I mean, Orangutan, Godlike coming in over towards that top 5 is just some crazy stuff. Couldn't believe it. I think everyone I've talked to whilst they're being here saying they're having a really good time. Again, everyone's really taken care of here as well. Plenty of stuff that we're taking advantage of as well. Honestly, that's the big thing. Like, we're having actually kind of a pretty damn good time here, all right? Yeah, we got 3 games in. I do watch the other ones, but afterwards I like to come chill here. It's a lovely spot.
This place is stupid, to be honest. It's ridiculous. Dude, the by far some of the best food I've ever had at an event ever. And this place really does have it all, dude, right? I mean, like every game you can imagine. Manicurist on stage, and dude, that lady's insane. Like I've seen some of the girls walking out of there, and now she's like booked out for 2 weeks, which is wild. But I might even get a haircut in a second. I love it. I love it here.
You're so hyped about you taking the mic back off me as well. Yeah, no, I'm about to get a manicure, dude. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready for mine. Yeah. But overall, genuinely, PUBG Mobile is I think PUBG Mobile might be the greatest event at EWC. PMWC, EWC, so good. We're biased as hell though about that, but we do get like 2 good weeks out here to enjoy the vibe. You know, it's been in Riyadh quite a few other times, but even there it's been very, very fun coming to. For me, Paris is good because it's a 1-hour flight as opposed to an 18. But I'll still take the 18 to go to Riyadh. Very, very good time. But it does mean I don't have to get a massage while I'm here. So my back is not ruined.
Yeah, I'm in the same dang boat. I mean, when I heard that there was massage therapists actually available, I was like, please, where are you at? Because my flight was a whole lot longer than that. But yeah, man, so far this has just been a crazy journey. And the survival stage just finished. It was tough leaving the hotel room this morning and seeing like 10 teams go home. But at the end of the day, someone's going to be the champ. And another team is going to be the not champs. I don't even know what I'm saying at this point. I'm just watching. I saw him shoot 2 different color balls. He really does play snooker here, folks. And that was close. That was close. I like it.
Look, I'm just hitting balls in holes right now, okay? I'm playing the equivalent of golf, just with a long stick. I hope that's fine what you did. I don't know the rules. Tell me the rules. Right? That's fine. I got you, bro. Yeah, I heard you like stop. I heard you stop. You kind of confused what was going on. That's fine. Yeah. So you're solids, I'm stripes. Is that how that works? Or the numbers? I just know. I just go for colors. That's where I'm from. It's just colors. It's so much easier. Black goes in last. Boom. It's easy. That's all I need. So I'm stripes. Okay.
Okay, he's locked in now, okay? But what's one thing that you really need to make sure whenever you're playing any game is understanding the rules, right? But even if you don't understand the rules, sometimes you just send it, baby, right? You just put in the work and you might come out on top. Like, that's what I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? This guy is, I like it though. You know what I'm saying? That's how you make the plays, baby. Let's get it.
Yeah, sometimes you help other teams. That's kind of rough. Okay, I respect it. Sometimes you gotta make some difficult shots in your life. I trust you. It's a long reach. It was close though. It was I thought you were gonna really ruin that. I thought you ruined that. Right, like tell me something. 4 thrives. Overrated on.
Hell no, dude. Thor Thrives is insane. I mean, they are coming in champions of PMGO Season 1. I didn't think we were going to see a Pakistani team be our champs, not this soon. And this guy's giving me a chance. I really, really appreciate it. And hopefully, we'll see Thor Thrives try to give some of these guys a chance because in Group A, these guys look like they were unstoppable.
They look really good. I mean, they were beat out points-wise by Vitality. But Vitality... It was ridiculous. You're right. It was ridiculous. It was a good time though watching them play. Big return to form for Indonesia. It's not been like this in such a long time. Oh, almost. But yeah, big return for Indonesia. It like feels like the spiritual successors right now to BTR back in the day, but there's no BTR pranks happening. No jokes. Just gameplay.
Just gameplay indeed. The whole Vitality Day was absolutely insane. I just kept on talking to some of these dudes backstage and I was like, guys, what do you think about Vitality's performance? And all I heard was what the, and it was like filled in by any word you could possibly imagine. That's what I'm talking about. That was good. That was good. I like it. Purposeful shots here. Let's see how this one goes for Blank. Side pocket. Oh, just barely off the edge. But you know what, dude? That's the one thing I love about PUBG Mobile. Sometimes you get put in some beautiful situations, but the best teams always find themselves a way out.
I mean, AJL is a good example of that. They got themselves in a real good situation. I mean, top team Tiamba going for the crown, and honestly, they completely flubbed it. That was a lovely shot, by the way, dude. Well played. Went up against Tiamba in that last game, survival stage. They're given all the chance in the world versus Nongshim Red Force, but Nongshim, I would say they're one of the teams looking to continue on. And I don't think AGL had it in them this year, but Tiamba just had a massive turnaround. But these things happen. Some mistakes happen. Oh, dude, I forgot that you're like right at the finish line. I've got like some more steps to go.
You got it. But hey, you know what? That's what it's all about. You just take things one step at a time. No matter what kind of situation you put in, you got to just figure things out and make it happen. Yeah. Take another one. Sometimes you got to take a mulligan. Little combination shot.
I tried.
I like it. I like it.
I've made it easy for you, though. I've lined you up. You're lined up. You're ready to go. Look, I've created a runway for you. Look. Say, you come down here. You go in this back pocket.
Alhamdulillah. 1.2 million. Thank you so much every single one of you subscribe करने के लिए and like करने के लिए. अल्लाह ताला आप सबको बहुत खुश रखें. ठीक है. Hopefully action start हो जाएगा. मैं एक बार पूछ लूँगा भाई से भी अपने के क्या मामलात हैं, क्या दे रहे हैं. अभी तक मैच स्टार्ट हुए. हमारे जैसे पहुंचते हैं उनसे हम रब्ता करते हैं.
The PMWC here at EWC. Thanks for watching. My name's Blank, and this right here is
Hot Jukes.
Catch you guys later.
This is probably my best acting performance ever. Man, it's gonna be a crazy finals.
I think so. Any favorites that you want to call it?
I mean, we got 4 Thrives who from Pakistan. They won PMGO season 1. They're a huge favorite. Team Vitality, dude, had like, dude, they had the craziest group stage performance I've ever seen. Godlike. Yeah, we got OG. OG. Yeah, they're insane. Dude, anybody could really do this, you know what I'm saying? Team Furia is a huge favorite of mine. They qualified in through survival stage, but it's one of those things where like, I feel like this year we're gonna see a team nobody expected win the whole thing.
Okay.
Which should be fun to see.
All right. $5. Who is it?
Who could it be, dude? It's gonna be so wild of a pick. Honestly, if 4 Thrives wins this, it'll be like the nuttiest thing ever.
Yep.
It would be crazy.
What do they got to do to win? Get a little lucky, obviously. But what else? What can they do to set themselves up?
That's the biggest thing, right? Like PUBG Mobile is a game. It's such a team game that even if you don't get those lucky circles, you got to put up consistent points no matter what. You know, I mean, and if you don't get a little, just even the slightest bit lazy, you're going home. You know, like one of my personal favorite teams, because they were NA team, was the Wolves. They made just the tiniest little car mistake. They end up losing and went home by 1 point.
Wow.
And
the margin this year insane.
And if you look back at the videos, like there was one play where one of the players accidentally just drove into a wall, and they ended up getting pretty much flushed because of it. And you just think like if just any little tiny mistake was avoided, they could have got that extra point and went to the finals.
But don't you have to risk it to get the biscuit?
You gotta risk it, dude. Sometimes the wall looks too juicy. There's those coin flip decisions, dude, right? And you can go left, and if it works out, you're a genius, you know? And if it doesn't, you're like an idiot. So like, I think it's just avoiding as many of those coin flips as possible. But if you do have to make those coin flips, you gotta have enough trust in your team to like, for them to just send it completely.
Right.
Yeah. Oh. They're doing great. Oh.
I can hear it.
The casting has been so tough. So hard.
Okay, try that out.
Oh, man. this is officially my favorite part of Paris.
A little bit to the right.
7, we're live.
That's the left. God damn it.
Not again. Thanks, Max. That was actually a pretty good massage. That was nice. Hodrix enjoying massages out there, being able to play pool, being able to do a bunch of stuff as well. But for some of these other squads, I mean, Natura, I know you've been wanting to talk about S2G.
Yeah. They were cruising very nicely on like one game with those hovercrafts, which I'm still very impressed with. I think the momentum, they saw their opportunity and they took it. They absolutely ran with those things. Really, really nice to see. However, and this is what gives me a little bit of an issue here, is it's because of the hovercraft that they gained that momentum, and then in the next couple of games we have not seen the same come from them. So for me, that feels like that ends up being a little bit of a fluke, which I really hope that that is not the case, that we do see them come back in a more normal way and still have that same kind of momentum, because that's what you really want. You can still get that same speed with those vehicles, it's just not the tankiness of a hovercraft, but you can still do it. It's still very doable. So I'm really hoping that actually they'll be able to do something else that doesn't include a hovercraft.
Would be nice. I mean, actually, if you're looking at the overall rankings, right, their position actually, I mean, production, 10 out of 10 stuff. Actually, no, they're on the second page, but S2G, they got that one chicken dinner with a hovercraft, as you already stated here, Niptura, but they only have 10 placement points, meaning, and I always love to say this point, which is you take that chicken dinner away, what do you really have? And you can really only judge a team on their bad games. Do you still get 1 or 2 points only, or you're a team that on your bad games you get 3, 4, 5 points, a few placement points, a little sprinkled in with a few eliminations? That is the mark of a great team that generally, right now, I would say that Team Jamba, I mean, actually, look at their 37 points, right? You take away their placements, Niptura, they would still be in, what is that, 4th place?
Yeah.
Insane stuff from this team in day one.
It's so good.
S2G, you take away that win, they would have 0 placement points. So going along the lines of what you were talking about, got a chance to talk about Nonchalant Red Force. Nonchalant Red Force, just black and white, honestly. I know we keep talking about this team, Max. Black and white in regards to what we saw during groups, during survival as well for this squad. We were talking about how they would end up getting so many placement points, but they just weren't being aggressive. This time they're like, okay, we hear you. How about we just flip it upside down and we end up being more aggressive and end up getting only 1 placement point after 4 matches.
This is not the Nonchalant Red Force that will crown your PMMI 2026 champions. I'm just going to be brutally honest right now. They look like a shadow of their past selves. We know they can do so much more, and I mentioned it earlier, right, is that especially they got caught on their rotation on that previous game, which was a while ago now, but actually decided 4 thrives outside Potato Hill, and they just didn't have a plan B. They just didn't know how to catch up. And actually, a team that, in my opinion, Niptura, is a great team when it comes to getting a second, like, plan B, plan C, the entire alphabet, right? Is Jamba, in my opinion, because looking back at that rondo, they were getting chased with Eagle, that recall player, outside in Tinglong Garden, and man, they booked it because they're like, if we lose that solo player, our game is done. Eagle, literally, by doing so, saved the game. I would love to see a similar kind of mindset and approach to the game from Nonchalant Red Force, and even maybe Team Flash.
Yeah, because I think if Nonchalant played the way Tiamba are doing, they would be so scary, right? Going back to our previous point of the Smash ruling, right? I watched the last game of PMMI, where Nonchalant Red Force won by Smash, right? I watched that game on my couch in my living room, and I was still scared. I was scared and I wasn't even playing because that team, they knew what they had to do, and rather than fall underneath the pressure of like so many other teams do, quite rightly, this team knew exactly how to play this. It was like they weren't worried at all. They were like, yeah, we just have to get a win. That's all we got to do, and easy peasy. So for me, if this team can just move forward, step up, get that momentum going over the next day, basically, then what we could see is a team in the Smash point, and then good luck to everybody else, because that team is insane.
Talking about other teams, Lays, you want to say something?
I just want to say I agree, because like the fact that they could have those placement points early on, and the fact that there was one scenario where they absolutely just steamrolled Furia. If they just can add that together, I just had to add on that I agree that they would be scary as heck.
A team that could be scary as heck as well are the reigning champions of PMGO, and it's none other than 4 Thrives. 4 Thrives, I mean, currently being able to outperform what Nonchalant Red Force is doing. Average placement, the exact same. I would love to see 4 Thrives player stats, though, because for this, I want to see who's currently performing, who's currently not performing. We saw who's Sci-Fi earlier on being able to clutch it up for the squad, and I feel like he's currently being the standout player when we usually end up seeing Falak.
Yeah, I mean, there was even a scenario where they were sort of bunkering in a building, and it just looks like their communication is not as tight as we're used to seeing. So yeah, if we bring up like player stats behind it, it looks like they're sort of just feeding and funneling into these, I guess, fights one by one, which is obviously catching them out. And generally, they will have sort of like a nice little split hold strategic way of actually pushing a team into the position that they want them to be able to take them out. So I think it was this spot actually here where, you know, they were sort of bursting, and it just was a little bit miscalculated. Still a great sort of, I guess, push from them, but it just isn't as fast-paced as for Thrives when we used to see.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. And also, we kind of saw that when you were pointing it out. Max, the one we saw where 4 Thrives just decided to coexist with Hora Esports, it ended up hurting them in a big way, because we saw, who was it? No Fear that ended up actually clutching up that 1 versus 2. For 4 Thrives, I would have loved to see them being a little bit more aggressive, making them back off and not just waiting the longest time when they actually have to just fight. Usually we tend to see 4 Thrives being a little bit more aggressive as we're looking at the player stats, and it's actually Falak that's still putting up the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, he had some crazy good grenades, but actually, I wouldn't fully agree about them being more aggressive. I feel like they're aggressive enough, especially in the early game, right? They love to do it. They were going for it in Pachinki. They even were chasing down Longshot Red Force at some point, clearing out the entirety of Team Flash. I feel like the issue is sometimes they linger too long on their splits, like that a 2-2 split inside Fairy Pit, which I liked it. But then you saw Sleepy from Hora, and Sleepy is a very sleepy, sneaky man, okay? He spots you with a mini 14 or even like ARs that pretty much are just, you know, long-range AR snipers. And he's just gonna tear you down. He did that on Falak. They were able to get the reset, but it really goes to show that a split like that, if you're holding on for too long, you are going to be showing a bit of a kink in your armor. I'm not really too scared for 4 Thrives. I feel like they're a team that don't really have a big ego. They're willing to change and iterate when they need to do so. So I feel like it's fine, but it's definitely been a rougher opening day than maybe a lot of people were expecting.
No, I do agree that they're not in the woods yet, right?
No, it's fine.
They're not in the woods. They're okay for now, but yeah, it's just that I know the other teams are going to start really playing a lot harder and a lot faster in the second day, and so for them in particular, they really need a good first day, and so far we just haven't had that from them. I kind of agree with both of you, right? Where you're like, they need to be more aggressive. Max says they don't. I think they need to be more aggressive in their momentum, right? Not in getting the elites, not in getting the fights, right? But they need to be snappy. We're not seeing this team be snappy in their rotations. They're not being snappy in their pushes. Their splits are very slow. Yes. They need to slay those rotations. No, I'm sorry.
They do. I agree.
They do.
They actually do.
They really do. They need to be really like Nigma Galaxy that we've seen. Like, who else have we seen? EA have been very quick. If a player gets knocked, they are all over it immediately. They're very, very good. Al-Ula as well, quick, being very speedy with those pushes out for info to make sure that nobody comes in behind them. Stuff like that I want to see from 4 Thrives. We saw it in the group stage. It worked very well for them. And just now they're starting to be very indecisive, and I kind of feel like they don't know what's going wrong.
Just their pacing's off.
Their pacing is off. You're indecisive. Trust your gut. Go with it as a group, not one-on-one. Just go with it. Just do it. Just do it.
Just survive once again. But for this team, it's spot on. You were talking about the 2-2 splits. I felt like that 2-2 split took a little bit too long. They should have bring it up together, and that's why I wasn't really happy with how long they decided to coexist with Hora. And talking about that too, they've been aggressive when they need to, but I want to see the 4 Thrives that we ended up seeing at PMGO. For everybody that's been watching EWC, you know that the club championship is currently at stake. So why not listen to our amazing reporter that's been keeping track of everything going on with the club championship, Glitter Explosion.
SEC Arena to check in with Ginny about what's going on over here, what's going on with CC and the fans, really.
It's a really good time right now. This is our second game where we have the French crowd absolutely cheering out of their minds. Starting off today, Gentlemaids had their game, which was in that lower bracket, and they needed to win in order to be CC eligible, which now they are because they ended up in the top 8.
Okay.
Same thing for KC. They were second on the second game that we had here in the SEC Arena way back when EWC has just started. So they need another top 8 finish. If they win this game, they'll make it happen. But same old, Vitality Falcons have already qualified.
Of course.
And Twisted Minds playing later today.
All right, so then that means we've got way more competition still coming up around the corner, and it could be massive for our leaderboard at the end of it all. Of course, we'll check back in as we have more information.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers and Blank here. We're amongst it right now, Blank, and we're going to be recapping some of what we've seen today. Obviously, day one of finals for PMWC. We've had 3 games played, all with a very different sort of aura to them, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been a good day today. Tiamba's done very, very well so far. Ulf been able to get that win over on match 4, I believe it was, which was very cool to see, because I really like Ulf as a team. Fortunately, it has been a bit of a rocky start for them. Their star player, Eren, hasn't really been stepping up to the plate as much as I might have liked him to. But Scarface, though, he was doing great.
Yeah, Scarface came out swinging. Obviously, talking to some of the fans as well earlier today.
Oh, really?
A lot of love, mate. You can see everyone's very excited. There's actually quite a big representation of the old fandom here.
Yeah.
So that's been kind of cool, getting a different vibe on it. I don't know, it feels like, you know, you got a lot of Godlike fans, very loud, very energetic for them.
Oh, yeah.
But the old fans are there. It just feels like they've been a bit more reserved. They're kind of waiting. They were saying, we know they're going to do well. We'll just wait until they pop off.
We're
ramping.
Exactly. We're just ramping. We're just ramping it. I do think the loudest fans today, though, of all of them, have been Nigma Galaxy fans.
True.
They have come out in force. I was surprised by that, but it's good to see them here. They're all giving them a lot of love, which they deserve right now. Coops is doing fantastic.
Yeah.
I think Ralph's also playing a damn good game. I mean, on that match we watched, I think it was match 2, where he came out with the M249. Great shots over towards Ida. Ida in the bin, by the way, absolutely.
I think that one's a cut storyline already. Like, they're just basically throwing themselves at Nigma Galaxy. I think 3 of us at this point from the team here, the talent team, who spoke to Ralph and asked him similar questions.
Yeah.
And when I asked him about it, you could see that look in his eye where he's just like, I don't know why they're doing it, but it's giving us points and we're going to take it. But you're spot on, mate. Nigma as a team, they've looked great. And honestly, you're right. The fans have been bigging them up and saying, look, I'm pretty confident we're going to win this one.
Yeah.
He also said himself, I think we're in a good spot. Comms are good. I reckon we can win this year's PMWC.
Yeah. You think it's a bit amazing as well, because Coops said it before, he's dodged quite a few events so far with the team. And you really do want to see Coops with the squad. And now they're all together. It does feel like they're a well-oiled squad despite that. So you imagine there's been a lot of scrimming going on in the background, making sure he's been part of the team even when he's not been at events to ensure it's happened. But Coops has just had these awesome moments so far, alongside with Lord a lot, which is great to see. But I will say, one of the teams I've been sort of astonished about, let's put it that way, is Flash. Because we had some really nice moments with Flash, but match 3 today, they're able to get the win. Zeus with the unbelievable quick switch over towards Novi. That was fantastic. But again, I wanted to ask you about it because they are the rookie upstarts. When they came through, they qualified to some massive events. Some of them by playing behind a random loot crate out in the open on Miramar. It's so fun to see a team like this, but they were down on your luck. And I mean, my question to you really, throughout all your years in esports, is like, for a team to do so well as a rookie squad, do they tend to have that downtrend, do you think, before they come back up again?
You know, I think if anything, it's kind of generally a bit easier in most other games. It seems kind of harder in PUBG Mobile because it's very intimate in the way the teams look into each other. They're always researching, always prepping. So even if you are an underdog or a little bit more unknown, someone knows your drop, someone knows your playstyle, they know what weapons you use, they know the way you approach the game. It feels like it's harder to counter. But that was always my theory. Of a team like that, I think if they do start to hit that form, you could go really far because maybe a few players aren't suspecting the best play from you at times. You can pull it out the bag. Max was saying they'll do well. I think they could have been a little bit better in the early groups. I think now, though, they keep it up with the shots we've seen. Mechanically, they could go really far this finals.
Yeah, they're lucky because it's very mirroring the fact of like Tiamba, where you're making these quick snap decisions on the fly. And I think a team like them has certainly come into this with a bit more of a lackadaisical attitude of just, we've just got to get in there, we've got to make it happen. Funnily enough, it was like, I actually was getting my manicure done at the same time.
Show him off, there you go.
Show him off,
there
these are cool. At the same time as Kamikaze was getting his haircut.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
And he came in, he was asking me, who do you think's going to win? And I was like, well, from what we've seen so far, 4 Thrives looks pretty good. Vitality looks really good as well.
Safe bets, safe bets.
Safe bets, you know. Didn't want to put it all on the table. And he just went, we're going to win. And I was like, right. But his explanation was quite cool, though. He said that we came in in groups, we just did not care. Well, they thought that the pressure would get to a lot of teams, which it has.
Yeah, definitely has. There's been too much respect. I think we said this on the card.
Oh my God, yes.
During groups, teams were scared to kind of make some big plays out of like, oh God, what if we don't make it? We have to go to survival. End of the day, mate, survival's the safety net.
Yeah.
If you're struggling, you kind of weirdly want to be there because then you can reset and come out better when we're in finals. And I think they're a team that proved, you know what, we'll just play our own game, give it. The fans are loving it. They looked kind of sick with how they've been playing today as well. And Kamikaze's like absolutely ridiculous with the plays he makes, but he can back it up. So fair play.
He can, yeah. I mean, then he was just in full Zen mode, getting his quick fade put in, which was cool to see. But again, I think for Kamikaze doing really good on the team. He played a long while back actually on a fair few squads. He'd always been like subbing in and out for S2G. And it's finally they believe in him now to really make those moments happen. And he is, because he was sort of the new kid on the block. Because you had your Solaces, you had your Silas, Sol K, Ketch back in the day, Kelsey, Hamzy G, and then he would be like filling in here and there. But I think this must be a great moment for him, having such a fantastic time on the main stage. But yeah, I think S2G's doing well. Ulf, on the other hand, there's still a little bit more to go.
They're ramping.
They are ramping. They are ramping. But it is funny to me because there is some big Turkish rivalry between those teams. It's not brotherly love between those two squads.
No, like organization-wise, you can see everyone's firmly in their own corner. If we want this team to win, it's kind of fun. It makes it a bit more exciting. Where it's like, no, I love my team, my players. I think that's cool. I did also like to throw it in there. We had the pop-off moment with Ralph earlier.
Oh, bro.
The fans loved it. You could see we loved it. It was like, dude, this is what I want to see. There's a lot of personality in PUBG Mobile. And I think PMWC seems like one of the better events for it, where people get into that mindset of like, we are superstars. And they absolutely are. Best of the best in the game, biggest stages, most lights on them, and they're living up to it. $3 million prize pool. You've got to bring your best. So we'll find out how it goes here in the finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. We have been made aware that members of multiple teams have reported feeling unwell and are currently receiving treatment and the support that they need. Our immediate priority is, of course, the health and well-being of those who are affected, and we are providing them with that care as we speak. In the interest of all players having a fair opportunity to compete, 2 of the matches that are remaining today will be postponed until tomorrow. We will, of course, continue to assess the situation and support the teams that are involved. We are currently working to fully understand all of the circumstances and will provide updates once that additional information is provided. Once again, thank you so much for your patience. And day 1 obviously could have ended with a bang, but we will have those 2 matches to close out tomorrow. So make sure you stick around. And day 2 of PMWC is going to blow up. It's going to be an absolute banger. And we cannot wait to see you back here supporting your favorite teams. So until then, see you then.
Spider-Man is in the vicinity.
No way, that's crazy. Dude, you can ask me anything.
Okay, what if you're mid-swing and you decide you need to pee?
Some things I just can't tell you.
Spider-Man Brand New Day. Coming soon, exclusively in cinemas.
Want to ship goods from the U.S.? Enjoy an easy shipping experience through My U.S. Sign up for your free U.S. address. Shop multiple stores, bundle them into one shipment, and save. Sign up for your free 30-day trial.